Chapter 44-34. Gu Ling and Qin Yao finally entered the mysterious Immortals Estate. The ancient Immortals Estate had existed for who knows how long. It seemed like it had existed since the beginning of time. No one knew who the original owner of the estate was. However, there would definitely be great fortuitous encounters in a place like this. Even sovereigns would be moved and quasi-sovereigns would go crazy. In reality, the quasi-sovereigns who had entered the Immortals Estate had already gone crazy. Boom, bam. Muffled sounds of collisions constantly rang out from a valley within the Immortals Estate. Extremely powerful pulses of power from quasi-sovereigns surged out, causing the entire valley to shake. If it were not for the support of the formation, the entire valley probably would have been destroyed long ago. Those guys, when Gu Ling and Qin Yao approached the valley, they could not help but leap in fright at the sight before them. The interior of the Immortals Estate was basically another world. They had only just entered, yet they had already encountered a battle on such a level. Roar! Blood surged in the valley as a huge beast slaughtered its way in and out. Its huge claws dripped with blood. It was the blood of a quasi-sovereign. Boundless, murderous aura surged out from the beast's body, causing even the sky to change color. Qin Yao stared at the huge beast and became extremely stern. A scarlet blood barbaric dragon. Gu Ling was rather surprised when she saw the beast. She had never thought that she would see an ancient beast like that in the Immortals Estate. The scarlet blood barbaric dragon was an ancient species. Its name contained the word dragon, so it was a distant relative of the dragon clan. It was extremely violent and powerful. Adult scarlet blood barbaric dragons could hunt and eat ancestral dragons. Earlier, the barbaric dragon in the valley had caught an ancestral dragon that the sacred prince of the Pingtian divine empire was pulling into the valley and directly eaten it. Die, beast! At this moment, a furious roar rang out from the valley. A figure as resplendent as the sun directly rushed into the sky and threw a punch at the scarlet blood barbaric dragon. When that person punched out, the divine light that blossomed from his fist illuminated the entire world. Gu Ling could vaguely see a few figures rapidly retreating. The experts in the valley had no intention of joining forces with that person. The scarlet blood barbaric dragon roared and swatted towards the man with its huge claws. The beast's strength was extremely violent, and it collided with the man's fist. Rumble, it was as if hundreds of thousands of divine mountains had exploded. The heavens and the earth were collapsing, and the universe was overturned. The power of destruction swept out in all directions, and ancient Tao patterns appeared in the entire valley. Even in the void, there were Tao patterns appearing, freezing the void and protecting this valley. The world inside the Immortal Palace was protected by the power of the great Tao. Even if a quasi-supreme being were to attack with all their strength, it would be difficult for them to cause too much damage here. Of course, there would still be damage, but it wouldn't be too great, and it wouldn't destroy the world inside the immortal abode. Cracks appeared in the valley, but they quickly disappeared as if they had never appeared. This part of the world had the ability to repair itself. This was the attack of the sacred prince of the Pingtian Empire. The 9 ancestral dragons that pulled his chariot had been eaten by the scarlet blood barbaric dragon, and the chariot had been destroyed as well, which made him utterly furious. He was tempted to blast the savage beast to pieces. However, reality was cruel. The scarlet blood barbaric dragon was an adult, so it was extremely powerful. Even if it faced a group of quasi-sovereigns, it could still kill its way in and out. Even a few early quasi-sovereigns had died to its claws. The sacred prince was knocked back as blood oozed from the corner of his lips. The scarlet blood barbaric dragon was knocked back as well. It stomped on the ground, causing huge cracks to appear. Blood dripped from its claws. At this moment, the other quasi-sovereigns were attacking an ancient divine hall in the depths of the valley. A ball of primordial light shone out from the divine hall. The primordial chi of the world was the ancestral chi of the world. All the quasi-sovereigns became extremely envious of it. They all wanted to attack the divine hall and take the ball of primordial light away. It was the ball of primordial light enshrined in the divine hall that almost drove the quasi-sovereigns insane. They went as far as to attack and kill each other. However, the divine hall was not large, but it was protected by formations. There were 9 stone golems, and every single one of them possessed the battle prowess of a peak quasi-sovereign. With the support of the formations, the battle prowess the 9 stone golems could display was even more shocking. They might be able to rival extreme sovereigns. At this moment, over a dozen quasi-sovereigns were attacking the divine hall, but none of them managed to kill their way in. The valley was littered with corpses. Basically, none of the corpses were complete. They were all saints at or above the saint realm. There were even quasi-sovereigns who had died. The valley had already turned into a slaughterhouse. The 9 stone golems were extremely powerful. Even the saintesses and godsons of the primordial world were helpless against them. Boom! The chaotic child struck out and clashed with one of the stone golems. He was directly forced back as blood dripped from his hand. So powerful! The chaotic child was shocked. The wound on his hand was healing rapidly. On the other side, the heaven equal sex godson, Chi Hao, was also testing the waters. However, just like the chaotic child, he was also forced back by a stone golem. He could not gain any advantage. There were faint electric sparks swimming around the bodies of these stone golems. They were not ordinary electric sparks, but chaotic electric sparks that could injure quasi-sovereigns. War puppets refined from chaotic thunder calamity stones. Chi Hao was shocked. There were 9 stone golems here, and every single one of them was refined from chaotic thunder calamity stones. This was definitely a great deal. One had to know that even a small piece of chaotic thunder calamity stone was difficult to find. It was an immortal material exclusive to extreme sovereigns and could be used to refine extreme Tao artifacts. Each of these 9 stone golems was no different from a real person. Such a large chaotic thunder calamity stone was definitely rare. Even an extreme sovereign would not be able to find one in the entire world, not to mention the mass of primordial chi in the shrine. Even subduing any one of these 9 stone golems would be a great fortune. At this time, the other quasi-sovereigns were also attacking. Powerful quasi-sovereigns erupted and shook the void. However, all the quasi-sovereigns were forced back by the stone golems. A bunch of trash. A cold laugh was heard. A figure walked over from afar. It was a white-robed youth. He had delicate features, but was very arrogant. Yin and yang energies surged around the white-robed youth. These energies were different from the others. They moved according to a mysterious trajectory. They could gather and disperse, and sometimes even turn into nothingness. The everlasting palace's Ji Yao, seeing the white-robed youth, the chaotic child, and Chi Hao revealed a trace of disdain. They did not like this guy. The everlasting palace was a great sect in the primordial realm. There were many experts in the sect. This Ji Yao was the everlasting palace's current generation godson. He was very powerful. However, this Ji Yao was very wild and arrogant. He did not take the chaotic child and Chi Hao seriously at all. He thought that he was the strongest existence in the younger generation. Ji Yao directly charged into the formation of the stone golems. However, very quickly, this guy was punched by a stone golem. He was sent flying and vomited blood. He was in an extremely sorry state. Ha ha. Chapter 44:35. Gu Ling and Qin Yao stood high up in the sky, watching the battle in the valley ahead. The sacred prince of the Pingtian Empire was extremely forceful. He actually fought the scarlet blood barbaric dragon endlessly. He was truly angered, or he would not have become entangled with the dragon instead of attacking the divine hall. It had to be mentioned that the sacred prince Pingtian really was outstanding. He was actually able to fight evenly against the scarlet blood dragon. The outcome of the battle could not be determined for a while. However, in the depths of the valley, outside the shrine's grand protective formation, there were quasi-supremes being injured or even killed. The sage-level experts had already retreated, leaving behind many corpses of sage-level experts on the ground. There were also corpses of quasi-supremes mixed in with the corpses of sage-level experts. A quasi-supreme being's physical body was extremely powerful and almost indestructible. Even if they died and left behind their corpses, the powerful aura emitted from their corpses would still make saints' hearts palpitate. As for those quasi-supremes who were still alive, their auras were even more terrifying. At that moment, Ji Yao, the divine prince of the Wuji Palace, who had appeared in a domineering manner and ignored the divine princes and saintesses of the grand beginning realm, was sent flying by a stone golem in the divine hall's protective array. He lay on the ground like a dead dog, unable to even stand up for a moment. Haha, calling us trash? You're the trash among trash. Chaos Z laughed with a disdainful look on his face. Hee hee, this fellow thinks too highly of himself. He thinks he's invincible. A holy son of a large sect from the primordial beginning realm mocked. This isn't the limitless palace where you can act like a tyrant. Someone said coldly, When Ji Yao heard the ridicule of the people around him, he was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, a man shrouded in golden light walked over. An ant from the lower realm dares to appear here? Lowly creature, scram. The divine sons and saintesses of the grand beginning realm were extremely disdainful when they saw this person. They wanted to chase this ant away like he was a fly. Humph! That person sneered as his body trembled. In the next moment, a terrifying energy fluctuation of the quasi-supreme being realm erupted from his body, causing the surrounding void to ripple. Who are you calling an ant? Another figure walked out of the mist. This was a purple-clothed youth. He wasn't exactly handsome, and there was a vertical purple mark between his eyebrows that looked like a closed vertical eye. Jiang Yichen? The golden-shrouded youth was a little surprised to see the purple-clad youth. Golden-winged, little Peng Emperor, the purple-clothed youth also recognized him. Humph! Our primordial world is the beginning of all worlds. We are high above. How can you ants from the lower worlds imagine us? The son of chaos glanced at the two of them coldly. His eyes were filled with disdain. That's right, you lowly bastards. I can crush you with a single finger, and I can kill a whole bunch of you with a single slap. A blood-haired young man raised his chin high, and his face was filled with disdain. He was the demon son of the blood-hell demonic art from the primordial world, Blood Dark Child. These guys are too arrogant. In the distance, when Gu Ling saw this scene, she could not help but feel displeased. Did these fellows think that just because they came from the primordial realm, they were superior, claiming to be invincible? Sister, these guys are blessed by nature. It's natural for them to be a little arrogant, Qin Yao said with a smile. Gu Ling frowned and said, even though these people are very strong, we are not weaker than them. Of course, Qin Yao said. While Gu Ling and Qin Yao were talking, Jiang Yichen and the other quasi-supremes from the heaven realm and human realm had already confronted the divine sons and saintesses from the primordial world. At this time, some experts from the primordial world also entered the valley. Yi Lingtian, you're here too? Jiang Yichen looked at the white-clothed youth with a serious expression. The white-clothed youth was very strong. There were 9 divine lights circling around him, and each divine light tore through the void. He was like the emperor of the 9 heavens, extraordinary and otherworldly. Yi Lingtian was the number 1 among the direct descendants of the Yi clan in the primordial world. He was trained by the Yi clan with all their might. If there were no accidents, he would be the future leader of the Yi clan. Jiang Yichen knew about Yi Lingtian because he had fought with him before. Yi Lingtian crossed over to the heaven realm. After entering the heaven realm, he directly went to one of the great sects in the heaven realm and challenged the strongest expert of the sect. The result was shocking. He defeated the leader of the great sect with a single move. Then, Yi Lingtian swept through the heaven realm. He was almost invincible among those of the same level. Not long ago, Yi Lingtian entered the human realm and went directly to the Jiang clan because he knew that the Jiang clan had a Renhuang. Such a cultivation family's inheritance was absolutely amazing. In fact, the Jiang clan did not disappoint Yi Lingtian. The Jiang clan produced Jiang Yichen, the Jiang clan's little sovereign. The battle between Yi Lingtian and Jiang Yichen lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. The 2 great experts almost used their trump cards, but in the end, it ended in a tie. Yi Lingtian challenged the experts of the heaven realm and human realm everywhere. His only purpose was to sharpen himself. He and Jiang Yichen did not fight to the death because it was not necessary. They were just exchanging pointers and communicating not life and death. Yi Lingtian originally wanted to challenge Gu Ling, but he failed. When he found the ancestral land of the demon clan, Gu Ling had already gone to the western desert of the heaven realm to ask the little monk Fan Xiu for the 20 drops of immortal divine liquid and the 3 golden Buddha fruits. An ant is an ant. No matter how strong he is just a slightly stronger ant. Chi Hao shook his head disdainfully. He had the confidence to look down on the experts of the heaven realm and human realm because he defeated Azure Dragon in a few moves outside the Holy Realm abode and even took away Azure Dragon's giant dragon halberd. Chi Hao, why are you still talking so much with this rubbish? Let's hurry up and get rid of these ants, then fight for the opportunities inside. The Chaos Child said impatiently, That's right. The group of divine sons and saintesses nodded. Kill! Blood Mingzi roared and turned into a ray of bloodlight, pouncing towards Yi Lingtian and the others. The smell of blood immediately spread. Humph! Yi Lingtian sneered. In the next moment, the 9 rays of divine light circling around him immediately turned into 9 divine swords that slashed at the crimson light. The 9 sword lights flashed, and the ray of blood light formed by Blood Mingzi was immediately cut into more than a dozen pieces. However, although the ray of blood light was cut into more than a dozen pieces, it immediately reconnected and continued to pounce towards Yi Lingtian. Divine Sun Fist. Chapter 44:36. Blood Mingzi was the demon son of the Blood Prison Demon Palace in the primal beginning realm. He was a famous figure even among the younger generation of the top forces in the primal beginning realm. The Blood Prison Demon Palace was no weaker than the Heaven's equal sect. Blood Mingzi was definitely in existence that could compete with the divine son of the Heaven's equal sect, Chi Hao. Moreover, the people of the Blood Prison Demon Palace were extremely murderous. They would often kill without saying a word. They were powerful, cruel, and overbearing. At this time, Blood Mingzi couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with Yi Lingtian and the others. He directly attacked, wanting to kill all the ants in front of him. Blood Mingzi turned into a blood-devouring demonic light and charged at Yi Lingtian. In Blood Mingzi's eyes, Yi Lingtian's blood was the most vigorous. If he could devour this guy's blood essence, his cultivation would definitely improve a lot. At that time, no one here would be a match for him. Blood Mingzi's wishful thinking didn't work because Yi Lingtian wasn't someone to be trifled with. He didn't know Yi Lingtian's background. If he did, he wouldn't be so confident. Boom! What awaited Blood Mingzi was a fist even more dazzling than the sun. This was the ultimate battle technique of the ancestral realm's Yi clan, the Great Sun Divine Fist. Rumble, an incomparably dazzling sun, rose in the valley. The surrounding void was annihilated and evaporated. The blood-devouring demonic light that Blood Mingzi had turned into was also evaporating. Under Yi Lingtian's Great Sun Divine Fist, the blood-devouring demonic light that Blood Mingzi had turned into suddenly dimmed, as if it could dissipate at any time. What the divine sons and saintesses from the primal beginning realm were all shocked to see this scene. There was a true dragon among these ants. How was that possible? Among the myriad worlds, only the divine sons and saintesses of the primal beginning realm stood high above, looking down on the billions of creatures in the lower worlds. They were destined to become true dragons above the 9 heavens in the future. Boom! Under the shocked gazes of Chi Hao and the others, Blood Mingzi's bloody light dissipated from Yi Lingtian's punch, and he fell out of the void. Cough, cough. Blood Mingzi kept falling back, coughing up blood. How is that possible? Blood Mingzi found it hard to believe that this ant in his eyes could actually injure him. Moreover, it had only been a single punch. Now, who is the ant? Yi Lingtian retracted his fist, and the divine light that illuminated the 9 heavens disappeared in an instant. You, Blood Dark Child, was both shocked and enraged by Yi Lingtian's words. In his agitation, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Good, good, good. I never imagined that there would be a figure like you amongst the ants of the lower dimensions. How about this? You'll follow by my side in the future and be my servant. Chi Hao took a step forward and looked at Yi Lingtian with his hands clasped behind his back. It was nothing for Yi Lingtian to defeat Blood Mingzi. With his current cultivation, defeating Blood Mingzi was as easy as flipping his palm. Ha! Yi Lingtian smiled. He was even a little speechless. These guys were too arrogant. At this time, they still wanted to take him in. As a servant? What a moron! Brother Yi, why are you talking so much with these arrogant fellows? Let's get rid of these guys first. Jiang Yichen glanced at the divine sons and saintesses of the primordial world and said coldly, he didn't have a good impression of these guys at all. They thought they were superior, but in his eyes, weren't these guys just ants and trash? At this moment, a powerful figure appeared in the distance. A few experts watched on from afar. On the other side of the valley, the battle between the sacred Prince Pingtian and the scarlet blood barbaric dragon was about to come to an end as well. Both of them had become bloodshot. Roar! The scarlet blood barbaric dragon constantly roared. It constantly spat out scarlet flames towards the sacred Prince Pingtian. This scarlet blood barbaric dragon's body actually had several bloody holes that went through the front and back. Blood splashed everywhere. The barbaric dragon's blood was incomparably tyrannical. When it came into contact with the mountain rocks, it actually emitted black smoke and corroded the rocks. The sacred Prince Pingtian was like the sun in the sky. He radiated with boundless light. Every punch and kick he threw possessed great power, directly shaking the surrounding space. He was injured as well. There were 5 bloody marks on his abdomen and a hole on his chest. Through the hole, his beating heart could be seen. At their level of cultivation, physical injuries like this were basically negligible. However, they would still feel pain and bleed when they were injured. Kill. The sacred Prince Pingtian did not want to continue fighting, so he directly used the ultimate killing technique of the Pingtian Empire. His body seemed to burn, and his battle prowess suddenly skyrocketed. What? The Scarlet Blood Barbaric Dragon was surprised. It never thought that the sacred Prince Pingtian could still increase his battle prowess even at a time like this. Secret technique of the flaming heavens. The sacred Prince Pingtian seemed to turn into a burning blur. He tore through the Scarlet Blood Barbaric Dragon's defenses in a single moment and sank into its body. The Scarlet Blood Barbaric Dragon roared out in fright. In the next moment, flames appeared on the Scarlet Blood Barbaric Dragon's body as well. Its huge body actually deflated like a ball. Very soon, the mighty Scarlet Blood Barbaric Dragon was reduced to a bag of bones. Even the Scarlet Blood Barbaric Dragon's soul had been set alight. In just a few seconds, the powerful and ferocious Scarlet Blood Barbaric Dragon collapsed on the ground, dead. In the sky outside the valley. Gu Ling could not help but frown when he saw this. The secret technique that the sacred Prince Pingtian had used was very strange and terrifying. A secret technique that directly burns the flesh, blood, and soul of the enemy. Even Qin Yao's expression changed. The killing technique that the sacred Prince Pingtian had used was very extraordinary. Boom! The moment the Scarlet Blood Barbaric Dragon collapsed, its huge corpse suddenly exploded. It was blasted to pieces, and a figure charged out. His vital energy surged as strange flames rose up from his body. He was the sacred Prince Pingtian. Although the sacred Prince Pingtian had used the secret technique of the flaming heavens, not only did his vital energy not weaken, but it became even more powerful instead. Even his wounds had vanished, as if he had never been injured in the first place. He only paused for a moment before turning around and charging into the depths of the valley. Anyone who gets in my way will die. The sacred Prince Pingtian charged past and directly collided with over a dozen experts in front of him. The experts hurriedly retreated, but those who could not retreat in time were unlucky. 5 or 6 experts were smashed to pieces by the sacred prince, who charged past them, exploding into a bloody mist. The experts who were not hit were scared out of their wits. The sacred Prince Pingtian's body was just too powerful. He did not even need to use any killing techniques to directly smash 5 or 6 experts from the heaven realm to death, shocking all the experts nearby. Sister, this guy's body doesn't seem to be inferior to cultivators of the same level, Qin Yao exclaimed. There are also powerful body-tempering techniques in the primordial world, but they might not remember the body-tempering techniques of us cultivators, Gu Ling said indifferently. Qin Yao smiled and did not say anything. Boom! At this moment, a loud sound rang out. In the next moment, the layer of mist above the valley dispersed, and a powerful ripple of energy spread out. The entire valley shook violently. Qin Yao looked over and saw a white-robed young man actually blocking the domineering sacred Prince Pingtian. The 2 experts' fists collided fiercely. The person who blocked the sacred Prince Pingtian was actually a fair-skinned fatty. This was unbelievable. At this moment, the 2 figures retreated. Pure martial power, Gu Ling said with a deep voice. Gu Ling said in a deep voice. Who was this person? She was the true successor of martial arts. According to what she knew, there was only one successor of the martial ancestor in the heaven realm and human realm, and that was her father, Gu Fei. However, the power that the fatty had erupted with was definitely the most authentic martial power. Only those who had received the true legacy of martial arts could cultivate such pure martial power. What? Qin Yao was shocked when she heard that. She was the princess of the Qin clan. There was no doubt that the Qin clan was powerful. She knew very well that only Gu Fei's clan had received the true legacy of the martial ancestor in the human realm and human realm. Could he be the successor of senior brother Gu Zhong, who walked the ancient path of the human race? Gu Ling suddenly said. At this moment, the atmosphere in the valley was extremely tense. Little fatty, do you want to die? The sacred Prince Pingtian was immediately enraged when he was blocked. His blood surged as streaks of blood-colored divine light circled around him. They tore through space like blood-colored lightning. Haha, what? I do want to die. Can you kill me? The fatty laughed loudly. Go die. The sacred Prince Pingtian could not be bothered to waste his breath on this fellow. In the next moment, he suddenly disappeared into space. Humph! The fatty took a step forward and instantly moved 1,000 meters away. Boom! The ground where the fatty originally stood sank, causing dust to rise into the air. A figure charged out from the dust like a god of death, charging towards the fatty once again. Do you think I'm easy to bully? Although the fatty was fat, his movement technique was as fast as lightning. He shot into the air and slammed his palm towards the sacred Prince Pingtian below. Rumble. Boundless martial power erupted as a huge palm appeared in the sky. Like an ancient mountain, it smashed towards the sacred Prince Pingtian below. Heaven-covering palm. Seeing this, Gu Ling finally confirmed that the fatty was definitely her senior brother Gu Zhong's successor. The fatty's appearance was somewhat similar to Gu Zhong's. Could this guy be Gu Xiaofeng? Gu Ling suddenly thought of someone. Gu Xiaofeng was her senior brother Gu Zhong's son. The two of them had set foot on the human race's ancient path back then, and Gu Ling had not heard from them since. If it were not for the soul tablets left behind by her father, Gu Fei, she even suspected that the two of them had already died on the human race's ancient path. The sacred Prince Pingtian shot into the sky, and directly threw a punch. The violent fist force seemed like it was going to blast a huge hole in the sky. Boom! Like two stars colliding, an unimaginably violent power erupted. The space was directly shattered, and a huge black hole appeared in the sky above the valley. Chapter 44:37. The sacred prince of the divine empire of the primordial world had actually been stopped by an unremarkable fatty. Who is this fellow? He actually dares to challenge His Royal Highness the Sacred Prince. This little fatty is simply courting death. Who is His Highness the Sacred Prince? He's the greatest person among the younger generation of the Pingtian divine empire. The divine princes and saintesses from the primal beginning realm were extremely shocked. Boom, bam. Muffled sounds of collisions rang out incessantly. The entire world was shaking as one black hole after another appeared in the void. It was formed by the explosion of the void. However, the immortal estate world was incomparably stable. Those black holes that appeared in the void quickly disappeared, and the shattered void was quickly repaired by the power of the immortal estate world. Two figures moved quickly in the void, violently attacking the array. That little fatty must be Gu Xiaofeng. In the distant sky, Gu Ling, who was watching the battle, said with certainty, Gu Xiaofeng? Qin Yao was shocked when she heard this. Gu Xiaofeng's father was Gu Zhong, and Gu Zhong was Gu Fei's disciple. If this person was really Gu Xiaofeng, it would be too inconceivable. Even a grand disciple of Gu Fei was so powerful. Little fatty, die! The sacred prince roared out. With a wave of his right hand, a spear immediately appeared in his hand. Whoosh! The light pierced through space. The spear in the sacred Prince Pingtian's hand turned into a shocking streak of light. It pierced through the surroundings and arrived before the little fatty in a single instance. Chaotic rebellion, little fatty sneered, and immediately used one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the chaos reversal secret art. The next moment, The power of chaos burst forth from his body, causing the surrounding void to distort as if the world was being reversed. The streak of light that pierced towards the little fatty actually vanished in an instant. In the next moment, it suddenly reappeared and pierced towards the sacred prince. What? You reverse my attack? The sacred Prince Pingtian was taken aback. He knew the power of his attack very well. Regular quasi-sovereigns would not be able to block it, yet Yi Fuqian had actually managed to turn his attack around. At this moment, the sacred Prince Pingtian extended his right hand and directly grabbed the ray of light that pierced towards him. The divine light dispersed, and a battle spear appeared in the sacred prince's hand. "Haha, what do you think? You don't have the ability to kill me," Little Fatty said with a laugh. "Little fellow, if you provoke me, you will die a horrible death." The sacred prince roared furiously. In the next moment, he directly charged towards the little fatty with his spear. He did not use any killing techniques. He wanted to crush his opponent with absolute power. This was a method to break his opponent's divine art. The sacred Prince Pingtian was indeed powerful. He had only probed the other party's strength, but he had already seen through the other party's strength. Close combat with me? Little Fatty was overjoyed. Martial artists were best at close combat. Once a martial artist got close to them, the cultivator would be in for a tragedy. Clang! Little Fatty blocked with his hands. His palms slammed against the spear in Little Supreme Pingtian's hand, and a metallic sound rang out. The sacred Prince Pingtian was truly moved. This guy's physical body was actually so powerful that he could take on a Tao artifact with his bare hands. How could such a powerful existence appear in this backward world? Ascend. Little Fatty did not want to be entangled with this guy anymore, so he directly used the Ascend secret technique of the 9 secrets of the immortal path. Rumble, a peerlessly powerful martial power erupted from Little Fatty's body. He extended his right hand and directly grabbed the sacred Prince Pingtian's spear. Kacha! Little Fatty exerted force, and the spear in the sacred Prince Pingtian's hand broke into 2. The sacred Prince Pingtian was in disbelief. This guy did not use his full strength just now. The sacred Prince Pingtian was shocked by Little Fatty's sudden increase in battle prowess. It seemed that this guy had grasped a secret technique that could increase his battle prowess. The sacred Prince Pingtian was directly pushed back. Roar! He roared furiously as streaks of blood-red light shot out from his body. He had used the flattening blood secret technique again, and all the blood in his body was burning. Whoosh! Like a blood-colored phantom, he pounced towards the little fatty. Just then, the extremely powerful scarlet blood barbaric dragon had died to the sacred prince's attack. The vigorous scarlet blood barbaric dragon had been sucked dry. Oh no! Guling could not help but become nervous when she saw the sacred Prince Pingtian use this ability from afar. Even Qin Yao narrowed her eyes. The sacred Prince Pingtian's ability was definitely not inferior to those extreme abilities. Hee, you want to kill me with this move? The little fatty smiled slyly. In the next moment, his entire body seemed to have become one with the void around him. Although he was standing there, no one could sense his presence. He was like a shadow, like an illusion, as if he did not exist in this world. The blood-red figure that the sacred Prince Pingtian had turned into actually charged past little fatty. It was unable to enter his body at all. What? The sacred Prince Pingtian's figure clearly emerged from the blood-red light. He was extremely shocked. He had never thought that this fellow could actually ignore his trump card. Even in the grand primordial world, there were not many people who could break through his ability. Boom! At this moment, little fatty shuddered and directly threw a punch towards the sacred Prince Pingtian. The violent force directly sent the sacred prince Pingtian flying. "How dare you!" The sacred prince Pingtian constantly coughed up blood. There was a huge flaw with the flattening blood secret technique. If he missed, he would be burning his own blood. In just an instant, the sacred prince Pingtian's aura weakened significantly. The sacred prince Pingtian glared at the fatty viciously. He knew very well that he could only cast the secret technique 3 more times at most. Once he failed to do anything to his opponent, he would burn his vital energy and die. Hee, what sacred prince? In my eyes, he's just SOSO. Little Fatty said in disdain. The people of the primal beginning realm were incomparably arrogant and thought that they were superior to others. This was why Little Fatty was very unhappy. He was not weaker than others, and he was not weaker than the so-called divine sons and saintesses of the primal beginning realm. Sacred Prince Pingtian was enraged. Every strand of his hair stood on end as he stared at the little fatty with a cold gaze. He had never been looked down on like this before, and this guy was an ant from a backward world in his eyes. He was actually mocked by an ant. Kill! Without wasting any time, the sacred prince charged towards the little fatty once again. He opened his mouth, and countless bolts of lightning immediately shot out, blasting towards the little fatty. Every single bolt of lightning tore through the surrounding space. However, the little fatty reached out with his right hand, and the countless lightning bolts bombarding him were actually caught in his hand. The countless lightning bolts turned into a ball of lightning in his hand. This, the sacred prince Pingtian, was completely dumbfounded. "I'll return it to you." Little Fatty waved his right hand, and the ball of lightning immediately flew out. It struck the sacred prince Pingtian in an instant. The sacred prince Pingtian shrieked miserably. In the next moment, he was enveloped by countless bolts of lightning. Boom! With a loud rumble, the powerful power of lightning erupted, directly causing the sacred prince Pingtian's hair to stand on end. His face was pitch black as black smoke rose from his body. His clothes were tattered, and he was in a horrible shape. Swish! There was a flash of light in the air, and in the next moment, the sacred prince Pingtian's head flew into the air. Unknowingly, a sword had appeared in Little Fatty's hand. My strongest battle skill is the sword. Little Fatty did not even glance at the sacred prince Pingtian's corpse. He directly stowed his sword away before looking in the direction of Guling and Qinyao. The sacred prince Pingtian is dead. How is this possible? The divine sons and saintesses from the primal beginning realm were all dumbfounded. They were extremely shocked and horrified. This lowly native had actually killed the sacred prince of Pingtian, a giant dragon. All the experts from the primal prime realm were in disbelief. The sacred prince Pingtian was the most powerful existence among the younger generation of the primal prime realm's Pingtian divine empire. Someone as important as him had actually died here. The sacred prince Pingtian would definitely cause an unimaginable disturbance once the news reached the Pingtian divine empire. The little fatty chuckled as he went up and searched through all the good things on the sacred prince Pingtian. After the sacred prince Pingtian was killed, his inner world directly became riddled with cracks. It was about to collapse very soon. Little Fatty was extremely bold. He had actually barged into the sacred prince Pingtian's inner world that was about to collapse and searched through it thoroughly before emerging in satisfaction. Boom! Afterwards, the sacred prince Pingtian's inner world directly collapsed. It shrank and turned into chaos. Everything in it was destroyed by the devastating power. What sacred prince? He's even poorer than me. He doesn't even have a proper supreme Tao artifact. The little fatty cursed. In reality, it was not that the sacred prince Pingtian did not have a supreme Tao artifact. Instead, he had been killed before he could use it. The supreme Tao artifact on the sacred Prince Pingtian had fled as soon as he died. It wasn't that easy to obtain a supreme Tao tool. One must know that supreme Tao tools had a life of their own. To subdue a supreme Tao tool, it could only be done by a supreme Tao expert. Of course, if the supreme Tao artifact accepted someone as its master, the little fatty would be extremely lucky. However, a supreme Tao artifact with a master would never abandon its original master and accept someone else as its master. Just as the sacred Prince Pingtian was killed by the little fatty, Yi Lingtian and the god of the heavens equal sect from the primal prime realm fought outside the protective formation of the divine hall in the depths of the valley. Jiang Yichen also began fighting against the chaotic child. Chapter 44:38. One had to say that the divine princes and saintesses of the primal beginning realm were indeed much more powerful than the cultivators of the same level in the heaven realm and the human realm. They weren't inferior to the saintesses of the heaven sects and the divine princes from the primal beginning realm at all. On the other hand, there weren't many quasi-supremes from the ancestral realm on Yi Lingtian's side. There were only 4 or 5 of them, including Yi Lingtian. However, there were more than a dozen divine princes and saintesses from the primal beginning realm. Each of them was the most outstanding descendant of a large sect in the primal beginning realm. After the battle broke out, Yi Lingtian and Jiang Yichen found it difficult to resist. However, Yi Lingtian fought against Qi Hao of the Heavens Equal Sect, and Jiang Yichen fought against the chaotic child of the chaotic god of War Palace, blocking the 2 most powerful existences in the primal beginning realm. On the other hand, the other divine princes and saintesses of the primal beginning realm were the quasi-supremes of the heaven realm, the human realm, and the ancestral realm. Boom! A red-haired divine prince of the primordial beginning realm sent a descendant of a large sect in the human world flying with a punch. He was extremely powerful. Uft, a saintess of a sacred ground in the primal beginning realm pointed with her finger. A descendant of a large clan in the heaven realm screamed as his forehead was pierced. He fell from the sky and died. The allied forces of the heaven realm, the human realm, and the ancestral realm were constantly being defeated by a group of divine princes and saintesses. Haha, these guys are so weak. Ants from the mortal realm dare to challenge a dragon? How laughable! Those who dare to covet the great creation here must die. The divine princes and saintesses of the primal beginning realm were very disdainful. They didn't care about the people of the human realm, heaven realm, and the ancestral realm at all. They saw them as ants and trash. Boom! A divine beast of the primal beginning realm spat out a divine fire, burning a divine prince of a sacred ground in the heaven realm to ashes. Roar! On the other side, a descendant of another divine beast of the primal beginning realm revealed his true form. He opened his mouth and sucked, swallowing 2 descendants of the barren ancient world from the human realm. Hee, the descendants of the black sparrow race and the sky-devouring tiger race are indeed worthy, a divine prince of the grand beginning realm said with a smile. The black sparrow race and the heaven-devouring tiger race were both divine beast races of the grand beginning realm. These 2 races had produced supreme existences, and their descendants were extremely powerful. They could stand shoulder to shoulder with the successors of the large sects and sacred grounds of the grand beginning realm. As the heirs of the primal beginning realm chased after the heirs of the heaven realm, human realm, and primogenitor realm, a little fatty walked over from afar. Ha! I didn't expect it to be livelier here than outside. The little fatty walked over with his hands behind his back and a faint smile on his face. His bearing was extraordinary as he looked down on the world. It was as if he did not take these fierce and powerful grand beginning realm experts seriously at all. Who is this guy? The divine sons and saintesses from the grand prime world were all surprised when they saw the little fatty. They were all in the depths of the valley, facing off against Yi Lingtian and Jiang Yichen. They had no idea that the little fatty had already killed the sacred prince of the Pingtian divine empire. At this moment, the defeated army of the three worlds fled in panic. Over a dozen experts from the human realm, heaven's realm, and primogenitor realm directly charged past the little fatty. In just a single moment, only Yi Lingtian and Jiang Yichen remained, fighting against Qi Hao and the chaotic child. The other divine sons and saintesses could no longer interfere with a battle of this level. In particular, Yi Lingtian and Qi Hao's battle was even more earth-shaking. Yi Lingtian, Jiang Yichen, you really are powerful. The little fatty glanced at the battle in the distance, and his eyes flickered with light. A battle of this level was exactly what he desired. It was difficult to find an opponent at his level of cultivation. Although the people before him seemed powerful, the little fatty had no intention of fighting at all. These people did not have the right to be his opponent. Oi, little fatty, get over here and die. An expert of the Black Sparrow clan said to the little fatty scornfully, "What did you say?" The little fatty turned around and looked at the expert of the Black Sparrow clan. The corner of his lips curled up, revealing a sliver of disdain and arrogance. "I dare you to say that again." The little fatty smiled wickedly. "Ha ha, who does this guy think he is? The domain lord of the primogenitor realm?" A divine son of the primogenitor realm said disdainfully. The expert of the Black Sparrow clan sneered. "I will say it again. What can you do to me? Damn fatty, get over here and die." "Very well, you have guts. Go to hell then." The little fatty stretched out his right hand and directly grabbed the expert of the Black Sparrow clan. The next moment, the expert of the Black Sparrow clan felt his body tighten, and his entire body flew towards the little fatty. "What?" The expert of the Black Sparrow clan was shocked. Boom! A ball of black flames erupted from the expert of the Black Sparrow clan. The black flames burned the void, causing it to distort and change shape. He wanted to break free from the power that enveloped him. However, the power was extremely powerful. Even though the expert of the Black Sparrow clan attacked with all his might, he still flew towards the little fatty involuntarily. The little fatty grabbed him by the neck and lifted him up. The expert of the Black Sparrow clan wanted to struggle, but the next moment, he realized that he couldn't even move a finger. He was directly restrained. "You want me to get over there and die?" The little fatty said with a faint smile, "Do you know who I am? Let me go, or you will die miserably." The expert of the Black Sparrow clan said fiercely, without the slightest awareness of being a prisoner. "Is that so?" The little fatty sneered. The next moment, the power in his hand shot out and directly turned the expert of the Black Sparrow clan into a cloud of blood mist. Even his primordial spirit was directly shattered. What? He actually killed the divine son of the Black Sparrow clan. Does he know how much trouble he has caused? The ancestor of the Black Sparrow clan is probably going to go crazy. The experts of the Grand Prime Realm, who were watching the show, were all dumbfounded. No one thought that the little fatty would actually dare to kill the divine son of the Black Sparrow clan. Moreover, the combat strength that the divine son displayed was too weak. How could he be killed by the damn fatty in one move? What divine son? He's just a piece of trash. The little fatty clapped his hands and said, "Damn, fatty, go to hell." The quasi-supreme heaven-devouring tiger of the heaven-devouring tiger clan, a good friend of the Black Sparrow clan, roared angrily. It opened its mouth and inhaled, wanting to swallow the little fatty in one gulp. A heaven-devouring power surged out of the heaven-devouring tiger's mouth. The entire world shook as if it could really swallow the sky in one gulp. The heaven-devouring tiger clan was indeed very powerful. Their innate divine abilities were heaven-defying. In the outside world, the heaven-devouring tiger's breath could probably directly swallow everyone in a city with a population of 10 million. If it was an extreme, supreme, level heaven-devouring tiger, it could really swallow the sky in one gulp. You want to eat me? The little fatty stood with his hands behind his back, allowing the powerful devouring power to envelop him. Although the devouring power was powerful, the little fatty was as steady as a primordial divine mountain. It was difficult to move him. The heaven-devouring tiger's mouth was already crooked, but it still couldn't make the little fatty move. How is this possible? The divine sons and saintesses of the Grand Prime Realm were dumbfounded. This was the divine son of the heaven-devouring tiger clan attacking. This tiger saint had just swallowed an expert of the same level as him. Its ferocity was monstrous. However, the little fatty completely ignored the divine ability of the heaven-devouring tiger saint. The void around the little fatty was twisting and cracking. It was as if it would collapse at any time and be swallowed by the heaven-devouring tiger saint. What is this guy doing? Gu Ling and Qin Yao, who were watching the little fatty's power from afar, were somewhat confused. Given this guy's strength, it was enough to sweep away the so-called divine sons and saintesses of the Grand Prime Realm. Was this guy playing with them? You want to eat me? I'll eat you first. The little fatty also opened his mouth and inhaled. The next moment, an even more powerful devouring power directly suppressed the heaven-devouring tiger. Then, the heaven-devouring tiger flew directly towards him, quickly shrinking, and was swallowed in one gulp. The divine sons and saintesses of the Grand Prime Realm were directly stunned by this scene. This guy actually swallowed the heaven-devouring tiger saint in one gulp. Everyone's forehead was sweating. This little fatty was too terrifying. Ha! You guys still dare to say that there's no one in the heaven realm? A burst of loud laughter came from behind the little fatty. How dare you? The divine sons and saintesses from the Grand Prime Realm were all shocked and angry. Some even became timid and couldn't help but take a few steps back. Only 3 existences more powerful than ordinary divine sons and saintesses emitted endless battle intent. All right, I'm not playing with you anymore. Come over and accept your death. The little fatty said disapprovingly. Then he turned around and said to the guys behind him, I'm from the human realm, not the heaven realm. Aha, it's actually our fellow countryman from the human realm. My fellow countryman is mighty. Fellow countrymen from the human realm, you have to help us vent our anger. That's right, these beasts from the Grand Prime Realm are too despicable. The morale of the experts from the human realm was immediately boosted, while the experts from the heaven realm were somewhat embarrassed. So it's a fellow cultivator from the human realm. We're allies on the same side. That's right, the human realm and the heaven realm are originally one family. The experts from the heaven realm smiled apologetically. The little fatty shook his head and didn't say anything. A divine son from the Grand Prime Realm stared at the little fatty and said coldly, Damn fatty, you're courting death. Do you think you can still live after killing divine Sun He K and the heaven-devouring tiger saint? Is that so? Those old crows and old heavenly tigers are going to jump out. Then let them come. If one comes, I'll kill one. If 2 come, I'll kill a pair. The little fatty's eyes suddenly became sharp as he glanced at the group of divine sons and saintesses from the Grand Prime Realm. The aura of looking down on the world made the group of divine sons and saintesses almost unable to breathe. This guy, the group of divine sons and saintesses, was shocked again. The little fatty's aura was too powerful. It seemed to be even stronger than Chi Hao and the son of chaos. How could a lowly living being from the lower realm be so powerful? Kill. Chapter 44:39. In a valley in the Divine Mansion world, there was the primordial chi that cultivators yearned for. It was ancestral chi of heaven and earth. Even extreme supremes would be moved by it. One had to know that such a rare divine item was extremely rare. Obtaining a wisp of it was already a great fortune. But now, in the depths of this inconspicuous valley, there was a divine temple that was worshipping a mass of primordial chi. This was definitely enough to make these quasi-supremes go crazy. The divine sons and saintesses of the primal beginning realm were also itching to kill their way into the divine temple and seize the primordial chi. However, there were 9 stone golems outside the divine temple, blocking the extremely powerful divine sons and saintesses of the primal beginning realm. This was a killing formation. The 9 stone golems were extremely powerful and could easily kill divine sons and saintesses who barged into the formation. Within the range of the stone golem killing formation, there were many corpses lying all over the place. Many cultivators who had entered the Divine Mansion world had died here. Among these corpses, there was a black flood dragon that was thousands of feet long. Even though it was dead, it was still extremely ferocious. This black flood dragon was the black flood dragon that had entered the Divine Mansion before. This black flood dragon came from the ancestral realm and was extremely powerful, but it had actually died here. Apart from this black flood dragon, there were 7 or 8 quasi-supremes that had died outside the divine temple. A white-haired old man had fallen on the steps in front of the divine temple. This old quasi-supreme had almost passed through the stone golem killing array, but he still fell on the steps in the end. He was only a few steps away from passing through the killing array, entering the divine temple, and obtaining the primordial chi. However, reality was cruel. He was only a few steps away, but the result was heaven and hell. If this old quasi-supreme could pass through the killing array, he would definitely reach the heavens in 1 step. Unfortunately, this old quasi-supreme had no ifs. At this time, outside the stone golem killing array, murderous intent soared into the sky. A little fatty directly charged into a group of divine sons and saintesses of the primal beginning realm. He raised his hand and blasted a divine son into a bloody mist. Even someone as powerful as the divine son of the primal beginning realm was killed by the little fatty with a raise of his hand. "Quick, spread out!" A divine son roared. However, the little fatty laughed and put his palms together. In the next moment, his palms parted and countless palm shadows shot out in all directions. Bam, 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 bam. Muffled collisions were heard continuously. The divine princes and saintesses who were hit by the palm shadows were directly turned into clouds of blood mist. Even their essence souls were shattered. This was an indiscriminate attack. Everyone was extremely shocked. Little Fatty's attack had killed more than a dozen divine sons and saintesses of the primal beginning realm. The sky full of palm shadows dissipated. Only 3 especially powerful existences were able to block the little Fatty's attack. The others were all dead and completely dead. Hee, what divine son and saintess. They're all trash that can't even take a single blow. To think that they would dare to strut around here. What a joke. Little Fatty said in disdain. The 2 divine sons, and the saintess were both shocked and furious. They had survived the little Fatty's move, but the corners of their mouths were bleeding and their hair was in a mess. They were in an extremely sorry state. This guy's combat strength was too shocking. He was even more powerful than Chi Hao and Hun Hunzi. One had to know that even if Chi Hao and Chaos Child were to go all out, they wouldn't be able to kill more than 10 gods' sons and saintess in one move. In the eyes of the two gods' sons and saintess, the combat power that little Fatty had displayed was simply heaven-defying. Useless chickens and pottery dogs, I'll just casually wipe them out. The little Fatty was extremely domineering, directly taking action. A huge hand appeared in the void, grabbing at the two gods and a saintess. Taiyu Saint, if you don't use your trump card now, when will you? One of the divine princes exclaimed. Humph! The other divine son sneered. At the next moment, he crushed the talismans in his hand, and a beam of divine light rushed out of his hand. The beam of light instantly turned into a heavenly saber, directly splitting the little Fatty's hand in half. The shocking saber light broke through the little Fatty's hand easily. It made a turn in the void, and directly slashed at the little Fatty at an extremely fast speed. Whoosh! Where the saber light passed, the little Fatty's body was split in half. Did you kill him? The Taiyu Saint was surprised and overjoyed. The other god's son and saintess were also overjoyed. However, the next moment, their expressions froze. The figure that was split in half by the heavenly saber actually disappeared in the void. There was no blood at all. Haha, disappointed. A voice that sounded as terrifying as hell to the Taiyu Saint, and the others was suddenly heard from behind them. They were so shocked that they almost fell from the sky. The Taiyu Saint and the others turned around and saw the evil little Fatty with his arms crossed, looking at them with a smug and mocking expression. Again, the Taiyu Saint pointed at the little Fatty with his right hand. The saber light that had yet to dissipate immediately changed direction in the void and slashed at the little Fatty again. I'll return it to you. The little Fatty stretched out his right hand, and the chaotic energy immediately rushed out of his hand. The space in front of him immediately distorted. The moment the saber light slashed into the distorted void in front of the little Fatty, it immediately turned around and slashed at the Taiyu Saint. What? The Taiyu Saint was shocked. This guy could actually reverse his attack. Wouldn't he be invincible if he had mastered such a divine ability? How is this possible? The other god's son and saintess were dumbfounded at the scene. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. Roar! The Taiyu Saint roared without hesitation and dodged with all his might. However, the saber light was too fast. In a flash, blood appeared, and one of his arms fell off. Old ancestor, save me! The Taiyu Saint roared, and a jade talisman on his chest suddenly exploded. A shadow immediately appeared in the void, and a terrifying pressure exploded from the figure. A wave of energy that was infinitely close to the extreme Tao spread out from the figure. It was a black-robed old man. He was tall and mighty, and his angry glare was enough to frighten one's soul. The little Fatty is going to be in trouble. Gu Ling frowned when he saw this scene from afar. These guys from the primordial world really had many life-saving methods. They even had an incarnation that was almost at the extreme Tao level. Only an extreme Tao Supreme could have such a powerful incarnation. It should be known that the combat power of an incarnation could not be stronger than the original body. The combat power of an extreme Tao Supreme's incarnation could only be infinitely close to that of an extreme Tao Supreme. An incarnation of an extreme Tao Supreme could not possibly be an extreme Tao Supreme as well. Little guy, how dare you injure our god's son? How dare you? As soon as the old man appeared, the entire void seemed to freeze. Endless law power spread out from his body and enveloped the entire place. The little Fatty also became nervous. He could feel a dangerous aura from the incarnation. Ancestor, kill him! The Taiyu Saint roared. At this moment, half of his body was dyed red with blood. One of his arms had been cut off by the sky blade, and he could not reattach it. This made him hate the little fatty to the core. Then kill him, the incarnation said, as he directly attacked the little fatty with a palm. Rumble, the entire world shook. The incarnation's attack had shaken the world. The little fatty was finally moved. He wanted to dodge, but in the next moment, he realized that he could not even move a finger. He had been imprisoned by a powerful force. He could only watch as the other party's huge palm slammed down on his head. "How dare you? You're bullying the weak." The little fatty shouted in his heart. He could not even speak now. Roar. The little fatty desperately used his mystic art. A layer of divine light immediately surged from his body. In the next moment, he could move again. Boom. At the same time, the huge hand came crashing down, slapping little fatty down from the sky and into the ground. The Taiyu Saint and the others were surprised and overjoyed. This guy is still not dead. The Taiyu Saint and the others were extremely pleased. The gods, sons, and saintesses of large sects and sacred grounds all had some trump cards. Of course, they would not use these trump cards unless they had no other choice. Gu Xiaofeng, Gu Ling's heart skipped a beat. In the next moment, she disappeared into the void. When she reappeared, she was already in the valley and near the sacred hall. Roar. A deep roar came from the ground. Then the ground exploded and dust rose into the sky. A figure rushed out from the ground, and a powerful aura exploded from the figure. The little fatty was not killed by the incarnation's palm. "Old man, you think you can kill me with just a mere incarnation? What a joke." The little fatty said, as he patted the dust off his body. "Sister, you..." At this time, Qin Yao came to Gu Ling's side. "Uncle Master," as soon as the little fatty saw Gu Ling, he immediately ran over, tidied up his clothes, and gave Gu Ling a formal bow. The Taiyu Saint and the others were shocked to see the insufferably arrogant little fatty bowing to a masked woman. This woman was the damn fatty's Uncle Master. If the Uncle Master was already so powerful, wouldn't this Uncle Master be even more powerful? "Where's your father?" Gu Ling asked. "Father didn't come. He went to see the Grand Master." Gu Xiaofeng said carefully. "Oh, then continue." Gu Ling glanced at the incarnation and said, "Uncle Master, I want to borrow something from you." Gu Xiaofeng said. "What is it?" Gu Ling was curious. "Nothing much, just your Emperor's divine Jian." Gu Xiaofeng smiled. Chapter 44:40. Gu Xiaofeng wasn't as honest as his father. He'd been full of tricks since he was young, and his personality was somewhat similar to that of the old turtle, the demon lord of the heaven realm. He didn't want to reveal his true strength too early, because it was his trump card. Therefore, he naturally thought of the human Emperor Divine weapon that Uncle Master Gu Ling possessed. The human Emperor Divine mace was a protective Dao tool that Gu Fei had given to Gu Ling. In Gu Ling's hands, this human Emperor Divine weapon could unleash an attack of the Supreme Emperor level. There didn't seem to be any power of heavenly punishment in this world of the immortal mansion. This was definitely a great thing for the Supreme Emperor level cultivators. However, using the power of the Supreme Emperor here could very well destroy the world of the immortal mansion. No one knew the ins and outs of this world of the immortal mansion, so they wouldn't act rashly. It should be known that these supreme existences who stood at the peak of the myriad realms were all extremely shrewd. You deserve to die. The Taiwa divine child was both shocked and angry. These guys dared to ignore him. That's right. These pieces of trash shouldn't live in this world. The old man looked coldly at Gu Xiaofeng and Gu Ling. In his eyes, creatures from the lower realm, no matter how strong they were just ants. Haha, is that so? Then let me, an ant, have a taste of what you so-called big shots have to offer. Gu Xiaofeng gripped the Emperor Divine Mace and stepped forward in the void. A powerful aura erupted from his body, causing the void around him to distort. Little guy, you really don't know what's good for you. As the old man spoke, he pointed with his finger, and a beam of divine light shot out from his fingertip, piercing through Gu Xiaofeng. Humph! Gu Xiaofeng sneered and waved the Emperor Divine Mace in his hand to disperse the divine light. Then he swung the mace at the old man. What he couldn't stand the most were these people who thought they were high and mighty. He didn't use any magic or battle techniques, but Gu Xiaofeng's attack caused the surrounding void to crack. The old man seemed a little surprised. He then threw a punch at the Emperor Divine Mace. In the next moment, the old man was sent flying, and his entire right arm exploded into a bloody mist that dissipated in the air. What, the Taiyu Divine Son, the other Divine Son, and the Saintess were shocked when they saw this. The Taiyu Divine Son's patriarch was an incarnation that was infinitely close to the extreme grade. How could his arm be destroyed by this damn fatty? Whoosh! Gu Xiaofeng took a step forward, and in the blink of an eye, he had caught up and swung his truncheon again. The old man was shocked. Bam! The old man's entire body exploded from Gu Xiaofeng's attack. How is this possible? Taiyu Divine Child was stunned by the scene in front of him. His ancestor's incarnation was destroyed by this fatty. That was his trump card. Run! The other Divine Prince and the Saintess immediately turned around and rushed out of the valley. Do you think you can escape? At that moment, a figure with dazzling golden light came from afar. Two golden, divine wings spread out from the person's back. The man flapped his wings, and beams of golden light turned into shocking sword rainbows, slashing at the Divine Prince and the Saintess in an overwhelming manner. All the metal elemental power in the world seemed to be attracted by the figure, and the sharp metal chi filled every inch of the void. Infinite heavenly fire. The Divine Prince was both shocked and furious. He let out a roar, and a ball of divine fire immediately burst out of his body, burning the void to the point where it was annihilated. The peerless sword light that came slashing down one after another was blocked. The void around the Divine Son formed a powerful domain. The golden sword lights were shattered when they hit the domain, turning into countless beams of golden light that dissipated in the void. At the same time, the Saintess opened an umbrella of chaos. The sword lights that were slashing at him were blocked by a ball of chaotic divine light that exploded from the umbrella of chaos. The chaotic aura was vast and mighty. The divine sons and saintesses from the primal beginning realm were quite capable. It should be pointed out that only fierce dragons dared to cross the river. Since they dared to enter the divine mansion world, they had to have something to rely on. Humph! The newcomer sneered. He grabbed at the void with his right hand, and a golden spear immediately appeared in his hand. Whoosh! Without any hesitation, the cultivator took a step forward and appeared in front of the Divine Son in an instant. The next moment, the spear in his hand had already pierced into the Divine Son's domain. The spear had pierced through the Divine Son's chest and lifted him up. Roar! The Divine Son roared ferociously, grabbing the spear tightly with both hands. Die! The man's hand that was holding the spear shook. Bam! The Divine Son was directly turned into a bloody mist by the power that erupted from the spear. His body and soul were both destroyed. The saintess next to him, was scared out of her wits. She immediately used the chaotic umbrella to protect herself, broke through the void, and went far away in an instant. Just at this moment, a gigantic hand grabbed out at that holy girl. With a single grab, The holy girl was crushed into pieces. Even the primal chaos umbrella was shattered into pieces. At that moment, only the divine sons and saintesses from the primal beginning realm, the Taiyu divine son, the chaotic child, and the heaven equal sex divine son, Chihao, were still alive. On the other side of the valley, the chaotic child and Jiang Yichen were engaged in a fierce battle. The battle was extremely fierce and terrifying. The shock waves spread out, causing the surrounding void to crack continuously. The two cultivators were covered in blood, especially the chaotic child. There was a bloody hole in his chest that was still oozing blood. There were even a few scratches on his shoulder that revealed his bones. Jiang Yichen was also injured. However, his injuries were much lighter than Han Juan's. Humph, you're only SOSO. How dare you ignore everything and treat us like ants? What a joke, Jiang Yichen said disdainfully as he attacked. The chaotic child, was shocked and angry. He had never imagined that the living beings of this backward world would be so powerful. This was completely beyond his expectations. What? If this is all you've got, I'll send you on your way. The corners of Jiang Yichen's mouth curled up into a disdainful smile. You? Chaos Child sneered. His body shook, and a violent force erupted from his body. Chaotic chi filled the air and enveloped a part of the void. The chaotic chi quickly condensed, and a large chaotic hand appeared in the void. It slapped at Jiang Yichen. Boom, boom. The large chaotic hand shook the heavens and the earth and enveloped Jiang Yichen. Heavenly, eye open, Jiang Yichen roared. In the next moment, a dazzling divine light shot out from between his eyebrows. With a flash of divine light, the huge chaotic hand that was grabbing down from the sky was split in half. After the divine light broke the large chaotic hand, it continued to pierce through the chaotic child. The chaotic child abruptly retreated. At that moment, in another place, Yi Lingtian and Chi Hao were fighting to the point where the void collapsed. The sun and moon lost their light, and the entire valley was shaking. Only the area covered by the stone golem killing formation was unaffected by any power. The 9 stone golems stood quietly in the killing formation, motionless. However, once someone broke into the range of the killing formation, the 9 stone golems would attack immediately and kill the intruder. Within the killing formation, blood mist filled the air and corpses littered the ground. It was definitely not an easy task to obtain the Hongmeng Qi in the temple within the killing formation. Of course, the Hongmeng Qi was extremely precious, and it was worth risking one's life for. However, everyone only had one life. If they died, everything would be over. However, once they obtained the Hongmeng Qi, they would soar into the sky and have the opportunity to break through to the extreme grade. The extreme grade supremacy was an existence that stood at the peak of the universe. Boom! Yi Lingtian's divine sun fist crushed the void. Every punch created a huge hole in the void. It was extremely powerful. Even Chi Hao did not dare to take a punch from him head-on. Chi Hao was also impressive. He moved quickly like a phantom, searching for Yi Lingtian's flaws. However, the divine sun fist was a perfect battle skill, without any flaws. It was not difficult to break through this battle skill as long as Chi Hao had overwhelming power. Using fist to break fist and force to break force was the simplest and most direct method. However, it was a pity that Chi Hao did not have the so-called overwhelming power before Yi Lingtian. Therefore, if he did not use his trump card, Chi Hao could not defeat Yi Lingtian at all. Good, very good. Lowly lower realm creature. You should be proud that you forced me to use my trump card, Chi Hao said through gritted teeth as he attacked. Ha ha, show me what you've got. Yi Lingtian laughed. Although the guy from the primordial realm was strong, he was still weaker than Yi Lingtian. Yi Lingtian was very curious about his trump card. Just as Yi Lingtian forced Qi how to use his trump card, Tai Yu Divine Child met a tragic end. Gu Xiaofeng's divine mace smashed his head. Tai Yu Divine Child's body spun twice on the spot before he fell to the ground and fainted. He. Gu Xiaofeng walked forward and robbed Tai Yu Divine Child. Then he grabbed him and threw him into the stoneman killing formation. Don't! Save me! Tai Yu Divine Child, who had fallen into the stoneman killing array, immediately woke up. When he looked around, his face turned pale. He had personally witnessed many experts who were not much weaker than him being killed by the 9 stonemen in the killing array. Tai Yu Divine Child hurriedly got up from the ground and rushed out of the formation. However, a stone golem had already appeared in front of him, blocking his way. Heavy footsteps came from all directions. Needless to say, the other stonemen were coming to surround him. Get out of my way. Chapter 44-41. The Tai Yu Divine Child was the current divine child of the Tai Yu Sacred Ground. He was the number 1 of the younger generation in the Tai Yu Sacred Ground. He had only cultivated for 1,000 years, but he was already a peak quasi-supreme. Although his cultivation speed was not unprecedented in the Tai Yu Sacred Ground, it was still shocking. Of course, this had to do with the fact that the Tai Yu Sacred Ground was one of the best cultivation sacred grounds in the Tai Yu Sacred Ground. The cultivation resources in the Tai Yu Sacred Ground were terrifying. As the divine child of the Tai Yu Sacred Ground, he naturally had the full support of the Tai Yu Sacred Ground. Even he had an avatar of one of the patriarchs of the Tai Yu Sacred Ground. The talisman used to store avatars was not easy to refine. The patriarch of the Tai Yu Sacred Ground had used his avatar to protect the divine child. From this, one could see how important the divine child was in the Tai Yu Sacred Ground. If the divine child of the Tai Yu Sacred Ground died in the immortal abode, it would definitely cause a great disturbance. But so what? Gu Xiaofeng didn't care about all of this at all. If he wanted to kill, then he would kill, and he would do as he pleased. If he was entangled by all sorts of complicated matters and was afraid of the consequences, then he was bound to be unable to become a supreme expert, and it was impossible for him to stand at the peak of the myriad of worlds in the universe. Gu Xiaofeng directly threw Tai Yu Godchild into the killing array outside the temple. The divine child of the Tai Yu Sacred Ground no longer had the arrogance of a divine child of one of the best cultivation sacred grounds in the Tai Yu Sacred Ground. One had to know that this killing formation had killed quite a few quasi-supreme being existences. Even chaotic child and divine child Qi, how did not dare to barge into this killing array. The cultivation of chaotic child and divine child Qi, how was above the divine child of the Tai Yu Sacred Ground. The chaotic battle god palace and the heaven equal sect were no weaker than the Tai Yu Sacred Ground. One had to know that the heaven equal sect was known as the heaven equal sect. The heaven equal sect was stronger than the Tai Yu Sacred Ground. Qi house cultivation and combat power were much stronger than the Tai Yu Sacred Ground. Quasi-supremes were also divided into different levels. Even among peak quasi-supremes, there were strong and weak ones. Divine powers, cultivation methods, physique, battle skills, and so on were enough to determine a person's strength. Peak quasi-supremes, who cultivated a superior cultivation method, were definitely stronger than a peak quasi-supremes who cultivated a medium cultivation method. In any world, in any heaven and earth, the weak were just ants. Only the strong could obtain everything and control everything. Now, Tai Yu Godchild's intestines were green with regret. He shouldn't have come here to fight for the great fortune of the immortal abode. He shouldn't have looked down on these ants from the lower world. However, it was too late now. Boom! A stone man strode over and threw a punch at Tai Yu Divine Child. sending him flying. He coughed up blood continuously. Bam! Another golem rushed forward and kicked Tai Yu Divine Child into the sky like a ball. Who? A stone man soared into the sky and caught up with Tai Yu Divine Child in an instant. Then he stomped on the ground. Bam! Tai Yu Divine Child was stomped down from the sky by the stone golem. He fell from the sky like a meteor to the ground. I can't accept it. Tai Yu Godchild's body was nearly smashed by the attacks. Even with his protective Tao treasure, he could not block the attacks. The stone men were just too strong. Tai Yu Godchild was shocked. The shrine's protective killing array was definitely at the Supreme Being level, be it the stone golem or the array. Only an extreme grade Supreme Being could use such a method. After all, the 9 stone giants within the killing formation were all refined from chaotic calamity lightning rock, and every single one of them was an existence akin to a peerless ancestor of lightning. Every single move they made carried vast destructive energy that seemed capable of destroying everything. Tai Yu Divine Child did not want to die. However, it was no longer up to him to decide. Boom! Before he could land on the ground, another stone golem rushed over and punched Tai Yu Divine Child's body. The violent power of the thunder tribulation exploded, and dazzling lightning tore through the void. Several balls of divine light emerged from the Tai Yu Divine Child's body. The last few protective Tao treasures shattered. In the next moment, his entire body exploded and turned into a bloody mist. Dead. Gu Xiaofeng chuckled at the sight. Is he really dead? Gu Ling and Qin Yao were puzzled. Given Tai Yu Divine Child's cultivation, he could not even last a dozen breaths in the killing formation. The mist of blood dissipated, and Tai Yu Divine Child disappeared completely. However, just when Gu Xiaofeng thought that Tai Yu Divine Child was dead for sure, a figure appeared in the void without any warning. Rumble! The power of the killing formation was released. Dazzling chaotic lightning began to appear on the 9 stone men. It was as if the 9 great chaotic supreme beings were awakening. Death, substitution, talisman? Gu Xiaofeng stared at Tai Yu Divine Child in the middle of the formation. His eyes narrowed. He knew very well how precious such talismans were. They could be used as a substitute for death. It was equivalent to having an extra life. Such talismans were rare even in the heaven realm and human realm. However, they could be found in the ancestral realm. The materials needed to refine such talismans were hard to come by. Even if they were found, only an extreme supreme being could successfully refine them. Even Gu Ling and Qin Yao were surprised that Tai Yu Divine Child had a death substitution talisman with him. The 9 stone men charged at Tai Yu Divine Child. Damn it! Tai Yu Divine Child rushed out of the killing array. The 9 stone golems were too terrifying. Once he was surrounded by them, he would definitely die. However, the strength of the 9 stone men far exceeded his imagination. A single punch turned Tai Yu Divine Child into a mist of blood again. In the next moment, Tai Yu Divine Child appeared at the edge of the killing formation. He used the death substitution talisman again. If he hadn't used the death substitution talisman, he would have been obliterated by the stone golem long ago. Just as Tai Yu Divine Child was about to rush out of the killing formation, a mace smashed into his head and sent him flying back. Tai Yu Divine Child was enraged. He was so close to escaping but was sent flying back. He was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Uffed! Before the Tai Yu Divine Child could react, a fist pierced through his chest. This Tai Yu Divine Child looked at the fist that pierced through his chest in shock. Bam! Tai Yu Divine Child shrieked in pain as his entire body shattered. Still not dead yet, Gu Xiaofeng said proudly. Not necessarily. Guling shook his head. As expected, Taiyu Divine Child reappeared in the distance. Whoosh! This time, he directly crushed a special talisman, and a ball of divine light instantly enveloped him. Bam! A stone man rushed over and punched the ball of divine light on Taiyu Divine Child's body. How dare you force me to use this talisman? Taiyu Divine Child felt his heart ache. The stone man's punch was powerful enough to destroy an ancient divine mountain. However, he didn't move an inch when it came into contact with the ball of divine light around Taiyu Divine Child. Guling's eyes lit up when he saw this. Extreme Tao protection? Qin Yao exclaimed. This Taiyu Divine Child had such a treasure with him. The extreme Tao protection was also a type of talisman. However, it was much harder to make than the death substitution talisman because it was the power of the extreme Tao. Even an ordinary extreme supremacy would not be able to seal the power of the extreme Tao in a talisman. Only supremacy above the intermediate level of the extreme Tao could use such a technique. There must be more than one extreme supremacy behind this fella's back. But so what? Guling and Qin Yao didn't think much of it. Whoosh! Taiyu Divine Child charged out of the killing formation. Boom! Bam! One stone man after another attacked him. In an instant, he was punched 13 times and kicked 11 times. If he was an ordinary person, he would have died many times over. However, the 13 punches and 11 kicks still couldn't move the ball of divine light around Taiyu Divine Child. The killing formation's power continued to increase. When Guling saw this, she could not help but be moved. This killing formation was very powerful. Even if she made a move, she would only have a 30 to 40% chance of passing through it. Taiyu Divine Child had already charged out of the killing formation. Damned fatty, you deserve to die. Taiyu Divine Child was enraged. He had used all his trump cards, and the one who caused this was the fatty in front of him. My death substitution talisman and the extreme Tao protection talisman. Taiyu Divine Child's heart was bleeding. He had used all his trump cards. Even if he returned to the Taiyu sacred ground, he would still be punished by his master. Die! Gu Xiaofeng didn't want to waste time with this fella. He charged at Taiyu Divine Child and smashed the divine light of Taiyu Divine Child with the Emperor's divine mace. Buzz! The divine light of Taiyu Divine Child shook violently. In the next moment, Gu Xiaofeng felt a powerful force coming from the Emperor's divine mace. After that, he was blasted away, and the mortal Emperor divine mace in his hand was almost knocked out of his grasp. Blood seeped out of Gu Xiaofeng's hand that was holding the Emperor's divine mace. Humph! Gu Xiaofeng glared at Taiyu Divine Child. The extreme Tao protection talisman cannot be broken. Qin Yao shook her head. This power had already surpassed the power of the extreme Tao. No one could break the extreme Tao protection talisman unless they were an extreme supreme. The immortal mansion world was a different world. There was no power of heavenly punishment here. Haha, you want to kill me? Damned fatty, do you have what it takes? Taiyu Divine Child laughed maniacally. This Gu Xiaofeng was both shocked and angry. He didn't expect Taiyu Divine Child to have such a move. The extreme Tao protection talisman was made by an extreme supreme. A quasi-supreme would never be able to break it unless Gu Xiaofeng could awaken the Emperor's divine mace. However, it was impossible for him to awaken the Emperor's divine mace. Clang! Suddenly, a sword chime was heard. In the next moment, a sword light flashed past. Taiyu Divine Child's laughter suddenly stopped. The layer of divine light around him was split in half, and a line of blood appeared on his forehead. He can't kill you, but that doesn't mean I can't. Guling said indifferently. I, I can't accept this. Tai Yu divine child's divine will dissipate it in the void. In the next moment, his body was split in half and fell to the ground, breaking the extreme Tao with one sword. Chapter 44-42. Gu Ling's slash directly broke through the divine child's protective power and split him in half. Even his Yuan Shen was annihilated by the slash before it could escape. The experts watching the battle from afar were shocked. They did not even see how Gu Ling had attacked. Gu Ling's attack was too fast. It was so fast that even the Tai Yu divine child had died before he could react. Uncle Master, Gu Xiaofeng was dumbfounded. He knew very well how powerful the Tai Yu divine child's extreme defense was. Not even the Emperor's divine mace could break through it. However, Gu Ling had destroyed such a powerful defense with a single attack. The power of Gu Ling's attack was too terrifying. Junior sister, Qin Yao looked at Gu Ling in shock. She could not help but be moved. Gu Ling's attack was too shocking. Even she would not be able to dodge it. Of course, as the princess of the Qin clan, Qin Yao's life-saving techniques were much stronger than the Tai Yu divine child's. It would not be easy for Gu Ling to defeat her. The battle between Jiang Yichen and the chaotic child had reached its final stage. Rumble. Endless chaotic energy erupted from the chaotic child's body. Every strand of chaotic energy was heavier than a mountain and could destroy everything. This was the power of chaos. The chaotic child of the chaotic god of War Palace possessed the chaotic Taoist body and was naturally close to the power of chaos. With a wave of his hand, streaks of chaotic lightning shot towards Jiang Yichen. The chaotic lightning tore through the void. Jiang Yichen snorted coldly. He immediately opened up a space and blocked all the chaotic lightning outside of this space. Whoosh! At the same time, a beam of divine light shot out from between Jiang Yichen's eyebrows and pierced through the chaotic child. The speed of this divine light was extremely fast. It directly broke through the layers of chaotic aura and pierced through the body of the Son of Chaos, bringing out a cloud of blood mist. That was chaotic blood. Every drop was filled with chaotic energy. Roar! The chaotic child roared and retreated. However, Jiang Yichen chased after him like a shadow. I will send you on your way. Jiang Yichen put his hands together and slashed at the Son of Chaos. Dazzling saber light burst from his hands, as if he was going to split heaven and earth in half. Kill! Chaos Child roared madly and attacked immediately. Chaotic energy erupted from his body, and a huge shadow rushed out of his body to meet the saber light that was slashing down. However, the saber light was unstoppable. It directly split the figure that had rushed out of Chaos Child's body in half, and it dissipated into the void. What? The Chaos Child was extremely shocked. This fellow was still holding back his strength. Without thinking, he dodged to the side. However, this saber light was extremely fast. In a flash, blood appeared, and the left half of Chaos Child's body was chopped off. This saber strike was incredibly powerful and contained terrifying power. The saber chi directly invaded the Chaos Child's body, destroying his life force. In an instant, Chaos Child seemed to have aged a few hundred years. He looked extremely exhausted, and the aura on his body became very weak. Jiang Yichen's saber strike almost caused Chaos Child to fall from the quasi-supreme level to the Holy Venerate level. What kind of saber is this? Chaos Child's hair turned white, and he looked a little old. His chi and blood were declining, as if he was getting old. This saber is called time. Jiang Yichen said calmly, "What a saber of time." Chaos Child's expression was extremely solemn. He did not expect Jiang Yichen to have mastered such a supreme power. He had cut off his own time with a saber strike. However, in the next moment, Chaos Child's chi and blood became vigorous again. His white hair instantly turned black, and his eyes shone with a dazzling divine light. Chaos Child's entire body became stronger again. The chi and blood in his body were vast, and rumbling sounds of thunder could be heard. The aura that erupted from his body seemed to be even stronger than before. This Jiang Yichen was shocked. What was wrong with this fellow? How could he recover so quickly after being struck by his saber of time? In fact, what Jiang Yichen did not know was that Chaos Child had just secretly integrated an item from his inner world into his body without anyone noticing. Even a guy like the Taiyu Divine Son had 3 death substitution talismans and 1 extreme Dao protection talisman. The chaotic god of War Palace, where Chaos Child was from, was even more powerful than the Taiyu Sacred Ground. The Chaos Child also had many trump cards. The divine sons and saintesses of the primordial world would not dare to come out if they did not have trump cards. Since he dared to come out, he must have a few trump cards to protect himself. You wasted one of my origin of chaos. Even if you die 10 times, it won't be enough. Chaos Child glared at Jiang Yichen and gritted his teeth. I did not expect you to have such a treasure. Jiang Yichen smiled faintly. He was the Jiang family's little supreme martial artist. There was a genuine human emperor patriarch in the family. Although the origin of chaos was a good thing, he had seen it before. Kill Chaos Child's battle strength sword after integrating the origin of chaos into his body. He took a step forward and directly punched at Jiang Yichen. Rumble. Chaos Child's punch caused the entire world to shake. The punch shook the void, causing pitch-black spatial cracks to appear in the void. That's more like it. Jiang Yichen smiled. He used his fingernail to cut his right middle finger, and a drop of blood flew out. I'll let you see the real cut of time, Jiang Yichen said as he waved his right hand. The drop of blood immediately bloomed with endless blood light, and the whole world was illuminated with blood-red light. Blood-dripping divine blade, cut time with 1 cut. Jiang Yichen used a drop of true blood to transform into a blood-red divine blade. The blade cut through the mighty and terrifying chaotic fist force, and immediately cut into the Chaos Child's body. Roar. Chaos Child immediately roared when the blood blade entered his body. The next moment, under the horrified eyes of the mysterious experts watching the battle, his hair turned snow white, and his entire body aged rapidly. His skin became wrinkled, and his teeth fell out. He looked as if he had aged hundreds of thousands of years and was about to die of old age. How is this possible? Chaos Child's voice also became extremely old. Boom. The void collapsed, and Chaos Child's inner world exploded. Countless divine objects flew out. He was so weak that he could no longer control his inner world. His entire body was blown into pieces, and half of his body had disappeared. Jiang Yichen did not stand on ceremony. He immediately kept all the treasures that flew out of Chaos Child's inner world into his own inner world. Chaos Child's inner world was extremely rich, and ordinary quasi-supremes would be jealous. However, no one dared to compete with Jiang Yichen for Chaos Child's things. Time to go. Jiang Yichen took a step forward and instantly arrived above Chaos Child. He then stomped his foot down. Bam! Chaos Child did not even have time to scream before he was crushed by Jiang Yichen's stomp. Even his primordial spirit was shattered, and he was dead after killing the son of chaos and destroying his inner world. Jiang Yichen had reaped a great harvest. However, an extreme Dao weapon had flown out of the void. Jiang Yichen was very surprised that there was a supreme Dao weapon in Chaos Child's inner world. However, he knew that it was not that easy to subdue a supreme Dao weapon. Outside the valley, someone tried to stop the supreme Tao treasure. However, in the next moment, the divine light formed by the supreme Tao treasure rushed over and directly blasted that person into a cloud of blood mist. He died instantly, and his Tao vanished. The supreme Tao weapon transformed into a divine light and shot out of the immortal mansion world. Just as it was about to rush out of the immortal mansion world, a huge hand reached out from the immortal mansion world and grabbed the supreme Tao weapon. "Who dares touch my Tao weapon?" An old voice suddenly rang out from the extreme Tao treasure. Humph! A cold laugh came from the depths of the immortal mansion world. In the next moment, the large hand that grabbed the supreme Tao weapon exerted force and directly obliterated the brand within the supreme Tao weapon. The supreme Tao weapon was then dragged into the depths of the immortal mansion world. Roar! Just as the mysterious expert grabbed the supreme Tao weapon of Chaos Child, an angry roar came from a temple in the depths of the primal beginning realm that was shrouded in primal chaos chi. The entire primal chaos zone shook because of this angry roar. What's going on? Why is Supreme Elder Tsang Mia so angry? In the primal chaos zone, countless disciples of the Chaotic War Deity Palace were extremely shocked. Even some of the older experts of the Chaotic War Deity Palace who were in seclusion walked out and looked at the temple. Swoosh! A terrifying figure dashed out of the divine hall and disappeared in an instant. What's going on? Just as Supreme Elder Tsang Mia left, an old man in primal chaos divine robes walked out from the depths of the primal chaos zone. This old man looked in the direction where Tsang Mia had disappeared. In his eyes, the sun, moon, and stars were descending. It was a shocking sight. At this time, in the valley of the immortal mansion world, Jiang Yichen did not know that he had killed the son of chaos and provoked a terrifying existence. After killing the son of chaos, he opened the eye of heaven between his eyebrows and scanned the killing formation in front of him. He wanted to find a way to break this killing formation. A flawless killing formation? Jiang Yichen was shocked. Under his eye of heaven, the entire killing formation appeared in his mind. Countless densely packed formation patterns formed the killing formation and filled the void in front of him. He could not find any flaws. A killing formation without flaws was a flawless killing formation. Only when one cultivated the great path to the great perfection realm, which was the extreme grade realm, could one set up a flawless killing formation. A flawless formation? Gu Ling walked over. "Greetings, Brother Gu." Jiang Yichen hurriedly clasped his hands at Gu Ling. Gu Ling was Gu Fei's daughter. He did not dare to slight her. It should be known that Gu Fei was friends with the patriarch of the Renhuang family. Gu Fei had a good relationship with the Jiang family, especially with Jiang Renhuang. To Gu Fei, Jiang Renhuang was both a teacher and a friend. There is no unbreakable formation in this world. Gu Ling looked at the killing formation of the stone men and said calmly, Chapter 44-43, Jiang Yichen killed the chaotic child of the chaotic god of War Palace. At this time, only Gu Ling, Qin Yao, Gu Xiaofeng, and Jiang Yichen were left in the depths of the valley. On the other side, Yi Lingtian and Qi Hao were engaged in a fierce battle. Yi Lingtian was from the ancestral realm's Yi clan. The Yi clan was definitely one of the top forces in the primordial realm. The patriarch of the Yi clan was a supreme existence who had walked a different path to eternity. As the heir of the ancestral realm's Yi clan, Yi Lingtian had the best cultivation resources. He was only half a step away from becoming an extreme grade supreme. However, he was stuck at the peak of the quasi-supreme realm and could not take that half a step. That was why he decided to travel the universe in search of an opportunity to break through to the extreme grade supreme. Otherwise, as one of the heirs of the Yi clan, he would not have appeared in the heaven realm. An ant will always be an ant. You want to become a dragon? Dream on. Chi Hao, the heaven equal sex divine child, was arrogant and looked down on everything. As he waved his hands, 10 rays of divine light turned into sword rainbows and slashed at Yi Lingtian. Each ray of sword light easily cut through the void, as if it could destroy everything. Ha! I am a dragon. I don't need to become one. But you, who knows where you came from? How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? You're courting death. Yi Lingtian said coldly. He clasped his hands together, and yin-yang qi circulated between his hands. A Tai Chi yin-yang diagram immediately appeared in front of him. Buzz! The yin-yang Dao diagram shook and unexpectedly swallowed up the 10 sword lights that slashed towards it. Yin-yang Dao! Chi Hao was shocked. He did not expect this guy to cultivate the yin-yang Dao. It was one of the most difficult Dao to cultivate. Even in the heaven realm, only the yin-yang Great Emperor could cultivate the yin-yang Great Dao to the extreme. The yin-yang Emperor was the ancestor of the Qin clan. Qin Yao also cultivated the yin-yang Dao. She had the bloodline of her father, the yin-yang Emperor, and was naturally close to the yin-yang Dao. This made her cultivation speed much faster than ordinary people. However, the supreme bloodline of the yin-yang Emperor had become a huge obstacle for her to become an extreme supremacy. In fact, the descendants of extreme supremes faced the same problem. Whether it was Qin Yao, Old Tortoise, or even Yi Lingtian, it was much more difficult for them to become supremes compared to other quasi-supremes. However, once they succeeded, they would definitely become kings among supreme beings, almost unmatched in the same level. Of course, the problem was that Old Tortoise and the others had to succeed. If they didn't succeed, they would forever be stuck in the quasi-supreme being realm. It would be difficult for their cultivation to advance any further, and they might even face the danger of dying. The great Tao of Yin and Yang is nothing special. How can it compare to my limitless great Tao? Chi Hao said disdainfully. He extended his right hand, and a ball of divine light immediately emerged from his palm. Wherever this ball of divine light passed, the void was silently annihilated, obliterating everything and turning everything into nothingness. This is the limitless power. No matter what great Tao you have, in front of my limitless great Tao, it's all trash, unable to withstand a single blow. Chi Hao said proudly, Limitless? Limitless my ass. In an instant, Yi Lingtian's entire body merged with the yin-yang diagram in front of him. He and the diagram became one, transforming into the yin and yang of yin, and flew forward. Swoosh! The yin-yang diagram that Yi Lingtian transformed into broke through Chi Hao's limitless divine light. It flashed across his body and brought out traces of blood mist. The yin-yang diagram disappeared, and Yi Lingtian's figure appeared in the void. How is this possible? Chi Hao's entire body stiffened. A blood mark appeared from between his eyebrows and directly spread downwards. Then, his entire body was split in half. In the next moment, Chi Hao's body that was split in half by the yin-yang diagram exploded and turned into 2 clouds of blood mist. However, the next moment, the blood mist instantly disappeared. In another place, a figure suddenly appeared there. This person was Chi Hao. Damn it, you actually made me waste a death substitution talisman. Chi Hao stared at Yi Lingtian, wishing he could tear this guy into pieces. The value of a death substitution talisman was too great. It was not that easy to refine a death substitution talisman. Even Chi Hao, as the current divine son of equal heaven sect, did not have many death substitution talismans on him. One use meant one less. This was a life-saving death substitution talisman. having a death substitution talisman was equivalent to having an extra life. Death substitution talisman? I want to see how many death substitution talismans you have to die for you. Yi Lingtian sneered. This kind of Tao talisman was not particularly rare in the ancestral realm. In the ancestral realm, there were tens of thousands of clans and countless experts. Extreme Supremes were everywhere. There were many Extreme Supremes who could refine death substitution talismans. Buzz. Yi Lingtian transformed into the yin-yang diagram again and directly slashed at Qi Hao. The yin-yang diagram was too fast. It seemed to surpass everything. Even someone as strong as Qi Hao, the current divine son of Equal Heaven sect, could not avoid it. As soon as he thought of avoiding it, his entire body was directly split in half by the yin-yang diagram. How is this possible? Qi Hao was shocked to the extreme. Even though he had mastered the limitless Tao, it was still difficult to resolve Yi Lingtian's attack. The creatures of the lower realm had actually cultivated such a heaven-defying divine power. It was too frightening. Even in the primordial realm, this guy was probably almost invincible among the quasi-supremes. Qi Hao had to admit that Yi Lingtian's cultivation and battle prowess were not weaker than his. The yin-yang Tao that he had cultivated was also enough to compete with his limitless Tao. Originally, the Heaven Equal Sect's Limitless Secret Manual was a supreme cultivation method. When cultivated to the extreme, one could achieve great success in the limitless Tao and become an existence comparable to the Extreme Supremes. However, Qi Hao was still a bit away from cultivating the limitless secret manual to the extreme. This directly led to him being suppressed by Yi Lingtian. Qi Hao appeared in the void nearby again. With the help of the death substitution talisman, he once again escaped death. Roar! Qi Hao roared. He used another death substitution talisman. He did not have many death substitution talismans on him. If he broke the opponent's divine power again, he would have to run away. If he was forced to flee by a creature of the lower realm, it would definitely be a great humiliation for Qi Hao. When the yin-yang diagram that Yi Lingtian transformed into slashed again, Qi Hao's body had already emerged with a total of 13 layers of divine light. This was the strongest defensive power he had used after escaping a fatal blow with the help of the death substitution talisman. However, under the yin-yang diagram, the 13 layers of defensive divine light on Qi Hao's body were like 13 pieces of paper, easily torn apart. The yin-yang diagram directly slashed Qi Hao's body again. Chapter 44-44. Qi Hao was extremely depressed. He was slashed by Yi Lingtian, an ant from the lower realm, 3 times in a row. That was 3 death substitution talismans. Without the death substitution talismans, he would have died 3 times. To Qi Hao, this was simply unimaginable. After all, even in the grand beginning realm, no one could truly threaten his life. But now, this guy displayed a supreme divine ability that was enough to kill him. Qi Hao was shocked and angry. The 13 defensive Tao artifacts on his body were directly broken by the yin-yang diagram. How was this possible? Could it be that the divine ability of the opponent could break through everything? Limitless void. Qi Hao roared and used his trump card. A mass of limitless divine light immediately erupted from his body and enveloped him. At the same time, Yi Lingtian's yin-yang diagram slashed again. Its speed was still extremely fast. As long as the diagram was activated, Qi Hao could not avoid it at all. Yi Lingtian's yin-yang diagram directly slashed into the mass of limitless divine light outside Qi Hao's body. However, this time, the yin-yang diagram encountered great resistance. Roar! Qi Hao did his best, desperately urging the limitless force. Endless Tao patterns rushed out from his body and imprinted in the void, blocking Yi Lingtian's yin-yang diagram. Yi Lingtian's yin-yang diagram was still slashing towards Qi Hao, but its speed had slowed down. How is this possible? Qi Hao attacked with all his strength. His blood and qi were vast and mighty, and there was a strange sound like thunder coming from his body. Under his full strength, his face also became extremely ferocious. At this time, the battle between Yi Lingtian and Qi Hao had also alarmed Gu Ling and the others, especially Qin Yao. She also cultivated the yin-yang Dao and had almost cultivated it to the extreme. Yi Lingtian's body had something that resonated with her. Limitless force against yin-yang. This is a bit interesting. Gu Ling said indifferently. For her, what heaven-defying physique, what heaven-defying Dao. It was not as good as the sword in her hand. It was not as good as her Dao. Her father, Gu Fei, was an ordinary warrior. He cultivated all the way to the extreme grade realm and even achieved eternity in the ancestral realm. Whether it was one's physique or cultivation technique, it couldn't decide who could become an extreme Dao sovereign. In order to become an extreme Dao sovereign, one had to rely on oneself in the end. Since ancient times, there have been countless monstrous existences, but only a few of them managed to become extreme supremes. Is that limitless sword god? Qin Yao was taken aback. This was the first time she had seen an existence that cultivated the limitless Dao. One had to know that the limitless Dao was one of the most powerful great Daos of the heavens and earth. This fellow from the primal beginning realm actually cultivated the limitless way. The sect behind him was definitely impressive. To be able to cultivate the limitless Dao to almost the extreme realm, the sect behind Qi Hao absolutely grasped a supreme technique of the limitless Dao. The supreme technique of the Qin clan that Qin Yao belonged to was the yin-yang heavenly art. Without this heavenly art, even if Qin Yao possessed her father's bloodline, she would definitely not be able to cultivate the grand Dao of yin-yang to such a level. Martial uncle, who do you think will win? Little fatty Gu Xiaofeng laughed. Yi Lingtian. Gu Ling said directly. In fact, she could see the actual situation of these two people at a glance. Yi Lingtian came from the Yi clan of the ancestral realm. Although the heaven equals sex divine child Qi Hao was strong, he was still lacking compared to Yi Lingtian. This guy, Qin Yao, looked at the yin-yang Dao diagram that Yi Lingtian had transformed with incomparable shock. This kind of divine ability that transformed one's body into a Dao diagram was not something that anyone could use. Even she could not use it. Rumble, the limitless void around Qi Hao's body shook. The yin-yang Dao diagram that Yi Lingtian had transformed into was still pressing towards Qi Hao bit by bit. The yin-yang power that the yin-yang Dao diagram emitted was getting stronger and stronger. Impossible. This is impossible. Qi Hao was almost going crazy. His long hair was dancing wildly. Even if he attacked with all his strength, even if he used all his strength, he still could not block his opponent's divine ability. Damned ant, how can you do this? Qi Hao had no choice but to use his final trump card. The space between his eyebrows suddenly split open, and an extremely bright divine light came out from his eyebrows. It was countless times brighter than the stars in the sky. A terrifying aura that made heaven and earth tremble emanated from his body. Extreme Dao. Gu Ling was taken aback. This Qi Hao was using the power of the extreme Dao. He has an extreme Dao artifact on him. Little fatty Gu Xiaofeng said with some surprise. At this time, something on Qin Yao's body seemed to shake, showing signs of awakening. Is it really an extreme Dao artifact? Qin Yao's expression became solemn. Boom! In the next moment, endless divine light of the extreme Dao rushed out from Qi Hao's eyebrows, illuminating heaven and earth. At this moment, all the living beings in the entire immortal mansion world were terrified. Extreme Dao force. In a valley where blood light soared to the sky, a black-clothed middle-aged warrior holding a blood-dripping spear walked out of the valley step by step, the blood of a supreme being still flowed on the spear in his hand. A terrifying, murderous aura erupted from his body, shaking the heavens and earth. The spear in his hand was even more ferocious, and even the surrounding blood mist was dispersed. The tip of the spear flowed with the blood of a supreme being. This was the result of the black-clothed warrior. Outside the valley, there were many experts watching, but as soon as they saw the black-clothed warrior walk out, they all dispersed in an uproar. Who is this guy? His murderous aura is shocking. He doesn't recognize him? That's the #1 warrior under Gu Fei, Di Jiutian. Ah, that's the legendary Di Jiutian. Some people were extremely shocked. Interesting. Some people can't sit still anymore? Di Jiutian said with some surprise in the direction of the aura. There was no power of heavenly punishment in the immortal mansion world, but it was definitely not a good place. It was extremely dangerous, and even Di Jiutian couldn't see through it. There were some places that even Di Jiutian wasn't willing to set foot in easily. There's that kind of invincible power here, Di Jiutian muttered. I didn't expect her to come as well. He could sense Gu Ling's aura, but he didn't pay any attention to her. He took a step forward and disappeared into the void. No one could see where he had gone. This Di Jiutian is indeed terrifying. Several incredibly powerful figures walked out from outside the valley. That's a peerless god of death. If you encounter him, run as far as you can. An expert shook his head and sighed. Di Jiutian couldn't be defeated, especially in this immortal mansion world. He was an invincible supremacy, and when he was angry, the heavens and earth could collapse. A single spear of his could destroy heaven and earth. Chapter 44-45. In a valley on the outskirts of the immortal mansion world, the power of the extreme path was vast and mighty. The entire valley was shaking violently. Countless ancient runes appeared between heaven and earth, firmly stabilizing the area. Under the impact of the power of the extreme path, although the area seemed like it could collapse at any time, in the end, there was no real scene of destruction. The terrifying power of the extreme path was vast and mighty in all directions. The wind and clouds changed color, and the sun and moon lost their light. Countless creatures were terrified to the extreme. The sudden explosion of the power of the extreme path alarmed the big shots who had entered the immortal mansion world. All the creatures sensed the mighty waves coming from the valley. That madman is using power of this level here. Some people were very unhappy. It should be known that this immortal mansion world was very extraordinary. There was a terrifying power that made even the hearts of extreme path supremes tremble. The inheritance of the immortal mansion world was absolutely earth-shattering. Even a supreme expert like Di Jiutian was somewhat moved. He thought that the ultimate power he had been searching for was here. Some experts originally appeared around the valley, but at this time, they all chose to retreat. In the valley, Chi Hao gritted his teeth and used his last resort. His brow split open, and an extreme path Dao artifact appeared between his eyebrows. It was as if a sun had appeared between heaven and earth. Lowly and of the lower realm, you should be proud to die under my sect's supreme Dao artifact. Chi Hao activated the extreme path Dao artifact with all his might. Under the impact of the extreme Tao's power, the surrounding void rippled like water. Ha! Yi Lingtian laughed. At this time, the yin-yang Dao diagram disappeared, and his figure appeared in the void. Facing the power of the extreme path, he was unexpectedly calm. At this time, a hazy light emitted from Gu Ling's body. This light was not very bright, but it blocked the mighty extreme path Tao artifact and protected Qin Yao, the little fatty, and the others around her. And on Jiang Yichen's body, there was also a surge of divine light blocking the extreme path Tao artifact. Buzz. Under the impact of the extreme path power, the stone golem killing formation also activated. The 9 stone golems seemed to come to life, and each of them had a trace of the extreme path aura. Die! Chi Hao roared. The ball of extreme path Tao divine light immediately flew up from his brow, transforming into a sun that shot towards Yi Lingtian. This sun crushed and destroyed everything it passed. It seemed to be able to break heaven and earth with one blow, turning the world upside down. It was extremely terrifying. Yi Lingtian sneered. In the next moment, a huge seal rushed out from his body. Endless yin and yang energy burst out from the seal. Boom! The yin-yang seal immediately expanded, as if a primordial divine mountain had suddenly appeared between the heavens and earth, directly shattering the void between the heavens and earth. A path Tao artifact. Gu Ling and the rest were taken aback. They did not expect Yi Lingtian to also have an extreme Tao weapon on him. As of the Yi Dao artifact, of the Yi clan, of the Yi clan Yi sect, of the Dao, of the path, Yi Chun, and the path Dao path of the power of Yi path. And was Lingyan was. Boom. With a loud bang, the yin-yang seal directly collided with the extreme path Tao artifact that looked like a divine sun erupting with endless divine light. Terrifying destructive power swept out in all directions. The void within a radius of 1,000 miles was shattered. Everything was obliterated and turned into nothingness. A huge black hole appeared between heaven and earth. Even with the protection of the ancient Tao patterns, the immortal mansion world was still pierced through, and a massive spatial hole was blasted open. The remnant power swept down, and the entire mountain valley was directly reduced to dust. Only the ancient temple remained intact under the protection of the stone golem killing formation. Even the extreme path power could not break the stone golem killing formation. What a powerful formation! Guling and the others could not help but be moved. At this time, the extreme Tao yin-yang seal flew away, and the extreme Tao treasure that looked like a divine sun was also sent flying. Qi Hao's body shook violently. He kept coughing up blood. If it were not for the protection of the path Tao artifact, he would have been destroyed. Yi Lingtian was not feeling well either. Blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. The blood in his body was boiling. A mouthful of hot blood rushed to his throat, but he forcefully swallowed it back. The divine child of the primordial beginning realm is just SOSO. Yi Lingtian mocked. 10 suns to destroy the world. Qi Hao was enraged. He spat out a mouthful of blood on the sun-like divine light floating above his head. The next moment, the divine light shook violently. Then 10 dazzling divine lights appeared between heaven and earth. Each of the 10 divine lights emitted waves of extreme path power that were no weaker than the sun-like divine light. It was equivalent to 10 extreme path Tao artifacts showing their power at the same time. Go! Qi Hao roared. The 10 wheels of divine light floating above his head immediately charged towards Yi Lingtian. This time, the 10 divine suns shrouded the entire world. The 10 suns descended from the sky, shattering the void and destroying everything. A large area of the void collapsed. You want to kill me? Yi Lingtian looked up at the 10 divine suns descending from the sky. His long hair danced in the wind. His eyes were many times brighter than the stars in the sky. With a casual wave of his hand, a seemingly ordinary piece of yellow paper flew out from his big sleeve. The yellow paper flew directly into the sky and met the divine suns descending from the sky. That is, Gu Ling stared at the yellow paper that flew out of Yi Lingtian's sleeve. Her heart skipped a beat. Something on her body seemed to have some signs of resonance with the yellow paper. He's going to block the extreme path Dao artifact with a piece of yellow paper. Gu Xiaofeng, Qin Yao, and the others looked at this scene in shock. Is this guy crazy? Hurry up and use the extreme path Dao artifact, Gu Xiaofeng said in a low voice. However, at that moment, an unbelievable scene took place in front of Gu Ling and the others. The ordinary-looking yellow paper suddenly emitted an endless golden light. In the next moment, the 10 divine suns that descended from the sky and the golden light from the yellow paper dissipated in the void, as if they had never appeared. The 10 suns disappeared. Under the illumination of the golden light shining from the yellow paper, a fist-sized crimson divine pearl appeared in the air. Ancient Yang bead. Qihao was scared out of his wits when he saw this scene. This was the supreme Dao artifact of heaven's equal sect in the primordial world. How could it be destroyed by a piece of yellow paper? Cracks appeared on the ancient Yang bead, and then it directly collapsed in the void. An extreme path Dao artifact was destroyed just like that. What? Qihao was stunned. This was the extreme path Dao artifact, the ancient Yang bead, and it was destroyed just like that yellow paper. At this time, Gu Ling no longer had any doubts. She did not expect Yi Lingtian to have such a supreme treasure on him. Although the yellow paper emitted endless golden light, there was not a trace of coercion. It was not earth-shattering like when an extreme path Dao artifact was activated. However, the power of the yellow paper made little fatty Gu Xiaofeng and the others dumbfounded. Even the extreme path Dao artifact was destroyed. Jiang Yichen's voice trembled. What kind of paper is that? It's so heaven-defying. Qin Yao stared at the golden yellow paper. She was also shocked to the extreme. She was a princess, and her father was the Yin Yang Emperor. Even the Emperor Father could not destroy an extreme path Dao artifact so easily in the past. Eternal, Gu Ling said in a deep voice. Eternal. Little fatty Gu Xiaofeng was baffled. Only Yi Lingtian was a little surprised after hearing Gu Ling's words. At this time, Qihao screamed and turned to escape. However, Yi Lingtian would not let him go. His body swayed and turned into a yin-yang Dao diagram, directly slashing at the escaping Qihao. Swoosh! The Dao diagram flashed past, and Qihao directly fell from the sky, dead. Yi Lingtian naturally searched Qihao's entire body and took away all of Qihao's belongings. The golden light emitted from the yellow paper gradually weakened and finally disappeared. Then, the yellow paper turned into dust with the wind and dissipated into the void. It's a pity. If you broke the array with the yellow paper just now, you could have obtained the fortune in the temple. Gu Ling looked at Yi Lingtian and said, "Ha! It's just a mass of primordial qi. In my eyes, it's not a big fortune." Yi Lingtian laughed. At this time, he also knew Gu Ling's identity. Gu Fei's successor is indeed extraordinary. Yi Lingtian looked at Gu Ling and said, "Hee, I don't need you to tell me that." Little fatty, Gu Xiaofeng laughed. "Do you still have that yellow paper?" Gu Ling suddenly asked Yi Lingtian. "No, the great ancestor's decree is not that easy to obtain." Yi Lingtian shook his head and said, "All right, let's see how to break the array." Jiang Yichen said, "I won't keep you company. Everyone goodbye." Yi Lingtian put away the extreme yin-yang seal and bid farewell to everyone. He turned around and soared into the sky, disappearing into the void in an instant. This guy, Qin Yao, was a little speechless. Yi Lingtian actually did not care about a mass of primordial qi. The Yi clan of the ancestral realm had such a strong foundation. Even the primordial qi could be ignored. At that moment, the terrifying divine aura of the extreme Tao disappeared, and the shattered void nearby quickly recovered. One after another, powerful figures began to appear in the vicinity. Some people rushed over from afar and barged into the Stoneman killing array. They were killed by the Stoneman killing array, and even their primordial spirits were destroyed. The Stoneman killing array was devouring all living beings that barged into it. Uncle Master, this Gu Xiaofeng looked at Gu Ling. With his cultivation and combat strength, it was undoubtedly a fool's dream to break through the killing array outside the temple. The others also looked at Gu Ling. Gu Ling did not speak. She thought about it and walked into the killing array step by step. This, Chapter 44-46. In the periphery of the immortal mansion world, the valley with the great fortune had been razed to the ground. The shattered void was rapidly repairing itself, and the terrifying aura that made countless creatures tremble had also dissipated. Gu Ling and the others were shocked that the ancient Yang Pearl, a supreme treasure, had been broken by a piece of yellow paper. Only Gu Ling vaguely thought of something, and the way he looked at Yi Lingtian changed. A piece of yellow paper had broken a supreme treasure. This piece of yellow paper was no small matter. However, although that piece of yellow paper was powerful, it did not emit an earth-shattering power. Just as Yi Lingtian used a piece of yellow paper to break Qi Hao's supreme treasure, the ancient Yang Pearl, a roar came from the depths of the Heaven Equals Sex ancestral land in the primordial world. This roar directly broke the peace of the Heaven Equals Sex ancestral land. Countless experts of the Heaven Equals sect were alarmed. Soon, news spread that Grand Supreme Patriarch Qi Xiong had directly broken the seclusion ground and walked out. Then, someone saw Qi Hao's primordial spirit tablet placed in the Heaven Equal Pavilion shatter. Once the primordial spirit tablet shattered, it meant that the person who left the tablet was dead. Not even his primordial spirit could escape. God Qi Hao is dead. An extremely shocking news spread in the Heaven Equal sect, and everyone was dumbfounded. No wonder Grand Supreme Patriarch Qi Xiong had come out of seclusion at this time. So that was why. Didn't God Qi Hao go to the Chaos Rift to compete with the divine sons and saintesses of other sects for the chaotic fortune? Did he actually die in the Chaos Rift? Who killed divine Prince Qi Hao? God Qi Hao is one of the 3 great divine sons of our Heaven Equal sect. The first divine son, Yuan Tai, once fought with Qi Hao for 3 days and 3 nights. In the end, he only won by 1 move. Someone can actually kill the second divine son of our sect. Everyone in the Heaven's Equal sect was shocked to the extreme. Even the higher-ups of the Heaven's Equal sect were furious. The godchild of the Heaven's Equal sect was the future hope of the Heaven's Equal sect. He was destined to shake the grand beginning realm. But now, such a heaven-defying divine son, Qi Hao, had died in the Chaos Rift. This made it difficult for the Heaven Equal sect to accept this fact. The news of Heaven Equal sect's divine son Qi Hao's death eventually spread. All the super forces in the primordial beginning realm were alarmed. It had to be known that the Heaven's Equal sect was one of the superpowers of the grand beginning realm. It was definitely a colossus that ruled over endless territories and billions of lives. The ancestral land of the Equal Heaven sect was incomparably huge. It was a supreme holy land with experts as common as trees in a forest. The sect master of the Equal Heaven sect was one of the strongest existences in the grand beginning realm. Haha, this is going to be fun. In the primal beginning world, the other organizations watched on. The people of the Pingtian Empire and the chaotic war god palace took pleasure in their misfortune. However, very soon, the people of the Pingtian Empire, and the chaotic war god palace could no longer laugh. This was because very soon news of the sacred Prince Pingtian's death in the crack of chaos spread. Then, the chaotic child of the chaotic god of war palace also died in the chaos rift. The news shocked the entire world. After all, the two organizations were both supreme organizations of the primordial world. The chaotic battle god palace and the Pingtian divine empire were existences no weaker than the heavens' equal sect. Haha, do you think that place is so easy to enter? The god of the infinite heavenly sect laughed aloud. Yes, that's a legendary place. Since you dare to go there, you must be prepared to die there. An old ancestor of the primal beginning realm said this. The immortal's estate in the chaos rift was a great secret of the primal beginning realm. Apart from the supreme sex, imperishable sex, and the core members of the invincible divine dynasty, no one knew about it. There were great opportunities and great fortunes everywhere. However, opportunities and fortunes were not that easy to obtain. That place appears once every 100,000 years. Who knows how many geniuses and monstrous existences have died there? Someone said something like that. However, there were also people who obtained a great fortune there and soared into the sky. Some even became supreme sovereigns and established supreme sections. Of course, there were not many people who obtained a great fortune there. The various organizations of the primal beginning realm actually treated the chaos rift as a place of trial. However, the trial had only just begun, yet the divine sons and sacred princes of imperishable sects and dynasties had already died. This was definitely not a good thing. Damn it! How dare you kill the holy land of my divine dynasty? No matter who you are, you must die. An old voice rang out from the depths of the imperial capital of the Pingtian Empire. Very soon, an ancestor-level imperial clan member of the Pingtian Empire left the imperial capital. He set off for the chaotic crack with over a dozen powerful members of the imperial clan. Equal Heaven Sect's senior ancestor Qi Xiong also left the Equal Heaven Sect's ancestral ground. Qi Hao was the great-great-grandson of the Heaven's Equal Sect's supreme ancestor. Now that Qi Hao had died in the chaos immortal abode, the supreme ancestor would naturally not let the matter rest. There was a commotion in the chaotic god of war palace as well. An ancient god of war was born, and his might reached the 9 heavens. As soon as he appeared, he roared at the sky, and countless stars in the sky exploded. It was extremely terrifying. With a roar, the Milky Way shattered. This was definitely a war god of extreme Tao. Apart from this extreme Tao war god, the other Grand Elder of the chaotic battle deity palace had also been dispatched. At this moment, an even more shocking piece of news spread through the primal beginning world. More than half of the divine sons and holy maidens of the various sects, clans, and empires had died. The various organizations had previously sealed off the news, but now so many divine sons and holy maidens had died in the sacred lands and imperishable sections. This was an earth-shattering matter. It was basically earth-shattering. The various sects and sacred lands could not seal off the news even if they wanted to. What happened in the chaotic immortal abode? So many divine sons and holy maidens actually died. Did a great, fortuitous encounter appear in the chaotic immortal abode? Did the divine sons and holy maidens fight it out and suffer heavy casualties? This news was just too shocking. It directly shook up the entire cultivation world of the primal beginning world. Countless people guessed, but no one could imagine that the beings of a lowly world in their eyes had killed the divine sons and holy maidens. At that moment, the major forces of the primordial beginning realm, who had fallen in the chaos immortal abode, all sent experts to the chaos rift. They wanted to find out what had happened. a patriarch of the Taiyu sacred ground, also left. The Taiyu divine son was a genius the Taiyu sacred ground had nurtured with all its might. He had died just like that. The Taiyu sacred lord's heart was bleeding. He regretted letting the Taiyu divine son enter the chaotic immortal abode. However, it had already happened. There was no point in regretting. Just as the major forces of the primal beginning world sent experts to the chaotic crack, Guling and the others walked into the killing formation of the stone golems in the immortal abode world. She's going to break the formation by herself? Yi Lingtian couldn't help but feel incredulous as he watched Guling walk forward. He didn't actually leave. Instead, he hid himself in the distance. He was also very curious as to how Guling and the others would break the formation. Just as Guling stepped into the stone golem killing formation, a fist came smashing towards her face. Even an extreme grade supremacy would be injured if she was hit by it. However, just as the stone man's punch was about to land on Guling, a faint ball of divine light suddenly surged from Guling's body. The fist of the stone golem smashed into Guling's protective divine light and was sent flying by the recoil. Everyone outside the formation was dumbfounded. Even the divine princes from the primal beginning world couldn't block a single punch from the stone golem. But now, the terrifying stone golem in the killing formation had been sent flying by Guling. Everyone found it hard to believe, but they had to believe it because they had seen it with their own eyes. These guys, in a hidden place in the distance, a fellow was carefully observing Guling and the others. This fellow was Blood Darkchild, who had been defeated by Yi Lingtian in one move. Blood Darkchild was extremely cunning. He immediately fled when the situation turned sour. Blood Darkchild appeared in the vicinity, so he didn't dare to provoke these people again. However, the primordial aura in the temple was a great fortune. Who wouldn't want it? Blood Darkchild was no exception. He wanted to fish in troubled waters. However, Yi Lingtian was too powerful. A single page of yellow paper was enough to break Qi Hao's ancient Yang Pearl. That was a supreme treasure. Although that yellow paper was also burned, no one knew if Yi Lingtian still had such a yellow paper on him. At that moment, the strength that Guling displayed made the demon prince of the Blood Prison Demon Palace even more shocked. Guling walked into the killing formation step by step, as if she was taking a stroll in the park. The 9 stone golems kept attacking her, but the terrifying attacks from the stone golems were all blocked by a ball of light that spread out from her body. How is this possible? Yi Lingtian, who was hidden in the distance, stared at Guling in the killing formation. He was inexplicably shocked. The others couldn't see anything, but he was different. Boom, bam. Dull, crashing sounds constantly came from the killing formation. The entire killing formation was in a frenzy, and a monstrous killing aura spread in all directions. Even Qin Yao, Jiang Yichen, and the others outside the formation had to retreat. How is this possible? Yi Lingtian, who was hidden in the distance, had a solemn expression when he saw this scene. Guling completely ignored the attacks of the 9 stone golems and quickly walked past 2/3 of the killing formation. She would soon pass through the killing formation and step onto the steps in front of the temple. Is this her method of breaking the formation? Although Yi Lingtian didn't think much of the primordial qi in the ancient shrine, he didn't expect Guling to break the formation like this. To be precise, she wasn't breaking the formation because she didn't even make a move. Roar! One of the stone golems roared as he sent a punch towards Guling. This punch drew upon the energy of the entire killing formation as boundless energy frantically gathered towards his fist. The fist that the stone golem threw at Guling released a dazzling divine light. Boom! The stone golem's fist smashed onto the divine light around Guling's body, making a sound like the beating of a war drum. Transparent ripples appeared on Guling's protective divine light. Chapter 44-47. Could it be the extreme guardian as well? Outside the killing formation, little fatty Gu Xiaofeng exclaimed, "It doesn't look like it. I can't sense any aura of the extreme Tao." Qin Yao shook her head. The extreme guardian was simply a protective talisman refined by an extreme Tao supreme. Once it was activated, the power of the extreme Tao would erupt. It was bound to be earth-shattering. The divine light emitted from Gu Ling's body seemed to be somewhat similar to the divine light emitted from the yellow paper that Yi Lingtian used earlier. There was no powerful aura. Yes, Uncle Master is about to succeed. Little fatty Gu Xiaofeng's eyes lit up. At that moment, Gu Ling was still walking forward step by step in the stoneman killing formation. He was only a few dozen feet away from the steps in front of the temple. At that moment, the entire stoneman killing formation had been activated to its limit. In the void, shrouded by the killing formation, blinding thunder tribulation, lightning appeared. The 9 stonemen had completely awakened. Each of the stoneman's body was emitting dazzling lightning. It was as if they were 9 terrifying thunderballs that could explode at any time and destroy the world. Each of the stoneman's body erupted with the most powerful aura. Each of the stonemen seemed to be able to crush the heavens and shatter the world. Little fatty Gu Xiaofeng, Qin Yao, and the others were terrified. In front of these stone men, they felt as weak as ants. The extreme Tao killing formation, the means of a supreme. Little fatty Gu Xiaofeng's voice was trembling. He was not like Qin Yao and Jiang Yichen. Qin Yao was a princess, and her father was the legendary Yin Yang Emperor. She knew very well how terrifying an existence of that level was. Jiang Yichen was from the Jiang family in the human realm. That was a cultivation world with human sovereigns. Jiang Yichen was known as the little supreme of the Jiang family. He naturally knew how powerful an existence of the extreme Tao was. Plucking the stars, capturing the moon, and swallowing the sun were all trivial matters. Even a sage could do that. An extreme Tao supreme was a supreme existence that could shatter the starry sky with a snap of their fingers and destroy a world with a wave of their hand. An extreme Tao supreme had the power to truly destroy the world. Otherwise, the power of heavenly punishment wouldn't exist in the human realm and the heavenly realm. The existence of heavenly punishment was to prevent the heavenly realm and the human realm from being destroyed by supreme beings. An extreme grade sovereign was too powerful. They were supreme existences that stood at the peak of the myriad of worlds. A single finger of theirs could destroy a continent and crush a part of the world. Even Qin Yao and Jiang Yichen had to use their extreme Dao artifacts to protect themselves. Little fatty Gu Xiaofeng did not have an extreme Tao weapon, and the human Emperor Divine, Mace, had been taken back by Gu Ling. He could only stand beside Qin Yao and bask in the limelight, allowing Qin Yao to protect him as well. Otherwise, a single wisp of this extreme divine might would be enough to destroy Gu Xiaofeng's body and soul. This chaos immortal mansion world was protected by supreme Tao patterns, which greatly weakened the extreme Tao aura that erupted from the stone golem killing formation. This allowed the countless living beings in the immortal mansion to escape. If this was the outside world, the wrath of a supreme being would definitely cause the heavens to collapse and the earth to split apart. Billions of creatures would suffer a calamity. At that moment, Gu Ling had already set 1 foot on the steps in front of the temple. No matter how much the 9 stone golems exerted their power, they could not break through the hazy divine light around her body. The moment Gu Ling set foot on the steps in front of the temple, the terrifying killing formation stopped. This was very sudden. The killing formation that had been operating frantically just a moment ago had actually vanished into thin air the next moment. The 9 stone golems returned to the eye of the formation at the same time. The extreme Tao-level thunder tribulation power on their bodies had been completely withdrawn, making them look like ordinary stone statues. This little fatty who was outside the killing formation was dumbfounded. Even Qin Yao and Jiang Yichen were very surprised. As long as we successfully pass through, the killing formation will immediately stop. Qin Yao's eyes lit up. If that's the case, Jiang Yichen's heart skipped a beat. He was actually eager to give it a try. He glanced at the primordial divine light in the temple, then at Gu Ling, who was walking step by step up the steps. In the end, he sighed and did not make a move. Primordial Qi. At that moment, a figure rushed toward the temple from the entrance of the Chaos Immortal Abode. In an instant, he arrived above the temple. A terrifying, extreme, Tao-level aura erupted from this person's body. All living beings within a radius of tens of thousands of miles were instantly terrified. This part of the world, the newcomer was a little surprised. He had not expected his cultivation level to be suppressed so severely, even in the primordial realm. As long as he released his extreme Tao-level aura, he could cover a radius of tens of thousands of miles. However, in this place, his extreme Tao-level aura could only cover a radius of tens of thousands of miles. Of course, this extreme Tao-level aura could spread very far, but his extreme Tao-level spirit force was restricted to a radius of tens of thousands of miles. Could the laws of heaven and earth here be even stronger than in the primordial realm? The newcomer could not help but feel somewhat shocked when he thought of this. The Chaos Child died here. Did you kill the Chaos Child? The newcomer suddenly stared at Jiang Yichen. Jiang Yichen looked at the black-robed elder in the sky in shock. He sensed an extremely dangerous aura from this fellow. This person's entire body was emitting a terrifying aura of destruction. He was like a primordial god of death that could destroy the world. It was as if he could destroy all life around him at any time. The nearby experts from the primordial realm were alarmed. Tsang it's the Grand Elder of the Chaotic War God Palace. Tsang someone recognized the black-robed elder's origin. What? He's Tsang the legendary extermination battle ancestor. Tsang someone exclaimed. The Chaotic War God Palace was a colossus in the primordial realm. The old war gods of the Chaotic War God Palace had terrifying cultivation levels. Those who could be called battle ancestors were all existences of the extreme Tao level. When the Chaotic War God Palace was at its strongest, it even had 36 battle ancestors. Its might shook the primordial realm, and no one dared to disobey its commands. So what if I killed that fellow? Jiang Yichen said indifferently as he met battle ancestor Tsang Mia's gaze. Die, battle ancestor. Tsang Mia slammed his palm towards Jiang Yichen. Rumble. A huge hand instantly enveloped the entire world. Even Qin Yao and little Fatty were engulfed. The might of the extreme Tao level shook the 9 heavens. The huge hand was still in the sky, but the ground had already begun to sink. A huge palm print appeared on the ground. Humph, bullying the weak. The people of the primordial realm are really shameless. Jiang Yichen sneered. One of the supreme Tao weapons on his body was activated. It rushed out of his body and turned into a huge dragon. It soared into the sky and shook the heavens and the earth. Boom! The azure dragon collided with the huge hand that descended from the sky. In the next moment, the extreme Tao-level azure dragon was actually suppressed by the huge hand. An extreme Tao-level Tao artifact was, after all, a Dao artifact refined by an extreme Dao level supremacy. Jiang Yichen's extreme Dao level Dao artifact was really not enough in front of a true extreme Dao level supremacy. Buzz. Just as Jiang Yichen was about to be hit by battle ancestor Sangnie's palm, Qin Yao's body suddenly vibrated. Then an yin-yang Dao diagram rushed out of her body and blocked the huge hand that descended from the sky. Chapter 44-48. The Grand Elder of the Chaotic Battle God Palace, battle ancestor Sangnie, charged into the primal chaos immortal palace. The moment he appeared, he immediately stared at Jiang Yichen. This was because Jiang Yichen had the aura of Chaos Seed on him. Needless to say, Chaos Seed had definitely been killed by this fellow. The Son of Chaos was the divine son of the chaotic god of War Palace. He was being nurtured as the next palace lord of the chaotic god of War Palace. This chaos child was also very heaven-defying. He had only cultivated for less than 1,000 years, but he was already a quasi-supreme. Given time, it was not impossible for Chaos Child to break through to the extreme grade realm. But now, the Son of Chaos was dead. Everything was over, and the chaotic god of War Palace's 1,000 years of hard work was wasted. Jiang Yichen had killed the chaotic child, and the consequences were severe. He had directly provoked the Grand Elder of the chaotic battle deity palace, Sangnie. Moreover, another battle ancestor of the chaotic battle deity palace was also rushing to the chaotic immortal abode with his men. As a matter of fact, the reason battle ancestor Sangnie was so furious was because the Son of Chaos was actually one of his descendants. Without any hesitation, battle ancestor Kangmi attacked immediately. He wanted to kill Jiang Yichen and the others to avenge Chaos Child. Rumble, the terrifying hand descended from the sky, enveloping the entire area. It wanted to kill everyone in the vicinity with a single palm strike. The divine might of the extreme Dao shook the 9 heavens. The moment Sangnie attacked, the wind and clouds changed color, and the sun and moon lost their light. Under the giant hand, the sky and the void were directly destroyed. The supreme Dao artifact that Jiang Yichen had released could not neutralize the power of Sangnie's palm. This was a shocking scene. The azure dragon that Jiang Yichen's supreme Dao artifact had transformed into was actually slapped down from the sky by a huge hand. Seeing that Jiang Yichen couldn't block it, an yin-yang Dao talisman immediately rushed out from Qin Yao's body. It instantly grew larger, and not only blocked the large hand, but it also blocked the entire sky. Roar! Jiang Yichen roared and frantically activated the extreme Dao artifact. In the next moment, the azure dragon that had been slapped down from the sky soared into the sky again. The 2 extreme Dao grade Dao artifacts erupted with an unprecedentedly powerful extreme Dao grade power, causing the surrounding area to shake violently. Boom! Amidst the earth-shattering noise, the 2 supreme Dao weapons collided with the giant hand descending from the sky. A powerful supreme Dao-level energy storm swept out in all directions. Wherever the energy storm passed, the void would be annihilated. It was as if it could crush and obliterate everything. The yin-yang Dao diagram directly rushed down from the sky, sinking into Qin Yao's body. Qin Yao's body trembled, and a trace of blood seeped out of the corner of her mouth. At the same time, the shadow of a dragon descended from the sky and rushed into Jiang Yichen's body. The powerful impact almost caused his body to collapse. Terrifying bloody wounds appeared on his body. The huge hand that slapped down from the sky finally dissipated in the void. With just one strike, Battle Ancestor Firmament Extermination suppressed 2 supreme Dao treasures. His divine might was unparalleled. This shocked Jiang Yichen. This fellow was definitely not as simple as an extreme Dao sovereign. Go! Qin Yao grabbed Gu Xiaofeng, who was next to her, and rushed into the distance with the Tao diagram protecting her. Jiang Yichen also fled at the first instant. This old fellow was too strong. Even when the two of them used their supreme Tao treasures together, they could only barely block a seemingly casual strike from the other party. Primordial energy? Just as Battle Ancestor Firmament Extermination was about to attack again, Guling had already reached the end of the steps. She climbed up and arrived at the gate of the temple. Whoosh! Battle Ancestor Firmament Extermination reached out with his right hand and grabbed at the temple. He wanted to grab the temple in one go. Primordial energy was not essential to Forefather Firmament Extermination. However, if he could obtain it, he would be able to. Guling looked up with an indifferent expression. Then she retracted her gaze and walked into the temple. At this moment, she was not afraid of anything unless an existence in the eternal realm attacked her. However, such existences were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns, even in the primogenitor's realm. Boom! Just as Battle Ancestor Firmament Extermination's hand was several hundred feet away from the temple, the 9 stone golems outside the temple began to emit dazzling lightning bolts. 9 bolts of lightning shot into the sky and pierced towards Battle Ancestor Firmament Extermination. Each bolt of lightning was larger than a mountain. What Battle Ancestor Firmament Extermination was shocked. He did not expect this temple to be protected by an array. 9 bolts of tribulation, lightning, shot up into the sky and blocked Battle Ancestor Tsung Mia's giant hand that was reaching down from the sky. At this moment, Guling had already entered the temple and arrived before the mass of primordial energy that was enshrined in the center of the temple. Boom! Bam! Extremely heavy sounds of collisions constantly resounded from outside the divine hall. The air rippled, and even within the divine hall, the ripples could still be felt. Battle Ancestor Firmament Extermination was attacking the stone golem killing array. Even with his cultivation and battle strength, he could not do anything to this killing array. Roar! Within the killing array, the 9 stone golems roared incessantly. It was as if 9 supremes of the extreme Tao had appeared in the world at the same time. Damn it! Battle Ancestor Firmament Extermination was both shocked and furious. At this moment, the 3 fellows had already escaped. However, this was nothing. As long as the 3 fellows were still in the primal chaos immortal mansion, he could kill them and avenge the child of chaos. The primordial energy could allow him to nurture another invincible realm descendant. I'll collect the primordial energy first, then kill these ants. Battle Ancestor Firmament Extermination gritted his teeth and charged into the killing array below to fight against the 9 stone golems. Boom! Battle Ancestor Firmament Extermination's battle strength was unparalleled. He took out a huge halberd and swept away 3 stone golems with it. Kill! Battle Ancestor Firmament Extermination waved the halberd in his hand and continuously swept away the stone golems. Then, he charged towards the temple in a domineering manner. Battle Ancestor Extermination of the chaotic god of Battle Palace is indeed worthy of his reputation. Some of the experts from the primal beginning realm who were spectating nearby could not help but exclaim at the battle strength displayed by Battle Ancestor Firmament Extermination. Battle Ancestor Firmament Extermination was extremely berserk. His extreme Tao level strength surged violently. As he charged forward, the 9 stone golems could not stop him. Bam! The moment Battle Ancestor Firmament Extermination stepped onto the steps in front of the temple, the entire temple shook violently. At this moment, Guling had already walked out of the temple. Little girl, hand over the primordial energy, or else Battle Ancestor Firmament Extermination walked up the steps step by step. He gripped his halberd and glared at Gu Ling fiercely. Or else what? Gu Ling said indifferently. Go to hell. Battle Ancestor, Firmament Extermination, stomped on the ground. Boom! The ground immediately collapsed, and a large pit appeared on the incomparably hard ground. In the next moment, he disappeared from where he stood. Roar. Chapter 44-49. The battle ancestors of the chaotic war god palace were a bunch of lunatics. They were known as the number 1 fighters in the primordial realm. The supreme elder of the chaotic war god palace, Sangmye, was known as the extermination battle ancestor. His methods were ruthless, and his actions could only be described as crazy. Anyone who offended Sangmye would be annihilated by him. Even the force behind that person would be annihilated. Battle ancestor Sangmye had once killed someone who had unintentionally offended him. Then, with his halberd in hand, he killed his way into the sect behind that person. Blood flowed like a river, and not a single chicken or dog was spared. This was an ancient sect that had once ruled over an entire region, and even had an extreme Tao utmost being in charge of it. Yet, it was annihilated by this Sangmye. The sect master of the ancient sect, the extreme Tao supremacy, was killed by the exterminating battle god Sangmye. His body and soul were destroyed, and he died. Sangmye's final attack destroyed the ancestral ground of that ancient sect, erasing it from the primordial realm. Ever since that battle, no one dared to provoke the battle ancestor of the chaotic god of war palace. He was called the extermination battle ancestor. In the entire chaotic god of war palace, no one could suppress him except for the palace master. As for the son of chaos, he was his successor. He was nurtured as the next palace master of the war god palace. But now, the son of chaos died in the hands of these lowly ants. Sangmye was enraged. Kill! At this moment, battle ancestor Sangmye struck out with all his strength, slashing towards Gu Ling, who was standing in front of the gate. The violent power shook the heavens, causing countless cracks to appear in the void. If it was somewhere else, his attack would definitely be able to destroy an ancient divine mountain, destroy a part of the void, and destroy everything. However, the void where the palace was located was extremely stable. Even a full-powered strike from an existence like battle ancestor Sangmye couldn't destroy the void here. What a stable place. What a powerful great Tao law. Battle ancestor Sangmye suddenly realized what this place was. He couldn't help being shocked, and his aura weakened a little. At this moment, Gu Ling extended her right hand and grabbed the halberd that battle ancestor Sangmye had struck down. The terrifying power that could kill an extreme Tao supremacy was actually blocked by her casually. What battle ancestor Sangmye was extremely shocked. He never imagined that a little girl who wasn't even a supremacy stage could grab his halberd with her bare hands. Taking on a Tao artifact with his bare hands, this was too inconceivable. One had to know that this little girl was only a quasi-supreme being. A quasi-supreme being was someone he could destroy with a single slap. Could it be? Sangmye was shocked. Just then, Sangmye felt a strong force coming from the battle halberd. Then, both his hands shook, and the battle halberd in his hands was snatched away by the other party. Impossible. Battle ancestor firmament extermination was no longer just shocked. How could this woman before him be so strong that she could snatch away his battle halberd? Even the master of the chaotic god of war palace couldn't take away his weapon. At this moment, battle ancestor Sangmye suddenly laughed when he saw this woman. Oh no! Battle ancestor Azure Extermination's heart skipped a beat. Then, he saw Gu Ling casually wave her hand. In the next moment, 7 or 8 balls of divine light exploded from his body. All his protective Tao artifacts were shattered. He felt as if he had been hit by an ancient sacred mountain. His entire body flew out and fell into the stoneman killing array outside the palace. Roar! In the next moment, the stoneman killing array was activated. 9 huge stonemen walked out of the array and surrounded Battle Ancestor Tsang Mia. Wah! Battle Ancestor Tsang Mia's chest heaved up and down as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Preposterous! Scram! Battle Ancestor Tsang Mia was enraged. Violent energy exploded from his body. 9 rays of divine light turned into giant dragons and knocked the 9 stone men away. His long hair danced wildly in the wind. He was crazy to the extreme. Roar! Battle Ancestor Tsang Mia roared into the sky, causing the entire killing formation to shake violently. Boundless killing intent filled every inch of the void within the killing formation. Even the Tao patterns that constructed the killing formation dimmed. Impossible! How can an ant from the lower domain be stronger than me? Battle Ancestor Tsang Mia stared at the figure on the platform. His eyes were like a peerless sword that pierced through the void. Why not? Gu Ling stood on the platform and looked down at Battle Ancestor Tsang Mia calmly. Boom! Beam after beam of divine light shot out from Battle Ancestor Firmament Extermination's body, transforming into 9 extreme Tao treasures. Every single one of these Tao treasures exploded with extreme Tao energy waves. The 9 extreme Tao artifacts quickly awakened and formed an extreme Tao domain around Battle Ancestor Tsang Mia. Bang! A stoneman arrived and punched Battle Ancestor Tsang Mia's extreme Tao domain. The 9 extreme Tao artifacts vibrated at the same time. The power released directly knocked the stoneman away. Countless cracks appeared on the stoneman's body. It was on the verge of collapsing. However, in the next moment, 9 Tao inscriptions appeared on the stoneman's body. The cracks on the stoneman's body began to disappear at a speed visible to the naked eye. Little brat, how dare you look down on this ancestor? Go to hell! Battle Ancestor Tsang Mia soared into the sky. He controlled the 9 extreme Tao artifacts and directly attacked Gu Ling on the platform. His might was shocking, and it seemed as though he could crush a part of the world. So what if you're peerless? Gu Ling smiled. She didn't care about Battle Ancestor Tsang Mia's peerless attack at all. Kill, kill, kill! Battle Ancestor Tsang Mia seemed to have descended into madness. Boundless killing intent swept through the sky. At this moment, the countless experts in the sky who saw this scene were all shocked to the extreme. Such a powerful attack would even turn an ordinary extreme Tao supremacy into dregs. This Battle Ancestor Tsang Mia can destroy an ancient sect with a single attack and kill extreme Tao supremacies like slaughtering chickens. He truly lives up to his name. An expert from the primordial world exclaimed that brat actually dared to provoke Battle Ancestor Tsang Mia. Looks like she's in for it. Some people didn't think Gu Ling would win. Hee, is that so? That might not be the case. A voice rang out. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a young monk wearing a white monk robe walking over with an alms bowl in his hand. This monk didn't have any Buddhist light lingering around him. He looked just like an ordinary person. However, no one dared to look down on this young monk because he had just crippled an expert from the primordial world not too long ago. Who would dare to look down on such a ferocious person? Little Baldy, I heard that you obtained quite a lot of good stuff. At this moment, another figure appeared. When everyone saw this person, they immediately retreated and didn't dare to approach him. Old Tortoise, you actually came out of that place alive. It seems like you obtained some good fortune from there. The young monk immediately smiled when he saw that person. When did Fan Xiao and Demon Lord get together? When the experts from the heavenly realm saw these two people, their expressions couldn't help but change. Whether it was Fan Xiao or this demon lord from the heavenly realm, they were both extremely difficult to deal with. These two fellas didn't play by the rules. These two fellas were feared by everyone. No one dared to provoke them, because those who provoked them all ended up in a miserable state. Boom! At this moment, on the steps in front of the temple, Battle Ancestor Tsang Mia's terrifying attack landed on Gu Ling. The 9 supreme Dao weapons hit her at the same time. At the same time, Tsang Mia's extreme Dao realm power enveloped Gu Ling, wanting to obliterate her. How is this possible? Although Tsang Mia's attack hit Gu Ling, he wasn't happy at all. She actually didn't take his attack head-on and allowed it to land on her. More importantly, his attack was enough to kill a mid-level supreme martial artist. Even a supreme martial artist who had achieved great success in the extreme Dao wouldn't dare to take this attack head-on. However, when the 9 great Dao treasures landed on this girl, she didn't even bat an eyelid, as if she didn't feel anything. She didn't even frown. Even when his extreme Dao domain enveloped this girl, it actually lost the power it should have. She felt like she was bathing in the spring breeze when facing his attack. This was the only thing that came to Battle Ancestor Tsang Mia's mind. Is that all you've got? Gu Ling suddenly laughed. You, Battle Ancestor Tsang Mia's shock was no small matter. His all-out attack couldn't hurt her at all. Was this girl actually a legendary existence? At this moment, Gu Ling's body shook. The 9 supreme Dao weapons that landed on her body were immediately sent flying. Cracks appeared on each of the supreme Dao weapons. Even Battle Ancestor Tsang Mia was sent flying. His extreme Dao realm collapsed, and he coughed out blood continuously. That was the blood of a supreme martial artist. Every drop could destroy the world and turn an area into nothingness. It was extremely domineering. Whoosh! Gu Ling took a step forward and instantly caught up to Battle Ancestor Tsang Mia. Scram! She waved the divine halberd that she had snatched from Battle Ancestor Tsang Mia and ruthlessly swept it at Battle Ancestor Tsang Mia. Battle Ancestor Tsang Mia was immediately sent flying. He disappeared from the immortal mansion world. No one knew where he flew to. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Even the little monk Fan Xiao stuck out her tongue. Old Tortoise was dumbfounded. My little niece is too fierce. Old Tortoise exclaimed. At this moment, Gu Ling had already passed through the Stoneman killing array and walked out. After passing through the killing array, she felt exhausted. She staggered and almost fell. The price of using this thing is indeed a little high. Gu Ling smiled bitterly. 80% of the yuan qi in her body had been sucked away by that thing on her. Her yuan qi was almost damaged. She didn't hesitate and directly consumed a drop of undying godly liquid. At this moment, some people who saw this scene from afar were shocked. Could it be that she was injured in the battle with Tsang Mia? Some people were tempted. One should know that there was a mass of primordial qi hidden in the temple. That was the ancestral qi of heaven and earth. It had endless uses. If they could obtain that mass of primordial qi, they would definitely be able to increase their cultivation. Chapter 44:50. Gu Ling had obtained the primordial chaos energy. Actually, her father, Gu Fei, had already cultivated the primordial chaos energy. This primordial chaos energy was nothing to her. Of course, she had obtained it herself, so it had a different meaning. However, if it wasn't for the sky blue immortal gold battle armor that her father, Gu Fei, had given her, she wouldn't have been able to break through the Stoneman killing array outside the shrine, nor would she have been able to completely ignore the attacks of the great elder Tsang Mia of the chaotic battle god palace. However, using the sky blue, immortal gold battle armor had cost her quite a bit. 80% of her vital energy had been drained by the sky blue, immortal gold battle armor, and she was on the verge of collapsing. In this immortal mansion world, there were dangers everywhere. She immediately took a drop of the immortal godly elixir that she had gotten from little monk Fan Xiao. After that drop of immortal godly elixir dissolved in her body, it only took a few breaths' time to completely replenish the vital energy she had used. This immortal godly elixir is really heaven-defying. Gu Ling couldn't help but be moved by the changes in her body. Not only had her vital energy been replenished, but it seemed to be much stronger than before. Most importantly, the immortal substance contained in the immortal godly elixir had fused into her body, strengthening her life force and making it much stronger. Because the sky blue immortal gold battle armor had concealed Gu Ling's aura, no one could tell that she had already recovered her vital energy. They were all guessing whether she had also been severely injured in the battle with battle ancestor Tsangmia. In the world of cultivation, whoever had the hardest fist could dictate the life and death of others. This was an eternal law that would never change no matter where you were. The strong ruled over the weak. This was the truth. Gu Ling had taken the primordial chaos energy from the shrine, which would make many people target her. In the world of cultivation, killing and robbing was the most common thing. She actually took the primordial chaos energy. Little monk Fan Xiao smiled and immediately retreated. He didn't dare to provoke Gu Ling, who knew how many powerful things she had on her. She was Gu Fei's daughter. The consequences of provoking his daughter would be dire. I'm leaving too. Like a thief, the old tortoise quietly retreated. If he were to be entangled by this little niece, he would have to bleed a lot. In the heaven realm and the human realm, those who knew about Gu Ling's background didn't dare to have any thoughts of killing her and stealing her treasures. In this world, who would dare to touch Gu Fei's daughter? That was an existence even more ferocious than a peerless, vicious person, an existence even more ferocious than the great Calamity Xian Huang. A single rage could flatten a forbidden region. A single sword strike could behead a supreme being, shaking both the celestial and human realms. Even Di Jiuqian had submitted to him and become his disciple. Many people saw that Di Jiuqian had also entered this world. He was a supreme existence at the supremacy level, and he could compete with the supremacy of the primogenitor realm. Of course, the people of the primal beginning realm had no idea who Gu Fei, Gu Ling, or Di Jiuqian were. Boom! Someone couldn't help but make a move. A divine sun suddenly appeared in the gloomy sky, and the aura of extreme yang instantly filled every inch of the void. Give me the Hongmeng Qi. An incomparably majestic voice came from the sky, and a terrifying heat burned the void. The shadow of a three-legged bird appeared on the divine sun. Looking down at Gu Ling Golden Crow, an extreme Dao Golden Crow, the experts of the heaven realm and the human realm were all shocked. The Golden Crow clan had never disappeared from the heaven realm and the human realm, but this Golden Crow clan didn't have a supreme being. Moreover, this Golden Crow sovereign dared to attack Gu Ling, so he naturally didn't know Gu Ling's background. Gu Ling looked up at the sky. Someone actually dared to attack her? Lowly ant, offer up the Hongmeng Qi and scram. The Golden Crow sovereign in the sky didn't care about Gu Ling at all. His tone was extremely arrogant, as if he didn't care to squash an ant to death. What is this guy saying? The experts from the heaven realm and the human realm were all stunned. This guy is too awesome. I can't help but admire him. Did this feathered beast get kicked in the head by a donkey? This guy from the primordial realm is indeed different. He actually dared to provoke the Gu clan. The experts from the heaven realm looked at the golden crow as if they were looking at an idiot. So what if he was a supreme? Gu Fei and his daughter were fearless. It wasn't like Gu Fei hadn't killed a supreme before. Even the great ominous being Xian Huang wasn't a match for Gu Fei. He was captured by Gu Fei, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. All of you, shut up. The golden crow sovereign in the sky roared angrily, and a terrifying pressure spread in all directions. Some people with weaker cultivations were directly shaken to the point where their ears bled. Some people even fell from the sky because of the terrifying sound waves. You're just a stupid bird. What are you roaring for? A huge shadow appeared in the depths of the immortal mansion world. The huge figure was like a giant god that opened the sky, and one couldn't see the end of it at a glance. A terrifying pressure spread out, and the whole world seemed like it was about to collapse. Pitch-black spatial cracks appeared in the void. Fellow Taoist, I advise you to mind your own business. The golden crow sovereign turned and sneered at the figure in the depths of the immortal mansion world. A frog at the bottom of a well. You think you're invincible just because you came from the primordial realm? You can truly look down on the heavens. How laughable. The figure's voice boomed out, and the entire world became very unstable. What did you say? The golden crow sovereign, who was like a sun in the sky, was enraged. When a supreme was enraged, the heavens shook and the earth trembled. That sun seemed like it was about to burn through the sky. Stupid bird, let me teach you how to be a person. No, it should be how to be a bird. The figure said disdainfully. Humph! The golden crow sovereign sneered. In the next moment, a sharp golden claw swiped down towards Gu Ling. He wanted to kill Gu Ling first, obtain that ball of primordial energy, and then deal with that fellow in the depths of the immortal mansion world. That fellow in the depths of the immortal mansion world was very powerful. A Dharma idol of heaven and earth was enough to make a quasi-supreme wet his pants. That was a formidable foe. The golden crow sovereign didn't dare to underestimate such an existence. They were both extreme Tao paragons. When their auras interacted, it was obvious who was stronger and who was weaker. That fellow in the depths of the immortal mansion world definitely had a cultivation and battle prowess that was not inferior to his own. The golden crow sovereign didn't fear this sort of existence. Sigh. Gu Ling sighed, then directly took out a yellow sheet of paper and threw it towards the golden crow's claw that was swiping down from the sky. Yellow paper? Seeing this scene, some of the experts watching from afar instantly paled. Even Yi Lingtian's eyes widened. To ordinary people, this yellow paper had no power at all. However, not long ago, Yi Lingtian had used this yellow paper to kill Qi Hao, the divine child of the heavens equal sect in the primordial beginning realm. And there were quite a few people who had seen this scene. Yi Lingtian had used a yellow paper to break through the extreme Tao and kill the divine child. To ordinary people, this was simply a miracle, a legend among legends. Of course, when Yi Lingtian had killed Qi Hao, the golden crow sovereign hadn't arrived yet. Naturally, he hadn't seen that terrifying scene that was like a legend. The golden crow divine claw, which was as huge as a mountain, directly swiped at that yellow paper. Little girl, have you been scared silly by me? The golden crow sovereign sneered. This little thing actually threw a yellow paper at him. Did she want to use a yellow paper to block his attack? This was really too funny. However, the yellow paper that Gu Ling had thrown out flew past, and then the golden crow sovereign's claw that was swiping at him soundlessly split in half. Golden blood sprinkled down from the sky. Every drop radiated a dazzling golden light, as if a large number of densely packed golden stars were falling from the sky. This The Golden Crow sovereign was extremely shocked. This was just a piece of yellow paper without any energy fluctuations. How could it hurt him? The experts who were watching the battle nearby were also dumbfounded. The yellow paper that Gu Ling had thrown out still flew towards the Golden Crow sovereign. The yellow paper seemed to be blown by the wind as it floated towards the Golden Crow sovereign. It still flashed past, and then the divine sun that the Golden Crow sovereign had transformed into a split in half. How is this possible? The Golden Crow sovereign couldn't believe that he would actually be killed by a yellow paper. This was really an unjust death. The yellow paper looked ordinary, but at this moment, no one dared to underestimate it. Everyone who stared at that yellow paper had a different look in their eyes. The figure in the depths of the immortal mansion world was very surprised to see this scene. The huge figure that was taller than the sky also disappeared between heaven and earth, as if it had never been there. Is that a contingency plan left behind by that existence? Yi Lingtian suddenly thought of a person, an existence that even he trembled in fear. The Yi family was a superpower in the primogenitor realm, and they had the support of the Yi family's ancestor. Back then, Gu Fei had swept through the primogenitor realm by himself, and even the Wood clan had been destroyed by him. Yi Lingtian had definitely heard of Gu Fei's fame. Apart from Gu Fei, who else in the universe could refine a yellow paper that could kill a supreme being? It wasn't a Tao artifact, but a decree from a supreme existence in the eternal realm. Once an eternal decree was used, even a supreme being would die. After the yellow paper that Gu Ling had thrown out split the Golden Crow sovereign in half, it started to burn and turn into ashes, as if it had never been there in the first place. As for the Golden Crow sovereign from the primogenitor realm, after he was split in half by that yellow paper, both his physical body and primordial spirit started to burn and turn into ashes as well. The sun that had been hanging across the sky disappeared. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, as if a huge mountain that had been weighing down on their hearts had been moved away. This was the destruction of both body and soul. A lofty supreme being had actually perished in this immortal mansion world. This left everyone from the primogenitor realm completely dumbfounded. No one had thought that an extreme supreme being would perish. It must be known that this was a supreme existence that stood at the peak of the universe. At this time, even those fellows from the primogenitor realm knew that this little girl was not an existence that could be trifled with. How is this possible? All the experts from the primogenitor realm couldn't believe it. And just as everyone was stunned, a vast and boundless aura suddenly came from the entrance of the immortal mansion world, and a supreme figure appeared in the immortal mansion world. Behind that figure stood over a dozen incomparably powerful existences. Those figures all exuded shocking battle intent and a cold, murderous aura. These people were like a group of war gods that had walked out of the primordial chaos. The people from the chaotic war deity palace have arrived. Chapter 4451. The chaotic war god palace is known to be the strongest in the primal beginning realm. They really are swift and decisive. They've arrived so quickly, sighed an expert of the primal beginning realm. The deaths of over a dozen divine sons and holy maidens was enough to shock the entire primal beginning realm. After all the divine dynasties, sacred grounds, and large sects that had been conferred the title of divine sons and holy maidens were the peak figures of the younger generation. If these people were allowed to mature, they would definitely become rulers of a region. Yet now, they had all died in the world of the chaotic immortal mansion. Whether it was the chaotic war god palace, the Pingtian divine empire, or the heavens equal sect, they were all furious. They all sent their ancestors to the chaotic immortal mansion. However, it seemed like only the people of the chaotic war god palace had arrived. The one in the lead was an ancient battle god. The moment this ancient battle god stood in the void, the entire heaven and earth started to become unstable. Immense power erupted from the ancient god of war's body, causing pitch-black spatial cracks to appear in the surrounding space. He carefully controlled his presence, so the experts of the chaotic war god palace behind him did not feel any pressure at all. However, apart from the powerhouses from the chaotic god of war palace, the countless living beings within a radius of tens of thousands of miles felt as if a primordial sacred mountain had suddenly descended and pressed down on their bodies the moment the ancient god of war appeared. Before a supreme god of slaughter, countless living beings were ants. Since the supreme god of slaughter had emerged, blood would definitely flow like rivers. The ancient god of slaughter was a supreme expert who had emerged from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. He had entered the path of cultivation through slaughter. In his eyes, all living beings in the world could be killed. Whoever killed a divine son of the chaotic war god palace, step forward and accept your death. Otherwise, everyone here will die with the chaotic child. The ancient god of slaughter glanced past everyone present coldly. However, no one said anything. They were all stunned by the ancient god of slaughter's words. Not only had the people of the heavens world and humans world entered the immortal mansion, but many people from the primal beginning realm had come as well. The primal beginning realm was filled with thousands of races and experts. There was a large number of heaven sects and divine religions. There were naturally many people who had been conferred the title of Divine Son and Holy Maiden. Even the Heaven Equal sect had 3 divine princes, and Chi-Hao was only one of them. The super forces of the primal beginning realm would nurture several divine sons and saintesses, not just one. This was because no one knew what would happen in the next moment in the cultivation world. Even the divine princes and saintesses of the major heavenly sects and divine sects were in danger of dying. At that moment, Yi Lingtian's figure had already disappeared. In fact, he had already quietly retreated when the war god appeared. However, Jiang Yichen did not leave. The chaotic son of the chaotic battle deity palace had died at his hands. Great god of war, I know who killed fellow Taoist chaos. At this moment, a young man in purple suddenly walked out and clasped his hands in greeting to the god of slaughter. His expression was calm, and there was a smile on his face. Under the pressure of the ancient god of slaughter, it was as if he wasn't affected at all. Jiang Yichen's expression changed as he looked at the purple-clad youth. So it's the little guy from the Eastern Purple Chi sect. Do you know who killed the chaotic son? Upon hearing this, the aura on the peerless killer's body surged. This time, even the experts from the chaotic battle deity palace who were protected by him felt a strong sense of pressure. The purple-robed young man facing the peerless reaper of death was in an even worse state. He directly lay on the ground, shivering. A mass of divine light emerged from his body, but in the next moment, it instantly collapsed. He couldn't even withstand the formless aura of the peerless reaper of death. It's Xing Litian from the Eastern Purple Chi sect. Someone recognized the purple-robed youth's origins. His brother, Xing Lidi, is the #1 divine son of the Eastern Purple Chi sect. Someone exclaimed. The Eastern Purple Chi sect was one of the 10 major heavenly sects of the primal beginning realm. It was as famous as the Heaven Equal sect. It could be said that it was a super ancient lineage. The #1 divine son of the Eastern Purple Chi sect was definitely at the peak of the quasi-supreme level. He had already taken half a step into the extreme grade. Although Xing Litian was the elder brother, he was far from being comparable to his younger brother, Xing Lidi. However, Xing Litian had such a heaven-defying younger brother. His status in the Eastern Purple Chi sect wasn't bad either. Most true disciples of the Eastern Purple Chi sect had to curry favor with him. It should be noted that the #1 divine son of the Eastern Purple Chi sect was the first in line to be the next sect master. If there were no accidents, he would be the next sect master. For top heavenly sects like these, the sect masters and sect masters weren't always fixed. Every once in a while, when the divine sons of the sect had fully matured, the sect master would abdicate and become the grand sect master. For example, the Eastern Purple Chi sect had 3 grand sect masters in charge. The grand sect masters of each sect didn't care about worldly affairs. They would only intervene when the sect was facing a life and death situation. The person who killed Brother Chaotic Sun is here, Xing Litian said. His voice was trembling. The being in front of him was a supreme battle ancestor. He was extremely powerful, and a wisp of his aura seemed to be able to crush the entire world. Even though he had a secret treasure on him, he was still extremely frightened. That kind of fear came from the depths of his soul and made him tremble uncontrollably. What did you say? The primordial battle god from the chaotic battle god palace was instantly enraged. Rays of chaotic divine light appeared around the primordial battle god and tore the void apart. Who is it? Show yourself. Zhanzu Kuan, you roared angrily. Terrifying sound waves spread out. Visible ripples appeared in the void and spread out in all directions. Countless experts who were watching the battle nearby were all extremely shocked by Kuan Yu's roar and immediately retreated. Some unlucky fellows were directly turned into a mist of blood by Kuan Yu's roar and died. Even those experts who were lucky enough to escape in time were shaken to the point that their blood and qi churned, and they almost vomited blood. At that moment, many experts who had witnessed the battle between Jiang Yichen and Chaotic Sun turned to look at Jiang Yichen. "Little fellow, it's you?" Zhanzu Kuan, you roared. He extended his hand and grabbed at Jiang Yichen. A violent, devouring power erupted from his palm, as though the entire world was about to be devoured. This battle ancestor was so powerful that his extreme spirit force enveloped the entire world. With the extreme spirit force's detection, even the slightest movement would be captured by him. "Humph, I'm not going to keep you company," Jiang Yichen said as he crushed a Tao talisman in his hand. In the next moment, a ball of divine light enveloped him, and he disappeared into the void. What? Kuan Yu was extremely shocked. This part of the world had been sealed by him, and no one should have been able to escape. What was wrong with this little fellow? Jiang Yichen left. No one could see how he had left, not even the battle ancestor from the chaotic battle god palace. "All of you, go to hell." The infuriated battle ancestor Kuan Yu directly unleashed his anger on the unlucky people present. He waved his right hand, and a beam of divine light shot forward. In an instant, dozens of cultivators were cut into halves by this beam of divine light, and they died. Everyone was shocked by this scene. The old ancestor from the chaotic war deity palace was too crazy. He actually wanted to kill everyone present. "Kuan Yu, you've gone too far." A voice rang out from the entrance to the world of immortals. Afterwards, an old man appeared in outer space. "Humph, going too far? Don't tell me that our divine son has died in vain." Kuan Yu stared at the old man and said coldly, "Then you should be looking for the culprit instead of killing the innocent." The old man was emotionless. He only stared at Kuan Yu as a powerful presence erupted from his body. "Qi Shao, are you trying to become enemies with my chaotic battle god palace?" A black-robed, middle-aged man behind Kuan Yu stared at the old man. "Humph, there are quite a few people from my Pingtian divine empire here as well. Do you want to kill them all?" Quite a few disciples from the other heaven sects have come as well. Do you want to become enemies with the entire world? The old man called Qi Shao did not back down. Kuan Yu's attack earlier had killed several dozen experts, including 2 princes of the Pingtian Divine Empire. Qi Shao was an ancestor of the Pingtian Divine Empire. He was extremely powerful, and he was not necessarily weaker than the ancient war god, Kuan Yu. At this moment, a group of people charged over and directly arrived behind Qi Shao. Every single one of them radiated with extremely powerful presences. Although they were not supreme exalts, they were not far away. Pingtian Divine Empire. If you want to start a war, I'll keep you company. Kuan Yu roared out furiously. The 2 formations faced off against each other. At this moment, Gu Ling retreated to one side. Even though the laws of the immortal estate had greatly weakened his presence, he was still unable to move. Rumble. Just as these 2 supreme experts were facing off against each other, an incomparably shocking voice rang out from the depths of the immortal estate world, causing the entire immortal estate world to become unstable. What's going on? Has a supreme Tao artifact appeared? Everyone charged towards the depths of the immortal estate as soon as possible. That was a supreme Tao artifact. Even if they did not have the right to fight over it, there were countless other treasures in the immortal estate aside from the supreme treasures. While the supreme existences fought over the supreme treasures, the quasi-sovereigns would have the opportunity to obtain other treasures and fortuitous encounters. Humph! Search! Even if we have to dig a meter into the ground, we have to find the culprit. Kuan Yu directly ordered the people he had brought with him. Yes, Ancestor. The other experts of the chaotic battle god palace accepted the order in a hurry before dispersing and disappearing from the immortal estate. At the same time, he rose into the air and charged towards the depths of the immortal estate. The ancestor of the Pingtian Divine Empire could not sit still any longer. He directly turned into a streak of light and chased after Kuan Yu. Gu Ling, Little Fatty, Qin Yao, and so on did not fight over any fortuitous encounters. Instead, they lingered around the entrance to the immortal estate. Chapter 44:52. On the outskirts of the chaos rift between the heaven realm and the primal beginning realm, a mysterious divine abode had appeared, attracting countless cultivators. Countless divine sons and saintesses from the major sects and sects of the primal beginning realm, as well as the immortal dynasties and sacred grounds, had come to enter the divine abode world. For the geniuses of the primal beginning realm, the mysterious divine abode world was nothing more than a trial for them. Of course, the divine abode world wasn't a good place. If they weren't careful, they might lose their lives there. No one wanted to die, but this time, the countless forces of the primal beginning realm were dumbfounded. Many divine sons and saintesses had died in the divine abode world. This shocked everyone to the extreme. There was a big problem with the trial this time. A powerful being from the lower realm could actually kill the divine sons of the primal beginning realm. This made countless cultivators of the primal beginning realm unable to believe it. Everyone knew that the trial grounds were dangerous. Every time the countless divine sons and saintesses of the grand beginning realm entered the chaos immortal abode for trials, there would be people who died inside. Without going through trials, one wouldn't become a true cultivator. The world of cultivation was a cruel world where the strong were respected. Only by breaking through all kinds of difficulties and obstacles could one become an existence that could look down on all others. Of course, some people died in the process. This was inevitable because not everyone could become a true cultivator. It wasn't that the divine sons cultivated by the major forces of the primal beginning realm weren't strong, but that there were people who were stronger than them. At this time, an ancient palace rose from the depths of the divine abode world. The entire ancient palace emitted endless divine light. instantly illuminating half of the divine abode world. The divine abode world was simply too big. It was simply a complete world. Since ancient times, even the most ancient existence of the primal beginning realm couldn't clearly explain the origin of this divine abode world. They only knew that this divine abode world would appear every once in a while. Once it appeared, it would cause a stir in all directions, and countless forces of the entire primal beginning realm would flock there. There were great opportunities and great fortunes in the divine abode world. Legend had it that there was even a supreme inheritance in that world. If one could obtain that inheritance, they would be able to reach the heavens in a single step. Becoming an extreme supreme being would be a piece of cake, and they might even be able to take a step beyond the extreme Tao. This was also the reason why the countless powers of the grand beginning realm had to send their most outstanding successors into the immortal mansion world. Even an extreme grade supremacy would not be able to sit still. In the primal beginning realm, there was a legend that the extreme Tao was not the end. However, there had never been an existence stronger than the extreme Tao. Rumble, the aura that erupted from the ancient palace, was astonishing. It resonated with the entire world. Endless divine light of the great path rushed in from all directions. Something in the ancient palace seemed to be awakening. What is that? A figure appeared in the distant sky. Chaotic chi surged around him. At the same time, another figure appeared in another direction. An extremely powerful aura also erupted from his body, and 9 golden dragons danced around him. The imperial ancestor of the Pingtian Divine Empire, Qi Shao, had arrived. Old Devil Qi, you are fast. Chaotic Qi surged, and the figure that looked like an ancient chaotic god sneered. Kuan Yu, we'll settle our scores later. Qi Shao said coldly. Humph. Do you want to calculate it now? Kuan, you said contemptuously. You dash. Qi Shao was about to take action. Other people feared the chaotic war god palace, but he did not because he had the entire Pingtian Divine Empire behind him. The Pingtian Divine Empire was definitely no weaker than the chaotic war god palace. However, at this moment, both Qi Shao and Kuan Yu's expressions changed. They suddenly turned around and looked in the same direction. A figure appeared on the eastern horizon. The vision of a sovereign was definitely astonishing. When Qi Shao and Kuan Yu saw the person, they both looked at the spear in his hand. The sovereign's blood. Qi Shao and Kuan Yu were extremely shocked. The tip of the spear was actually covered with the sovereign's blood. The blood was extremely red, and it even gave off a powerful presence of the extreme grade supremacy. That was the sovereign's blood. The blood of a sovereign was extremely brutal and powerful. A single droplet could basically destroy the world. It needed to be sealed up with a powerful technique. This guy has actually killed a sovereign before. Even someone as powerful as the ancient battle god of the chaotic battle god palace, Kuan Yu had a grave expression on his face. After all, it wasn't easy to kill an extreme grade sovereign. Once they failed to kill them, the consequences would be severe. Being targeted by an extreme grade supremacy would definitely be a disaster. Once a sovereign took revenge, even the chaotic war god palace would be in trouble. The person wielded a spear and walked over from afar step by step. The entire world seemed to shake with his footsteps. He was definitely a supreme expert. Di Jiu Qian. At this moment, a streak of light shot over from afar. There was a figure within the light. When the person saw the black-robed, middle-aged man, he could not help but become surprised. He immediately stopped. Who's Di Jiu Qian? I've never heard of him. Kuan Yu frowned. Even Qi Shao, the imperial ancestor of the Pingtian Divine Empire, became stern and doubtful. Di Jiu Qian was an unfamiliar name to them. but to the cultivators of the celestial world and human world, his name was like thunder to their ears. No one dared to underestimate him. At this moment, powerful figures appeared near the ancient hall one after another. Every single one of them was extremely powerful. The laws of the world resonated with them, as if they could collapse the surrounding space. With so many extreme grade supremacy gathered together, the divine might of the extreme grade supremacy spread out, shaking a small portion of the immortal estate. If it were not for the powerful protection of the world, it would have shattered long ago. As the extreme grade supremacy gathered in the eastern region of the immortal estate, 3 powerful figures charged into the entrance of the immortal estate at the same time. Roar. The person in the lead roared at the sky. Terrifying ripples spread out, shaking the space violently. Pitch-black spatial cracks appeared one after another. Boss, don't show your might first. What if you scare away those big fish? A black-robed man said hurriedly, "That's right. We're here to catch big fish." Another white-robed young man with a huge bow on his back nodded. I couldn't help it. There's no power of heavenly punishment here. That's rather unexpected." The young man in the lead raised his head and gazed at the sky, his eyes twinkling with tiny streaks of starlight. "Who's shouting here?" At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out from up ahead. The 3 sovereigns looked in the direction of the voice. Who's so bold as to act so impudently in front of this sovereign? Get over here and die for this sovereign. The black-robed man's body trembled, and an extreme pressure immediately erupted from his body. He looked down on the world and all life. Who did you call over to die? At this moment, the person in front took a step forward, directly arriving in front of the 3 sovereigns. When the black-robed man saw this, he trembled and almost knelt down in fear. Chapter 4453. Young Master? The 3 extreme Tao Supremes had just entered the immortal mansion world and were about to display their might and awe, but the appearance of a person almost scared them to their knees. "Black Wind, how dare you? You actually want me to come and die?" The white-robed lady crossed her arms and looked coldly at the black-robed man. This, young master, how could I dare to be impudent in front of you?" The black-robed man hurriedly said. Although he was an extreme Tao supremacy, he didn't have any temper in front of this white-robed lady. This was because this white-robed lady was the daughter of their master, the young master. Apart from their master, the young master also controlled their life and death. "Greetings, young master." The other 2 hurriedly bowed to the white-robed lady. "Uncle Master." A fatty walked over from afar. When he saw this scene, his eyeballs nearly popped out of their sockets. What was going on? 3 extreme Tao supreme beings were actually being so respectful to this junior uncle of his. That black-robed fellow was so scared that his face turned pale. This was an extreme Tao supremacy. "Greetings, Taoist Qin." At this moment, a purple-robed lady walked over from afar. Although this lady was masked, her extraordinary aura couldn't be concealed. This purple-robed lady was the princess of the Qin clan, Qin Yao. The little fatty was naturally Gu Fei's grand disciple, Gu Xiaofeng. Qin Yao had taken Yan as her master, so to a certain extent, she was also the young master of the Black Wind Supremacy and the others. However, Qin Yao wasn't the daughter of Gu Fei, and Yan. Extreme Tao Supremes were all prideful people. When the Black Wind Supremacy and the others saw Qin Yao, they would only address her as fellow Taoist. "Greetings, Taoist brothers." Qin Yao naturally didn't dare to slight them. Although she was the princess of the Qin clan, and her father was the founder of the Qin clan, the Yin Yang Emperor, she wasn't a supremacy yet. She naturally didn't dare to be arrogant in front of these supremacies. At this moment, the three supremacies restrained their auras. Otherwise, no one would be able to withstand it. "Why did you guys only arrive now?" Guling said. Although she was not afraid of Supremes, she could not do anything to them. She did not want to waste the undying god liquid on recovering her cultivation. That was the undying golden Buddha tree's divine elixir, a supreme treasure in itself. The undying matter within was also a great natural luck. The Star Beast Sovereign was a little hesitant. They should have arrived long ago, but they encountered powerful enemies along the way, and a battle ensued. Even though they managed to beat back those fellows, they were still delayed. "All right, since we're here, let's go fight for it." At this time, a supreme aura surged out from the depths of the immortal mansion world, shaking the heavens and shaking the earth. Even quasi-supreme experts chose to retreat. No one below the extreme Tao dared to approach a certain place in the eastern domain of the immortal estate world. "Go!" The star beast, venerable beasts divine, sense instantly spread out and enveloped a part of the world. It immediately discovered something strange in the depths of the world. There was actually a group of extreme Tao supremes surrounding an ancient palace. The Taoist rhymes emanating from the ancient palace were very astonishing. Rays of divine light directly rushed out from the encirclement of the supremes, illuminating the entire world. Even a group of supremes could not completely suppress this ancient palace. This surprised the star beast, venerable beast. He waved his sleeves and led everyone into the sky, directly disappearing into the void at an extremely fast speed. In just an instant, he descended from the sky like a huge star, landing on a mountain near the ancient palace. The starlight dissipated, and the figures of Gu Ling and the others appeared. The group of supremes was shocked and hurriedly looked towards the mountain. When Di Jiuqian saw the star beast, venerable beast, Gu Ling, and the others, he could not help but feel a little surprised. Weren't the star beast, venerable beast, and the other two fellows with Master? What had come here? Could it be that even Master had come here? In this world, there were probably not many people who could make Gu Fei worry. The appearance of Gu Ling immediately caused the three supremes to retreat. Even when Di Jiuqian appeared, the three supremes did not have the slightest intention of retreating. However, once Gu Ling appeared, the three supremes from the heavenly realm and the human realm immediately retreated. Although the power of heavenly punishment in the heavenly realm and the human realm had been strengthened by Gu Fei, there were still many supremes in the heavenly realm and the human realm who had sealed their cultivation and escaped that calamity. After coming to the immortal mansion world, these extreme Tao supremes no longer had to hide their cultivation. They directly unsealed their cultivation and recovered their extreme Tao cultivation. However, Gu Fei was a taboo existence in the heavenly realm and the human realm. In this world, no one dared to provoke him, especially those with large families. Regardless of whether it was the incomparably ancient forces of the ancient antiquity, the emperor clans, or the extreme royal families, no one was willing to offend Gu Fei. And Gu Ling was Gu Fei's most beloved daughter. Last time, Gu Fei had gone on a killing spree on the primordial ancestral planet for his daughter. The three extreme Tao supremes all came from ancient cultivation forces. These supremes all had a super force behind them. If they were supremes who were alone and had no worries, they could do whatever they wanted and not be afraid of offending anyone. However, the supremes with powerful families could not. There were also many supremes who retreated to a distance and continued to observe. This ancient palace was really extraordinary. Even the supremes could not suppress it. Its aura was earth-shattering, and it forcibly opened up a part of the world under the pressure of the supremes. This palace, Guling was very shocked. She had been in the world for so many years, but she had never seen such a shocking scene. There were at least 11 Supremes present, and even 11 Supremes could not suppress this ancient palace. This was really terrifying. Moreover, among these 11 Supremes, there were at least 2 supremacies. Di Jiutian was a supremacy from the heaven realm, and the Star Beast supremacy was a supremacy from the ancestral realm. Both of them were extremely powerful and ruthless people who killed other Supremes as if they were chickens. There must be something heaven-defying inside. Little fatty Gu Xiaofeng's eyes lit up. If not for the Star Beast supremacy protecting him, his body and soul would have long been destroyed. Even a quasi-supremacy would not be able to withstand the extreme Tao Divine aura, let alone the aura that erupted from so many Supremes. Let me destroy this palace and see what's inside. The ancient god of war from the chaotic god of war palace had a fiery temper. When he saw that no one was making a move, he immediately jumped out. Swoosh! A huge hammer rushed out of his body and was grabbed by him. He then exerted all his strength and smashed it towards the ancient palace in front of him. Boom! The huge hammer that emitted endless chaotic electric light hit the ancient palace. In the next moment, a circle of transparent ripples spread in all directions. In the next moment, the hammer was directly repelled, and the ancient war ancestor of the chaotic god of war, Kuan-Yu, was directly knocked away along with his hammer. Kuan-Yu roared out furiously. He gripped the hammer desperately with both hands, and he did not even notice the blood dripping from his hands. All the Supremes were surprised when they saw this. In particular, the imperial ancestor of the Pingtian Empire, Qi Shao, widened his eyes. He knew Kuan-Yu's cultivation and battle prowess. Even if he fought against Kuan-Yu, they would only be evenly matched. It would be very difficult to say who would emerge victorious. Kuan-Yu had actually been directly knocked away. The defenses of the palace were just too powerful. Even Di Jiutian and the Star Beast supremacy were stern. Chapter 4454. Deep within the ancestral grounds of the monster clan, the demonic aura had been surging for more than a month. Countless monsters in the ancestral grounds of the monster clan were trembling in fear of the demonic aura erupting. One had to know that once the demonic aura was condensed to the extreme, the entire ancestral grounds of the monster clan would be finished. Even a sage-level monster saint would be in trouble if they were to come into contact with the demonic aura, not to mention the monsters below the sage level. I wonder how long the one inside is going to stay in seclusion. Outside the area enveloped by devil chi, on top of a mountain stood 2 demon race demon ancestor level existences. The 2 of them were very strong. They were both quasi-supreme level existences. Only quasi-supreme level demon clan experts could become demon ancestors. The title of demon ancestor was not something that just anyone could use. The more capable one was, the more one could do. Who would dare to call themselves monster patriarchs if they weren't capable enough? The demonic aura is too terrifying. The other monster patriarch stared at the surging demonic aura with a hint of fear in his eyes. Even quasi-sovereigns would find it difficult to refine such pure demonic aura. However, the existence in the center of the demonic aura was constantly devouring and refining the extremely pure demonic aura. This shocked everyone to the extreme. Is there still no news from the Monster Lord? That place isn't a good place. The 2 monster patriarchs whispered to each other. They actually wanted to try their luck in the Chaos Rift and see if they could obtain a great opportunity. However, the demon race's ancestral land could not be without a quasi-supreme demon ancestor guarding it. Old Turtle led the other demon ancestors into the Chaos Rift, but they were unlucky enough to draw a lot to guard the ancestral land. so they could only stay and guard the demon race's ancestral land. Moreover, there was a great god in seclusion in the monster clan ancestral grounds. Rumble, at that moment, the demonic aura in front of them surged violently. Then, the ink-like demonic aura receded like a receding tide. In just a few breaths' time, the demonic aura that shrouded the area had completely disappeared. That's the two demon progenitors stared at the figure on the top of the mountain in front of them with their mouths agape. Such a vast amount of demonic chi was actually devoured by that person in one gulp. Furthermore, that person did not seem to be satisfied. The man opened his mouth and inhaled, swallowing a fist-sized ball that was floating in the air. Boom. In the next moment, all 108,000 pores on that person's body spewed out demonic energy. Even the extremely pure demonic energy contained impurities. The devil chi that gushed out of that person's body was devil chi that contained a large amount of impurities. The two monster ancestors in the distance were taken aback when they saw the demonic aura erupting from the man. At that moment, that person stretched out his right hand. The demonic energy that erupted from his body gathered in his right hand, and he grabbed it. A ball of fire appeared in his hand, and he directly refined the large amount of impurities in the devil chi. At the same time, a powerful aura burst forth from his body, causing the surrounding space to tremble as if it could not withstand his powerful body. The two martial progenitors were taken aback, but they quickly regained their senses and rushed toward the figure on the mountaintop. "Greetings, Master. Greetings, Master." The two monster ancestors respectfully bowed toward the man. The man slowly turned around and smiled at the two monster ancestors. Following this, the powerful aura that struck fear into the monster ancestors' hearts instantly disappeared. Unfathomable. The two monster ancestors were utterly shocked. "Where's the old tortoise?" said the man. Master Demon has gone to the Chaos Rift," one of the monster ancestors said respectfully. "The Chaos Rift?" The man was startled. He raised his head and stared into the depths of the Chaos Rift, as if his gaze could penetrate the boundless space. "Interesting." The man smiled, and in the next moment, he disappeared into the void. Even the two quasi-supreme level martial ancestors were unable to see how that person disappeared. "This Master Gu's cultivation, I can't see through him. He's unfathomable indeed." The two monster ancestors were astounded. The news of Gu Fei leaving the monster ancestors' ancestral ground had been sealed off by the monster race. No one knew that Gu Fei was no longer in the monster race's ancestral ground. One should know that Gu Fei was a ruthless man of his generation. Even the ancient demon Xian Huang was no match for him and was captured. His existence itself was a deterrent. If people knew that Gu Fei was no longer in the monster race's ancestral ground, the monster race's ancestral ground would most likely be attacked by the primordial evil remnants or the heavenly demon descendants. The primordial evil remnants and the heavenly demon descendants were the old tortoise's mortal enemies. The two factions would never let go of an opportunity like this. With Gu Fei in the monster race's ancestral ground, all factions would be wary of him. Even the primordial evil remnants and the heavenly demon descendants would not act recklessly. Boom! The periphery of the Chaos Rift suddenly shook. A figure directly rushed into the Chaos Rift, like a meteor streaking across the void and disappearing into the Chaos Rift. Who's that? How dare he ignore the Chaos Chi and fly through the Chaos Rift? Some of the nearby cultivators were startled. Within the Chaos Rift, the laws of heaven and earth were chaotic, and there was even Chaos Chi lingering around. Even saints did not dare to fly recklessly in the Chaos Rift, but now that mysterious person dared to do so. "Is it a quasi-supreme?" someone exclaimed. At this time, Countless experts had gathered in front of the huge immortal abode within the Chaos Rift. The immortal abode was shrouded in a layer of chaos chi. If one wanted to enter the immortal abode, they would first have to break through the chaos chi. Not everyone had the ability to break through the layer of chaos chi. Those who lacked the ability naturally could not break through, but some people did not give up and wanted to take the risk. Then, many people died in the layer of chaos chi outside the immortal abode. Of course, the immortal abode contained supreme inheritances and great opportunities, so it was worth the risk. However, not everyone could obtain great opportunities and great opportunities. Look, another person has successfully broken through. At this time, on a flying ship, a white-robed girl suddenly exclaimed. Beside the white-robed girl stood a few young people. These people all wore the same style of clothes, so they were obviously disciples of the same force. Apart from the young people on the flying ship, there was also an old man with a walking stick. This old man's hair and beard were all white, even his eyebrows were white. Moreover, this old man's eyebrows were very long, so long that they reached his chest. Yes, that is the divine son of the mysterious heavenly god abode in the heaven realm. His cultivation has also reached the peak of the holy venerate and is about to enter the quasi-supreme realm. The old man said, "What? That person is the divine son of the mysterious heavenly god abode. Huatian." Someone on the flying ship exclaimed. Huatian was the current divine son nurtured by the mysterious heavenly god abode. However, this divine son was much weaker than the divine sons from the primordial realm. He needed an opportunity to break through his current cultivation level. Chapter 44:55. The chaotic energy blocked countless geniuses, whether they were from the heaven realm, the human realm, or the ancestral realm. As long as their cultivation wasn't high enough and they didn't have a quasi-supreme Tao artifact to protect themselves, they wouldn't be able to break through. Moreover, even if they had quasi-supreme Tao artifacts to protect themselves, they wouldn't necessarily be safe. Even the geniuses from the primordial realm were blocked by the chaotic energy outside the immortal mansion. Countless experts from the 4 great realms were watching from the vicinity of the immortal mansion. Some directly sent messages to their ancestral lands, asking their sects to use their supreme treasures, and some directly invited quasi-supreme existences to bring them into the immortal mansion. The 8 immortals each displayed their own abilities, all for the sake of passing through that layer of chaotic chi and entering the immortal mansion world to seize great opportunities and great fortune. After that, they would soar into the heavens and become super experts that could look down on the common people and the 9 heavens. At this time, on an inconspicuous flying boat, several young people were listening to the teachings of their seniors. The divine child of the heavenly mystery god estate has entered. The white-robed girl on the flying boat was extremely envious. At this time, the news that the inside of the immortal mansion was a separate world had long been spread by people who had come out of the immortal mansion. Entering the immortal mansion world might allow one to obtain unimaginable fortunes. This was a fatal temptation to every single cultivator. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many people who clearly knew that they couldn't do it, yet still took the risk and gave it a try. In the end, they suffered the tragic fate of having their bodies and souls destroyed. There's no point in being envious. Today, I'm just bringing you little fellows here to broaden your horizons. The old man sighed. With his cultivation, he couldn't protect these little fellows as they entered the immortal mansion world. The Sky Mist sect was only a lower middle sect in the heaven realm. Even the sect leader of the Sky Mist sect was only at the peak of the Holy Venerate level. Moreover, the Sky Mist sect was under the command of the heaven realm's demon race. Sigh. The few young people on the flying boat were very helpless and disappointed. At this time, A few more people tried to break through the chaotic energy outside the immortal mansion. However, although they were very strong, and one of them was even a low-level holy venerate, they were still torn to pieces by the chaotic energy. Even their primordial spirits couldn't escape. Both their bodies and souls were destroyed. Everyone who witnessed this scene knew that it was impossible to pass through this layer of primal chi without a quasi-supreme being cultivation or a quasi-supreme being Tao artifact to protect oneself. Boom! At this moment, a streak of blade light split the chaos apart, directly splitting open a 1,000-meter-long crack in the layer of chaotic aura. At the same time, a black-robed young man with a divine blade in his hand strode over from afar. Step by step, he followed the passageway and passed through the chaotic aura, arriving outside the door of the divine abode. Splitting the chaotic chi with a single slash. When everyone saw this scene, their eyeballs nearly fell out of their sockets. This person was too ferocious. It was just one saber strike, and that was the primal chaos chi that even a holy venerate could not break through. A chance! The cultivators near the passageway that had been split open immediately rushed towards it. Very quickly, there were actually dozens of saints who were above the saint level who followed the passageway and rushed through the layer of primal chaos energy, arriving in front of the gate of the immortal estate. Even some mighty figures who had sacred artifacts to protect themselves were able to break through. However, very quickly, the path that was split open disappeared. The chaotic energy obliterated that path, causing the cultivators who didn't make it in time to beat their chests and stamp their feet. Who was that? That saber-wielding quasi-supreme. On the flying ship, the old man from the Sky Mist sect frowned. The black-robed young man's cultivation level was very high, and even he couldn't see through the black-robed young man's cultivation level. The black-robed young man directly walked through the immortal door and entered the world of the immortal estate. The group of cultivators behind him also surged forward, all of them rushing in. I only hesitated for a moment. A great opportunity, but I'm not fated to have it. A cultivator's face was covered in tears, regretting that he had been a step too slow. At this moment, a streak of divine light shot over from afar like a meteor. Everywhere it passed, the chaotic aura that pervaded the chaotic rift was swept away. Who was that? That streak of divine light was simply too eye-catching, and all the cultivators were alarmed. Under everyone's gaze, that streak of divine light directly arrived in front of the chaotic aura outside the immortal estate. As soon as that person stopped, the ball of divine light that enveloped him disappeared. That wasn't a protective divine light, but a brilliance formed from the friction between his physical body and the surrounding air. The old man on the Sky Mist sect's flying ship was extremely shocked. Hearing the old man's words, the surrounding cultivators were all shocked. This guy actually didn't use divine light to protect himself while flying through the chaotic rift. This person's physical body was too powerful. However, the moment some people saw the person's face clearly, they almost knelt down in fright. Why is he here too? F***CK. Now that he's here, who would dare to fight him for the great opportunity and the great opportunity? Sigh, there's nothing for us to do now. All the cultivators who recognized that person immediately thought of hiding as far away as they could. Gouffé, in the distant sky, a dignified old man dressed in embroidered robes stared at the figure, his expression extremely grim. Gouffé suddenly turned around and looked in the old man's direction. In the next moment, his figure disappeared into thin air. When he reappeared, he was less than 3 meters away from the old man. The old man in embroidered robes was truly shocked. He couldn't help but take a few steps back. You dare to have killing intent towards me." Gu Fei looked at the panicking old man in embroidered robes coldly. What are you doing?" "I'm from the ancestral realm's heavenly clan." The old man's voice began to tremble. Just now, he only had a trace of killing intent towards Gu Fei, but it was actually detected by Gu Fei. This fellow was too terrifying. "Humph." Gu Fei said nothing more. With a slap, he turned the old man into a mist of blood. Even his primordial spirit dispersed in the air. That was a quasi-supreme martial artist. He was killed with a single slap. Just how powerful is this Gu Fei? Everyone was shocked to the extreme. The battle power displayed by Gu Fei was simply too powerful. He killed a quasi-supreme martial artist with a single slap. That was a quasi-supreme martial artist, not an ordinary existence. "What? You want to die too?" Gu Fei looked towards a warship in the distance. On the bow of the warship stood several incomparably powerful existences. They were all people from the ancestral realm's heavenly clan. Seeing Gu Fei kill the old man with a single slap, those people were both shocked and furious. They glared at Gu Fei furiously, yet did not dare to do anything. "Greetings, Lord Gu. Elder Tianlong was disrespectful to you. He deserved to die. We do not dare to show any dissatisfaction," said the leading elder on the warship. The heavenly clansmen on the warship had no choice but to lower their heads to Gu Fei. If they did not, they would die. Humph. Gu Fei no longer paid attention to them. In his eyes, they were nothing more than ants. Killing them or not was meaningless. He turned around and took a step forward. Once again, he arrived before the layer of chaotic aura outside the immortal palace. Not bad. This is the technique of an utmost exalted. As Gu Fei spoke, he opened his mouth and sucked. The layer of chaotic aura was sucked in by him and was being devoured by him. Chapter 4456. Outside the Holy Realm Mansion on the periphery of the Chaos Rift, Gu Fei opened his mouth and swallowed the layer of primordial qi that enveloped the whole Holy Realm Mansion. Everyone who saw this was shocked to the extreme. That was not ordinary primordial qi. It was a defensive measure set up by a supreme existence, and the primordial qi was blessed with great power. Even ordinary primordial qi was not easy to refine, let alone this kind of primordial qi that had been blessed with some kind of power. However, Gu Fei did not care so much. He directly opened his mouth and swallowed the primordial qi. Among the primordial qi that converged toward him, ancient Tao patterns appeared one after another and then disappeared. Everyone was dumbfounded for the first time. This Gu Fei is simply a madman. Gu Fei's crazy move was unbelievable, but soon everyone was shocked again. The layer of primordial qi that enveloped the whole Holy Realm Mansion gradually thinned, and Gu Fei kept swallowing it. All the cultivators who were blocked by the layer of primordial qi outside the Holy Realm Mansion were surprised, happy, and excited. If Gu Fei broke through the layer of primordial qi, wouldn't everyone be able to enter the world of the Holy Realm Mansion? Gu Fei had no intention of stopping. As he continued to swallow the primordial qi, the ancient Tao patterns continued to collapse. Soon, the layer of primordial qi that enveloped the whole Holy Realm Mansion was completely swallowed by Gu Fei and disappeared completely. This made all the cultivators who witnessed this scene dumbfounded. How is this possible? On the flying boat of the Sky Mist sect, the long-eyebrowed old man murmured, his voice trembling. Holy Realm Mansion? Gu Fei used the eternal true eyes to look at the Holy Realm Mansion in front of him, and he saw a shocking scene. The whole Holy Realm Mansion was densely covered with incomparably ancient Tao patterns. No one knew how many years this Tao pattern had existed, but it had not been eroded by the ruthless passage of time. It was still very terrifying. Gu Fei estimated that even an existence at the peak of the Master Realm would not be able to shake this immortal mansion. At least an existence at the half-step eternal realm could threaten this immortal mansion. The chi of heaven and earth emanated from the gate of the immortal abode. Beyond the gate was a world of its own. Great opportunity, great fortune. Gu Fei looked at the opened immortal gate in front of him. His lips curled into a disdainful smile. Everyone thought that he would enter the immortal mansion world, but in the next instant, a large hand directly reached out from the depths of the primal chaos rift, grabbing towards Gu Fei. The giant hand seemed to have grabbed out casually, but the void around Gu Fei was instantly locked up. It actually grabbed Gu Fei along with the void around Gu Fei. Everyone was shocked. No one had thought that there would be a big guy hiding in the depths of the primal chaos rift, and even dared to attack Gu Fei. That was Gu Fei, an existence even more ferocious than the ancient great omen Xian Huang, who in the heaven realm or the mortal realm would dare to attack him. The one who attacked him was naturally not from the heaven realm or the mortal realm, nor was it even from the ancestral realm. Rumble, the world shook under everyone's dumbfounded gaze. Gu Fei was directly grabbed by the giant hand into the depths of the primal chaos rift and disappeared. How is this possible? Everyone was dumbfounded. That was Gu Fei, who could even suppress the ancient great omen Xian Huang. How could he be taken away just like that? He did not resist at all. This was too unbelievable. Ha! This Gu Fei also has such a day. Those who had enmity with Gu Fei naturally rejoiced in his misfortune. They could not wait for someone to take care of Gu Fei. As for those who were on good terms with Gu Fei, their expressions were grave. This was a heaven-piercing matter. If Gu Fei was really killed, the heaven realm and the mortal realm would most likely be thrown into chaos. Even the ancestral realm would be in an uproar. One had to know that the power that Gu Fei had left in the ancestral realm could not be underestimated. Everyone could not wake up from their shock for a long time. Someone suddenly roared like a madman, waking everyone up with a start. Then, the vicinity of the immortal's abode immediately burst into an uproar. The primal chaos has disappeared. What are we waiting for? Charge! Ha! I didn't think that we could enter the immortal abode world. Great fortune, great opportunity. I'm coming. Countless cultivators madly rushed towards the gate of the immortal abode. The gate was very big. Even if countless cultivators swarmed in, it did not seem crowded. Elder, let's go as well. On the Sky Mist Sect's flying vessel, several young disciples were extremely excited. Originally, they had just come to join in the fun and broaden their horizons. But who would have thought that Gu Fei would suddenly appear and devour the layer of primal chaos aura that enveloped the entire immortal abode? Let's watch first. The long-browed elder's expression was extremely grave. The dangers of the immortal abode world were no joke. Moreover, with so many people entering the immortal abode world, those who did not have a strong enough cultivation base would only attract a fatal disaster, even if they obtained the fortune. It was useless for the young people on the flying vessel to be anxious. Scram! Just at this moment, an angry roar came from within the immortal abode. Then, countless people flew out from within the immortal abode. Some of them directly exploded into clouds of blood mist, dying in body and soul. An extremely powerful ripple of power surged out from within the immortal abode. A great battle had erupted within the immortal abode. People were constantly being killed. Even saints were injured and had to retreat, to say nothing of those cultivators below the saint level. The immortal abode was in chaos, and a thick stench of blood pervaded the air. The young disciples on the Sky Mist Sect's flying vessel were all stunned by this bloody scene. Was this the cruel side of the cultivation world? For the sake of natural treasures and top-notch legacies, countless people had gone mad. Boom! Bang! Muffled sounds of collisions rang out continuously. Those were the ripples of power between saints. Powerful saints were battling within the immortal abode, and all cultivators below the saint level had become cannon fodder. The battle between saints was incomparably bitter. Soon, news spread that several saints who had obtained fortune in the immortal abode world were about to leave, but they were intercepted by others, and a great battle erupted. And then, those who had just charged into the immortal abode were unlucky. They were caught up in the shockwaves of the great battle, and countless were killed or injured. The long-browed elder of the sky, Mist Sect, rejoiced incomparably. It was precisely because of his hesitation that he had saved the lives of the Sky Mist Sect disciples on the flying vessel. The great battle between saints continued for several hours. In the end, a saint charged out from the immortal abode world. However, this person's entire body was covered in bloodstains. Clearly, his injuries were not light. Old Monster Zhou, Old Li, Zhao Feiyu will remember this. That saint roared madly as he charged out of the primal chaos rift, intending to return to the celestial realm. When the experts near the immortal abode world heard Zhao Feiyu's words, they were all indescribably shocked. Could it be that the saints of the primordial Zhou clan and the primordial Li clan had teamed up against the saint of the primordial Zhao clan? The information that the saint who had escaped had revealed was simply too shocking. If this was true, wouldn't it ignite the conflict between the various primordial clans? If that was the case, the celestial realm and the mortal realm would both fall into complete chaos. If a war broke out between the primordial clans, the people would definitely be plunged into misery and suffering, and unimaginable destruction would result. One had to know that these primordial clans were likely to have extreme Daos overseeing them, and all of them possessed incomparably deep resources. Boom! At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared and punched out. The violent fist energy was as ferocious as the explosion of a divine sun, and it directly intercepted Zhao Feiyu. Zhao Feiyu, hand over that item, and I'll let you leave. Otherwise, I'll kill you without mercy. Two powerful figures charged out of the immortal abode world, pressing towards Zhao Feiyu. Go to hell, all of you! Zhao Feiyu immediately retreated, dodging the incoming punch. At the same time, he crushed a Dao talisman in his hand. The moment Zhao Feiyu crushed the Dao talisman, a wild roar came from the Zhao family's ancestral grounds in the celestial realm. In the next moment, a powerful figure charged out of the ancestral grounds of the Zhao family in the celestial realm. With a single step, he charged towards the area where the primal chaos rift was located. Following that, another 3 experts charged out of the Zhao family's ancestral grounds in the celestial realm and entered the primal chaos rift. The moment Zhao Feiyu crushed the Dao talisman, the expressions of the 3 saints who were surrounding him changed drastically. And this quickly. The 3 saints immediately attacked Zhao Feiyu with all their might. Zhao Feiyu was already an arrow at the end of its flight, so how could he possibly withstand the combined attacks of 3 saints? He spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying backwards. A bloody hole had appeared in his body. If it weren't for the fact that he had used a death substitution Dao talisman in this critical moment of life and death, he would have long since been blasted to smithereens by these 3 despicable and shameless fellows. However, he had already used up all of his death substitution Dao talismans. If he was killed again, then he would truly be dead. You despicable, shameless scum. Zhao Feiyu's eyes were bloodshot. They had narrowly escaped death and obtained an item from a restricted area in the immortal abode world. They had wanted to immediately leave the immortal abode world and return that item to the ancestral grounds. However, they had never imagined that news of Zhao Feiyu and the others obtaining the item would be leaked, causing the saints of the Zhou and Li families to join forces and ambush them near the immortal abode world. The other two saints of the Zhao family were caught off guard and killed. Only Zhao Qianyu, who had the highest level of cultivation and the strongest battle prowess, managed to escape. Die! What responded to Zhao Qianyu was a fist that exploded with terrifying power. This was the Zhou family's Big Dipper heaven-shattering fist. The violent power of the stars surged out of the Zhou family's saint's fist, shaking the heavens and the earth. The other saint of the Zhou family even took out a quasi-supreme Tao treasure. It was a blood-red divine saber. The divine saber transformed into a streak of bloody light that shot towards Zhao Qianyu. The Li family's saint also used his trump card, releasing extremely tiny flying needles. This type of Tao treasure was impossible to defend against. Once one was hit, it would be too late. Roar! Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. Chapter 44:57. Zhao Qianyu of the Heavenly Realms Zhao clan was besieged by the three saints of the Zhou clan and the Li clan. In his despair, he self-destructed, wanting to drag the three saints down with him. If he risked his life to recoup his losses, if he killed two, he would have made a profit. If he killed all three, he would have made a huge profit. Zhao Qianyu, you lunatic! The saint of the Zhou clan only had time to roar before he crumbled under the terrifying destructive power. His body and soul were both destroyed. He did not have a death substitution talisman on him, so he had no chance of rebirth. Roar! The other saint of the Zhou clan roared as he activated his protective talisman. More than 10 beams of divine light surged from his body, protecting him. However, those 10 beams of divine light did not even last for a breath's time. They were instantly destroyed by the mighty destructive power. In the next moment, half of his body was obliterated, and his flesh was a mess. Just as the saint of the Zhou clan was about to die, a beam of divine light surged from his body. The half of his body that had been obliterated actually reassembled and recovered. However, in the next moment, his physical body crumbled again, and even his soul was almost obliterated. However, at the crucial moment, another beam of divine light flashed. Under the cover of the divine light, the saint of the Zhou clan was reborn once again. However, he still died in the end. This fellow had died 7 times. In the end, after the death substitution talisman was used up, he really died. The other saint of the Li clan was also in a miserable state. He escaped the fastest, but in the end, he did not escape from the range of Zhao Qianyu's self-destruction. He was enveloped by the explosive destructive power. In the next moment, the saint of the Li clan was blasted into a bloody mist. However, within the bloody mist, a ball of divine light lit up. Under the illumination of the divine light, the bloody mist rapidly condensed, and the saint of the Li clan reassembled his physical body. He also had a death substitution talisman on him, but he only had one. It would be gone once he used it. However, the saint of the Li clan immediately used his quasi-supreme talisman. It was a shining silver ring. The moment the silver ring appeared, it immediately dispersed the surrounding destructive power. Rumble, the saint of the Li clan, controlled the silver ring and instantly charged hundreds of thousands of miles away. Damn it, Li Jingtian! How dare you kill our saint and steal our treasure? You deserve to die. At this moment, a furious roar came from the sky. In the next moment, a middle-aged man with towering anger rushed over. Terrifying energy waves erupted from this middle-aged man, causing the surrounding void to tremble. Zhao Yi, the Li family saint, Li Jingtian, was shocked when he saw who it was. This was Zhao Yi, an elder of the heavenly realms, Zhao family. However, Zhao Yi didn't come from the Zhao clan of the heaven realm. Instead, he came from the primordial Zhao clan of the human realm. The primordial Zhao clan's foundation was extremely deep. Zhao Yi was a reclusive expert of the desolate era's Zhao family. His cultivation base was at the early stages of the quasi-supreme realm, which allowed him to become the heaven realm's Zhao family's grand elder, and the family head. Although the heavenly realm had been invaded by the extreme mysterious realm and suffered heavy losses, some of the leaders of the sects had fallen. The heavenly realm was not as powerful as the extreme mysterious realm. On the other hand, the Zhao clan did not suffer any losses. The clan head was still Zhao Tianxiong, and the two supreme elders were overseeing things. These three powerful beings were all quasi-supremes, and were basically invincible as long as they did not come out of the extreme Tao. Run! The Li family's saint immediately turned around and fled. Still trying to escape, Zhao Yi stretched out his hand and grabbed at the Li family's saint. In an instant, the void around the Li family's saint was enveloped. At the same time, he waved his left hand, and an item flew back from afar, landing in his hand. Roar! The Li family's saint desperately activated the silver bracelet. The silver bracelet erupted with quasi-supreme level power and blocked Zhao Yi's huge hand. It's just a small quasi-supreme Tao artifact. Even if a quasi-supreme level expert came personally, he wouldn't be able to save you. Zhao Yi exerted force, and the silver bracelet immediately shattered. The Li family saint was immediately grabbed and turned into a bloody mist. Even the death substitution talisman was not enough. His body and soul were instantly destroyed. At this time, countless experts in the heavenly realm were watching the live broadcast through the mysterious divine talisman established by the mysterious divine estate on the mysterious divine platform. Zhao Yi, how dare you kill the Li family's saint? Even if you are the Zhao family's grand elder, you must die. The Li family had stared at the screen in front of him and gritted his teeth. Family head, I'll go kill this Zhao Yi. Behind the Li family head, a middle-aged quasi-supreme, dressed in battle armor, said angrily, Go then, let them know that our Li family is not so easily bullied. The Li family head nodded as he spoke. How did the Zhao family and the Li family get into a conflict? Aren't you guys watching the live broadcast? The Li family and the Zhou family saints seem to have set up an ambush in the immortal mansion world, wanting to kill the Zhao family saint, Zhao Tianyu. In the end, Zhao Tianyu had no choice but to self-detonate. Wow, no way! I just haven't been on the mysterious divine platform for half a day. What kind of earth-shattering event has happened? Humph, ignorant and ill-informed. Someone said smugly. At this time, outside the immortal mansion world, after killing the Li family saint, Zhao Yi's anger had not yet subsided. He attacked and killed all of the Li family disciples nearby with a single slap. Only after exterminating the Li family clansmen near the immortal mansion world did Zhao Yi's anger subside significantly. Although Zhao Yi is the Zhao family's grand elder, he still wantonly slaughtered the Li family's disciples. This will definitely enrage the Li family. On the Fecta platform, everyone who saw this through the live stream was shocked beyond belief. The Heaven Domain's Li clan was not a weak clan. Although the Heaven Domain's Zhao clan dominated the northern region of the Heaven Domain, the Li clan was also a colossus. One must know that the human realm's Li clan from the primordial world and the heaven realm's Li clan came from the same source. Ever since the path of heaven was opened between the heaven realm and the human realm, the clans of the ancients in the human realm had to regain control of the forces they had left in the heaven realm. However, after countless years of development, The forces of the clan of the ancients that remained in the heaven realm had become even more powerful. They had even produced quasi-supremes. The heaven realm's Li clan also returned to the human realm's Li clan and became a branch of the desolate Li clan. Countless years ago, they were originally a branch of the desolate Li clan. Back then, the human realm was in chaos, and the path of heaven was severed. The ancient powers in the heaven realm experienced a long period of darkness, and many powers from the human realm disappeared. However, a force that could survive for so long was not simple. Seems like the heaven realm is going to be chaotic again. Someone left a message on the Tianji platform. Hee, as long as that person exists in the heaven realm, there will be no chaos. Someone said disapprovingly, "You mean everyone suddenly fell silent, not daring to continue talking?" Zhao Yi's massacre near the immortal abode had completely angered the heaven realm's Li clan. Countless people were watching the show. If the Zhao clan and the Li clan fought, it would be interesting. While everyone was watching the show, in the depths of the chaos rift near the primordial world, two powerful figures were confronting each other. An extremely powerful aura erupted from the two of them, dispersing the chaotic energy in the surroundings. Extreme Supremes? A warship directly rushed into the chaos chi. Soon, the experts on the warship were indescribably shocked. The Extreme Supremes' aura coming from the chaos chi shocked the experts on the warship. Go around. The extreme divine formation on the warship was activated, and a ball of divine light enveloped the entire warship. The leader immediately gave the order to go around. "Your Highness, it's rare to see an Extreme Supremes battle. Why don't we stay and watch?" On the bow of the warship, a youth in embroidered clothes stood with his hands behind his back, surrounded by divine light. Behind him stood many experts. A white-robed youth behind the saint looked in the direction of the Extreme Supreme's aura. Yes, the saint nodded. The cultivators on the warship were overjoyed. "How dare you attack me, Gu Fei? You must be tired of living." In the chaos chi, a blurry figure suddenly erupted with powerful energy waves, shaking the entire chaos rift. This person was Gu Fei. His cultivation had actually broken through to the Extreme Supreme's realm. "You're the only one at the Extreme Supreme's." The person on the other side was very disdainful. "Kill. Not in the mood to talk nonsense with this guy." Gu Fei threw a punch at the guy on the other side. Rumble. The punch shook the world. Although Gu Fei's punch looked simple, it made the mysterious person feel that it was difficult to dodge. Boom. The mysterious person was directly blasted away, smashing into a small mountain behind him. Humph! The Supremes of the primordial world are so weak they can't even withstand a single blow. Gu Fei shook his head. "What did you say?" The mysterious person was instantly enraged and directly rushed over from afar. 9 rays of sword light rushed out of his body and slashed wildly at Gu Fei. The mysterious person had once taken action and dragged Gu Fei into the depths of the chaos chi, but Gu Fei was not a weakling, so he directly broke free from the mysterious person's control. "Return." Gu Fei stretched out his hands, and the 9 rays of sword light were immediately drawn to his body and circled around him. What? The mysterious person was shocked to see this scene. The sword light he had shot out was actually easily controlled by the other party. How was this possible? "Here you go." Gu Fei waved his right hand, and the 9 rays of sword light around him immediately erupted with even more powerful sword light, directly piercing towards the mysterious person opposite him. Damn it! The mysterious person immediately retreated. No one knew the power of the 9 rays of sword light better than him. If he was hit, even a Supreme would be injured. Whoosh! The 9 rays of sword light crossed the sky and directly caught up with the mysterious person who was sent flying backward. Roar! The mysterious person roared to the sky. He attacked with all his strength, increasing his speed by several times. However, the 9 rays of sword light continued to pierce towards the mysterious person like a shadow. How is this possible? The mysterious person was shocked and angry. The other party actually reversed his attack perfectly, and the power of this divine ability seemed to be a bit stronger than when he used it. This was unbelievable. Chapter 4458. After Gu Fei came out of seclusion, he wanted to enter the immortal abode in the Chaos Rift to take a look. However, a huge hand suddenly reached out from the depths of the Chaos Rift. The huge hand directly grabbed Gu Fei and dragged him into the depths of the Chaos Rift, not far from the primordial realm. It was the attack of a mysterious supremacy. However, Gu Fei was not to be trifled with. His extreme grade cultivation erupted and directly shattered the huge hand that grabbed him. Kill! Kill! Without any hesitation, the two powerhouses immediately started fighting. Gu Fei's seclusion this time allowed him to refine an endless amount of demonic qi. The demonic qi of the 10 extinction demonic star was too vast and pure, allowing his cultivation base to directly recover to the initial stage of extreme Tao. As long as he was willing, he could immediately transcend the tribulation and become a true extreme grade supremacy. Gu Fei used to be a supreme existence in the eternal grade. Although the first demon ancestor had used his life to open the cycle of reincarnation and knocked him into the cycle of reincarnation, his eternal grade and even extreme grade cultivation were almost beaten back to his original state. However, he still took one step at a time and cultivated back to where he came from. Because he was cultivating from the beginning, he already had a clear understanding of the various realms. Along the way, he did not encounter any bottlenecks at all. Even if he had not transcended the tribulation, Gu Fei's current cultivation was enough to compete with an extreme grade supremacy. I'll return it to you. Gu Fei easily reversed the 9 rays of sword light that the mysterious supremacy from the primordial realm shot at him. The 9 rays of sword light released a dazzling sword light that directly broke through the chaos rift and caught up with the mysterious supremacy in an instant. Damn it! The mysterious supremacy's body trembled. In the next moment, the 9 sharp rays of sword light were directly smashed by a divine halo that rushed out of his body. Go! With a thought from the mysterious supremacy, the divine halo that bloomed with 5-colored divine light directly collided with Gu Fei. The power of the 5 elements at the extreme grade erupted from the divine halo. This is the great Tao of the 5 elements. Seeing this, Gu Fei's pupils involuntarily shrank. If his first reincarnation was before the first devil ancestor sent him into the cycle of reincarnation, then his second reincarnation was after the first devil ancestor sent him into the cycle of reincarnation. 2 lifetimes of cultivation had made his foundation of the great path even more solid. He had cultivated each realm to the extreme, and each realm had reached a flawless level. In particular, he possessed the eternal true bones, which made his martial body extremely powerful. Even if he only used the power of his martial body, he could still crush opponents of the same level. He didn't expect to encounter a 5 elements supremacy who had cultivated the 5 elements great Tao to the extreme right after he became an extreme supremacy. The 5 elements supremes of the primordial beginning realm were too powerful, and they had already used the 5 elements Tao artifact. He had to be serious. Extreme breaking fist. Gu Fei did not hesitate and immediately displayed the supreme fist technique that he had created in his previous life. When he punched out, it was as if a giant god had smashed through the chaos. It was as if the sun, moon, and stars were shattering around him. It was a shocking sight. This was the supreme fist technique that Gu Fei had created in his previous life when he had cultivated to the eternal realm. It was the extreme breaking fist, which could break through the limits with one punch. Even the primitive powers of heaven and earth, such as earth, water, wind, and fire, could be unleashed. When the five elements supremacy of the primordial beginning realm saw this, his pupils involuntarily shrank, and his expression became extremely solemn. He could sense the terror of Gu Fei's punch. The moment Gu Fei punched out, his hair stood on end. It was as if he was facing a great terror and crisis. Gu Fei's entire body was enveloped in the primordial divine light. This primordial power was extremely powerful, and the punch that was powered by the extreme primordial power was simply invincible. There was no mystique that could not be destroyed with a single punch. This punch had not yet been completely unleashed, but the extremely grand fist intent had already dispersed all the primordial chi within a radius of tens of thousands of miles. Bam! Kacha! Gu Fei's punch landed on the five elements divine ring, sending the supreme Tao treasure of the primordial beginning realm's five elements celestial sect flying. Boom! A mountain in the distance was struck by the five elements divine ring and exploded, turning into dust that filled the sky. Taking on a supreme Tao treasure with your bare hands, the five elements supremacy's body swayed, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. With a wave of his right hand, the five elements divine ring flew back into his hand. When he looked down, he saw that the five-colored divine ring was covered in cracks, as if it could shatter at any moment. Although he was already mentally prepared, the five elements supremacy's eyes still widened as he stared at the five elements divine ring in his hand. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. This was his life-bound Tao treasure that he had spent his entire life refining, and it had almost been destroyed by a single punch from this guy. This shocked and angered him. Just who are you? The five elements supremacy glared at Gu Fei. If looks could kill, Gu Fei would have died many times over. His Tao treasure could be considered half destroyed. If Gu Fei were to throw another punch, his Tao treasure would definitely not be able to withstand it and would be destroyed. Boom! Gu Fei did not say anything. Instead, he bluntly threw out another punch. The power of this punch was much stronger than the first punch. What was the meaning of breaking the limit? It was to surpass one's own limits and raise one's combat strength to a level that surpassed one's own limits. When Gu Fei threw his second punch, the void in front of his fist collapsed and was annihilated. The area within a radius of 10,000 miles was directly turned into dust. Everything was destroyed and obliterated. This was the fist of destruction, powered by the power of a supreme Tao treasure. It could simply sink a continent and destroy an entire world. It was terrifying to an unimaginable degree. Roar! The five elements supremacy roared and immediately retreated. At the same time, layer after layer of extreme five elements power erupted from his body and blocked the attack. The void that was enveloped by the five elements divine light was densely packed with five elements Tao patterns. However, Gu Fei's fist directly broke through the first layer of extreme five elements power. Then the second layer, the third layer. It was like a hot knife through butter. Bam! In the end, Gu Fei's fist landed on the five elements supremacy's body. 6 or 7 protective Tao treasures instantly shattered. These supreme Tao treasures could not even last for a breath of time. The five elements supremacy only felt his body shake. In the next moment, he saw his extremely powerful five elements Tao body split into pieces, and his head flew high into the sky. How is this possible? The five elements supremacy was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. He was the Grand Supreme Elder of the Five Elements Heavenly Sect in the primordial beginning realm and an expert at the great mastery of extreme Tao. Yet he could not even take a second punch from his opponent, and his body exploded, However, in the next moment, his flesh and blood that glowed with 5 elements divine light rapidly reassembled. The power of the 5 elements surged, and a figure appeared in the 5 elements divine light. An existence at the level of supreme Tao was very difficult to kill, especially one at the great mastery of extreme Tao. I'd like to see how many punches you can take. As he spoke, Gu Fei threw a third punch. The 5 elements supremacy was shocked and wanted to escape. However, in the next moment, he realized that every inch of the void between heaven and earth was filled with a majestic fist, intent. No matter how he tried to escape, there was only one ending for him: death. I can't escape. The 5 elements supremacy could only fight head-on against Gu Fei with all his might. The outcome was tragic. The 5 elements supremacy's arms exploded from the punch, followed by his body and limbs. They were all smashed to pieces by the terrifying fist intent. The 5 elements supremacy was thoroughly killed. However, in the next moment, his body actually reassembled and appeared in front of Gu Fei. Gu Fei could not help but frown. Could it be that this guy really could not be killed? Heaven transformation. Gu Fei extended his hand and grabbed at the 5 elements supremacy. A wave of heaven transformation power spread out and instantly enveloped the 5 elements supremacy. The 5 elements supremacy was shocked. Then, he saw the most terrifying scene in his life. He saw his body disintegrating into nothingness. Soon, the 5 elements supremacy's flesh and blood melted away, leaving behind only a skeleton. Every bone in his body was sparkling like divine jade. However, this powerful skeleton could not hold on for long. Cracks began to appear on it. Finally, with a loud bang, the 5 elements supremacy's skeleton exploded and was obliterated by the heaven transformation power. Both his flesh and bones had disappeared. Right now, the 5 elements supremacy was only left with a ball of spirit. However, in the next moment, this ball of divine light was blown out like a flame. The 5 elements supremacy had fallen. His cultivation had been melted away by Gu Fei's heaven transformation hand. In the end, even his entire body had been melted away. It was as if he had never existed in the first place. Gu Fei felt it was a pity. If he could swallow this guy's extreme path source in one gulp, his cultivation would probably increase by a large margin. However, under his heaven transformation hand, the 5 elements sky sect's supreme elder had directly received a lunchbox. Primordial realm. Here I come. After killing the 5 elements sky sect's supreme elder, Gu Fei headed straight for the primordial realm. In the depths of the southern mountains of the primordial realm, there was a paradise on earth. Pavilions, terraces, waterfalls, and springs dotted the landscape. Immortal birds and strange beasts wandered around leisurely. Crack! On top of a mountain surrounded by spiritual energy, in an ancient palace, something suddenly shattered. What? The great elder is dead? One of the cultivators guarding the life hall charged out as though he had gone mad. The great elder's life tablet has shattered. As the news spread, the peaceful ancestral grounds of the 5 elements sky sect immediately became lively. What's going on? How could the great elder be dead? No one in the ancestral grounds of the 5 elements sky sect believed it. However, the life tablet of the 5 elements supremacy that was enshrined in the life palace had shattered. Once the life tablet shattered, it meant that the person had died. Even the extreme path supremacy was no exception. While the 5 elements sky sect was in chaos, Gu Fei broke through the world barrier and entered the primordial realm. He arrived at a place called Scarlet Mist Ridge. There was a small sect here called the Scarlet Firmament Society. Chapter 4459. Just as Gu Fei broke through the world barrier of the primal beginning realm and entered the primal beginning realm, a great opportunity finally appeared in one of the domains of the immortal mansion world within the primal chaos rift. It was an incomparably ancient palace. The aura that emanated from the ancient palace was extremely powerful. Even ordinary supremes wouldn't be able to enter. At this moment, in the eastern domain of the immortal estate world, streak after streak of supreme divine might exploded forth. Each streak of divine might shook the heavens and the earth, and countless living beings of the immortal estate world were lying prone on the ground, trembling in terror. The star beast sovereign protected Guling, the little fatty, and Qin Yao, the black wind sovereign, also became well-behaved. He stared solemnly at the ancient palace floating in the void in front of him. The shooting sun sovereign had already grasped his divine bow. Even in the primordial realm, the three sovereigns under Gu Fei could become overlord existences. But in this place, they had no choice but to behave themselves. Especially the star beast sovereign. He was a star beast that consumed stars to raise his cultivation and battle prowess. He was a supreme-level existence, who knew how many stars he had to consume to reach his current cultivation level and battle prowess. You're all a bunch of trash. The star beast sovereign swept his gaze across the surroundings with a look of disdain. Powerful waves of star power emanated from his body. The surrounding void was filled with specks of starlight, as though a starry sky was faintly discernible. Star power! Some supremes secretly exclaimed in surprise. He actually called us trash. Does this guy think he's invincible? Arrogant and ignorant fellow. The supremes near the ancient palace were both shocked and enraged. This guy was a supremacy. He was extremely powerful, and he could really sweep away all the other supremes. Moreover, there was a very serious problem. Di Jiuqian was on the Star Beast Sovereign's side. Of course, only the supremes of the heaven realm and the human realm knew about this. As for the supremes from the primal beginning realm, they didn't know the relationship between Di Jiuqian and the Star Beast Sovereign at all. What? You still haven't scrammed? Do you want me to ask you to scram? The Star Beast Sovereign coldly swept his gaze across the surrounding supremes. Humph. Aren't you being a little too tyrannical? Great opportunities, only those who are fated can obtain them. Could it be that you want to hog it all for yourself? A supreme being whose entire body was shrouded in black fog sneered. So what if I want to keep it all to myself? The Star Beast Venerable was extremely powerful. Damn it! All the supreme martial artists present were extremely shocked. Even the supreme martial artists who knew about the Star Beast Venerable were in disbelief. This fellow is crazy enough to fight against all the supreme martial artists alone. It should be known that although this fellow was a supremacy, there were also supremacy-level existences among the supremacy-level existences present. The primogenitor realm also had supremacy-level existences that had descended. Kill this arrogant bastard. Does this savage beast have the strength to swallow the great opportunity for itself? A supreme being said in disdain. However, these fellows were all just a bunch of mouth cannons. Although they said that they were powerful, none of them wanted to be the first to attack. Boom! At this moment, an earth-shaking rumble was heard from afar. A figure appeared in the sky. In the next instant, that person arrived near the ancient hall. A violent and fearsome aura spread from that person's body. A terrifying pressure caused the entire heaven and earth to tremble, and pitch-black spatial cracks appeared one after another. As soon as this person appeared, it seemed like he could shatter a part of the heaven and earth and turn it into chaos once again. Peerlessly powerful, this thought appeared in the minds of all the supreme martial artists. Who is this person? Guling looked at that person and could not help but frown. This fellow was very strong. His cultivation was definitely not below the star beast venerable. He's not from the heavenly realm, the human realm, or the primogenitor realm. The shooting sun, supreme, said, hurriedly, the mighty great path nomological laws that were emitted from this person did not belong to the three realms at all. This was because the nomological laws of every great realm were different and unique. Experts that grew up in different realms would carry the mark of the realm they were from. Then this fellow must be from the primogenitor realm. Qin Yao said, swish. The person said nothing at all. He directly extended his hand and reached towards the ancient hall that hovered in outer space. He actually wanted to directly grab the ancient hall. Everyone was extremely shocked. Roar. The star beast, venerable, roared out furiously. In the next moment, countless specks of starlight shot out from his body, directly blasting towards the person. The power of the stars crushed everything and shattered space. The specks of starlight from the star beast venerable were as terrifying as actual stars. That's Qi Shao and the war ancestor of the divine empire of the primogenitor world, and Kuan Yu from the chaotic battle god palace were both shocked when they saw this person. They guessed his origins. He's actually come as well. Kuan Yu stared at the person. He was very fearful. You're looking to die. The person could not help but become furious when he saw that someone was bold enough to attack him. He continued to reach towards the ancient hall with one hand, but he clenched his other hand and directly threw a punch at the specks of starlight. This punch directly shook the heavens, punching a black hole in the void of the immortal mansion world. Countless rays of starlight were directly devoured by the black hole created by that person's punch. It actually broke through the star venerable beast's divine ability so easily. Roar. The star beast sovereign roared. In the next moment, countless stars rushed out of his body. Among those stars, 365 of them were especially bright, and they illuminated the sky. The 365 stars moved according to a certain trajectory, enveloping that fellow. That person's hand had just grabbed the middle ancient palace when it was shattered by the power of the stars. Heavenly cycle stellar formation. That person was shocked. At this moment, he only felt his vision blur, and when he looked again, he found that he was surrounded by bright starlight as if he had entered a star field. Incredible! Unexpectedly, you managed to cultivate the great cosmic star array to the point where it can form a world of its own. The man said in a deep voice, now that you know how powerful I am, why don't you obediently kneel down and beg me to spare your life? The star beast venerable's voice resounded in the starry sky. Tisk, the person directly raised his middle finger. Kill. Without any hesitation, the star beast venerable activated the heavenly cycle stellar formation. In the next moment, the 365 stars released boundless star energy and fell from the starry sky. They turned into 365 peerless sword lights and slashed towards that person. All techniques of convergence. The person roared out furiously, and a ball of dark light actually surged from his body. In the next moment, the light directly devoured the 365 streaks of light that had erupted with surging sword chi. How is this possible? The star beast sovereign could not help but be surprised when he saw this. Is that the great sect master of the heavens Gue Yuan sect, Mo Yuan, the imperial ancestor of the Pingtian Empire. Qi Shao originally doubted it, but now that he saw the person in the heavenly cycle stellar formation use the sect's divine ability, he no longer doubted it. The heavens Gue Yuan sect was one of the 10 great heavens sects of the primordial world. They were no weaker than the Pingtian Empire, and their great sect master, Mo Yuan, was a monstrous genius. This fellow had already cultivated to the quasi-supreme being realm to begin with. However, for some unknown reason, he actually severed his own cultivation and started cultivating from the beginning. Mo Yuan had cultivated for 1,000 years, and he had actually reached the level of an exalt again. He was only half a step away from breaking through to quasi-sovereign and recovering his past cultivation. This was the second time he had cultivated from the beginning. He had reached perfection in every single level of cultivation. There were no weaknesses or openings at all. Although Mo Yuan was also an exalt, he was far more powerful than regular exalts. He was basically invincible among those at the same level of cultivation. The Star Beast Sovereign was powerful, but he had actually suffered against Mo Yuan time and time again. Your heavenly cycle stellar formation is very powerful and can create a world of its own, but my heavenly technique of convergence is not to be trifled with either. Mo Yuan's voice was emotionless. There were no emotions at all. Rumble, the dark light that erupted from Mo Yuan, was actually destroying the heavenly cycle stellar formation. Endless starlight was devoured by the dark light, and stars were destroyed one after another. Heavenly technique of convergence. Guling stood beside the Star Beast Sovereign. She could sense that the power of the stellar cycle stellar formation was being devoured by Mo Yuan wildly. Could this heavenly technique actually refine the power of stars, devouring the power of others to strengthen oneself? Qin Yao's expression was extremely solemn. Mo Yuan had actually grasped this ability. Was he not invincible? How can my heavenly cycle stellar formation only have this much power? In the next moment, the Star Beast Sovereign actually turned into a streak of starlight and fused with the heavenly cycle stellar formation. With the formation as one, the power of the heavenly cycle stellar formation immediately soared to a terrifying level. The power of the stars became extremely condensed. What? I can't devour it anymore? Mo Yuan was shocked. He had originally been devouring the power of the stars around him wildly, but now he actually could not devour any power at all. At the same time, 365 stars once again appeared in the formation. Go to hell! 365 stars rushed toward Mo Yuan at the same time. Wherever they passed, the void was directly obliterated and turned into nothingness. This was a world-destroying blow. Bam! Mo Yuan was directly blasted away, and a trace of blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. Mo Yuan was also amazing. He actually borrowed the attack of the Star Beast Sovereign to directly fly out of the heavenly cycle stellar sword formation. The guy from the primordial realm is so weak. The Star Beast Sovereign shook his head. It's a little too early to say that. Guling said. At the same time, Mo Yuan, who had been blasted away, returned again. He blasted out a punch and directly blasted a big hole in the heavenly cycle stellar formation. Chapter 4460. Mo Yuan came from the Origin sect, one of the 10 great heavenly sects of the primal beginning realm. He was a monster who had once cultivated to the supremacy level, but then severed his own cultivation and cultivated from the beginning again. He had only recultivated for 1,000 years and had once again reached the supremacy realm. Moreover, after recultivating, his foundation was incomparably stable. He had cultivated to the extreme in every realm. Therefore, after recultivating, he was an invincible existence in every realm. He could defeat all opponents of the same realm, and he could even challenge experts of higher realms. The primal beginning realm was the ancestral realm of cultivation. With the primal beginning realm as the center, the myriad worlds that were derived from it all used cultivation as the foundation. And the primal beginning realm was the primal world of cultivation. Here, if one cultivated to the extreme, One could also become an extreme supreme. Whether it was the creatures of the primal beginning realm or the primal beginning realm, when they cultivated to the extreme, they reached the same goal. The only difference was that the cultivation realm at the beginning was different. In the primal beginning realm, the origin, heavenly art of the origin sect, was definitely one of the top heavenly arts of the primal beginning realm. Mo Yuan had recultivated 2 lives, and had long since cultivated the origin heavenly art to the extreme. There was no path ahead of him. Only by continuing on his own path and stepping out on his own path could he break through the shackles and become a supreme expert. Mo Yuan's ambition was higher than the sky. He wanted to surpass his predecessors and become an existence comparable to the primal beginning Lord. There was a great opportunity in the immortal mansion world. When Mo Yuan heard the news, he naturally couldn't sit still. Rumble, the heavenly cycle stellar formation, was spinning wildly. Mo Yuan, trapped in the formation, rushed left and right. No matter where he rushed to, there were billions of stars smashing towards him. This was a star field formed by the extremely vast power of the stars. Even someone as strong as Mo Yuan was forced back by the endless stars. No way, even a monster like Mo Yuan is going to be defeated? How can these guys be so powerful? Impossible. In the myriad worlds, only our primal beginning realm is the beginning of all worlds. We are invincible. A supreme from the primal beginning realm exclaimed. Could the legend be true? What legend? You're too young. There's an ancient legend in the primal beginning realm. It's said that in ancient times, a peerless genius appeared in the lower worlds. This peerless genius killed his way into the primal beginning realm and defeated all the divine sons and saintesses. He even became a sovereign and was almost invincible in the entire primal beginning realm. What happened to that peerless genius? That person is too arrogant. He actually went to challenge the master of the grand beginning realm. And then there was no then. All the supreme beings of the primordial realm fell silent. The master of the primordial realm was a legendary existence. Who knew how long it had been since he had appeared? It was a taboo existence. Could it be that another heaven-defying existence has appeared in the lower realms these past few years? The paragon of the primordial beginning realm was shocked. No one had thought that this lower realm was not a lower realm centered around the grand beginning realm. This guy is interesting. Under the protection of the shooting sun supremacy and the black wind supremacy, Gu Ling left the battlefield. Even Qin Yao and the little fatty were able to watch the battle from the sidelines under the protection of the shooting sun supremacy and the black wind supremacy. The figures of Jiang Yichen and Yi Lingtian also appeared in the distance. The items they carried were no small matter, especially Yi Lingtian, who could even ignore the pressure of a supreme being. Jiang Yichen's body was shrouded in divine light, and his ultimate emperor aura was vast and mighty, directly blocking the earth-shattering pressure of the supreme beings. Yi Lingtian's body was also activated, and he could even block the pressure of a supreme being. In front of those supreme beings, Jiang Yichen and Yi Lingtian were just 2 little ants. So what if they had secret treasures to protect themselves? They didn't take them seriously at all. Sister, are you talking about Senior Xing Chun or Mo Yuan? Qin Yao asked with a smile. Of course I'm talking about Mo Yuan. His heavenly technique is quite interesting, Gu Ling said. She was Gu Fei's daughter, so her knowledge was naturally extraordinary. Mo Yuan's heavenly art of returning Yuan could actually devour the opponent's power to strengthen himself, which moved her a little. This is somewhat similar to the secret art of returning Yuan, one of the 9 secrets of the immortal path. The secret art of returning Yuan refines all the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into its most primitive state. then devours and absorbs it. I didn't expect this person's cultivation technique to have such power. Guling thought, young master, when boss Xingchen captures that person, won't you be able to obtain this cultivation technique? The Black Wind Supremacy said, flatteringly, that's right. This guy's cultivation technique is definitely top-notch. If you use it as a reference, perhaps it can help you take that step and become an extreme supreme being. The Shooting Sun Supremacy said very seriously, it won't be easy for your boss Xingchen to defeat that guy. There was an inexplicable divine light in Qin Yao's eyes. This was a mystique that could see through all illusions, and it pointed directly to the origin of all things in the world. I didn't expect fellow Taoist Qin to have cultivated the heavenly eye. The Black Wind Supremacy said with a smile. They were supremacies, and they only recognized Gu Fei as their master. Gu Ling and Yan could be considered as their masters. However, even if it was Gu Fei's personal disciple, they would only address him as fellow Taoist, let alone Qin Yao. One must know that they were all extreme supreme beings, existences that stood at the peak of the universe. They also had their pride, the pride of being an extreme supreme being. An extreme inheritance naturally has its own reasons. With our cultivation, we can also create a mystique like the heavenly divine eyes. The Shooting Sun Supremacy said, that's true. The Black Wind Supremacy laughed. However, Taoist Qin is right. It won't be easy for boss Xingchen to defeat that guy. If he fails miserably, we'll have to run for our lives. The Shooting Sun Supremacy said as he glanced at Guling. Guling didn't say anything and just looked at the battle in front of him. At this moment, the stellar beast Supremacy merged with the massive heavenly cycle stellar formation, causing the massive heavenly cycle stellar formation to instantly gain a soul, and its power increased by several times. Rumble, the massive heavenly cycle stellar formation directly propped up a world, trapping Mo Yuan in the heavenly cycle stellar world. At this time, Mo Yuan was like an ancient behemoth in the heavenly cycle stellar world, colliding with the entire heavenly cycle stellar world and shaking violently. Countless stars exploded in the heavenly cycle stellar world, and the destructive power emitted by the explosion of the star power obliterated a lot of Mo Yuan's Tao power of returning to origin. Outrageous! Do you really want to force me to fight with my life on the line? Mo Yuan was shocked. This guy was really a good opponent. If he met such an opponent elsewhere, he would naturally be very happy. It was hard to find an opponent, but now was really not the time. That ancient palace definitely had something he wanted. Chapter 44:61. In the chaos rift between the heaven realm and the primal beginning realm, an immortal mansion that was countless times larger than a mountain floated in the sky. This was the famous Chaos Immortal Mansion in the primal beginning realm. Every time it appeared, it would only appear in the chaos rift between the primal beginning realm and other worlds. Every time it appeared, there would be a storm of blood. Countless experts of the primal beginning realm had fallen in the immortal mansion. Of course, apart from the primal beginning realm, the world that was temporarily connected to the primal beginning realm due to the appearance of the Chaos Immortal Mansion would often become the hunting ground of the divine sons and saintesses. This was too tragic. The primeval world was the source of all worlds. Compared to other worlds, it was naturally like the difference between heaven and earth. Usually, a single godchild of the primeval world could sweep through a world and kill all the strongest cultivators there. However, this time, the divine sons and saintesses of the primal beginning realm had kicked an iron plate. Apart from the 10 great sects, there were also other sacred grounds and divine sections. There were many divine sons and saintesses in the primal beginning realm. Some divine sons directly entered the heaven realm to challenge the experts there. Where is Di Jiutian? Where is Gu Fei? Where is the demon lord? Are they all dead? In the heaven realm, in the largest divine city in the central heaven region, someone built a 3,000 zhang tall arena and declared that he wanted to challenge the strongest person in the heaven realm. At that moment, a purple-robed young man was standing on top of an old cultivator, flaunting his prowess towards the countless cultivators below the stage. Preposterous. This guy is too arrogant. This divine son from the primal beginning realm is actually so strong. What should we do? The crowd below the arena was turbulent. They all stared angrily at the bullshit divine son called Taichun on the arena. During this period of time, the primal beginning realm was nothing new to the cultivators of the heaven realm and the human realm. However, the divine sons and saintesses from the primal beginning realm were extremely annoying. They were all so arrogant that they thought they were invincible. Now, they even dared to set up an arena in the various regions of the heaven realm and challenge the various experts of the heaven realm. They even called out the names of Di Jiutian and Gu Fei. These people were simply too arrogant and ignorant. Forget about Di Jiutian. Who was that Gu Fei? He was an existence that even the great ominous being Xian Huang had to kneel before. Furthermore, Di Jiutian had become the disciple of Gu Fei. He was Gu Fei's disciple. Even Senior Zhu of the Celestial City was defeated. Who else in the Celestial City can be a match for this bastard? Below the arena, countless cultivators were furious. Scram! Godchild Taichun directly kicked the old man off the stage. You've gone too far. Someone caught the old man and inspected him. This old man's life's true essence had been scattered. This was the same as crippling this old man's cultivation. An early stage, quasi-venerable realm expert was actually defeated so thoroughly and even crippled. Is this too much? You ants, even if I kill all of you, it's not a big deal. The godchild called Taichun said arrogantly. What? The countless cultivators below the stage were all incomparably furious, but they were powerless to do anything because the opponent's cultivation was there for all to see. Even the great expert of the Celestial City, Mr. Zhu, was defeated. That was a hidden expert at the early stage of the quasi-supreme realm. In the heaven realm, if the supremes didn't appear, the quasi-supremes were the strongest existences. Although this godchild Taichun was annoying, his cultivation was incomparably powerful. He hadn't reached the extreme Tao realm, but he was practically invincible in the same realm. This was because the number of quasi-supreme realm experts that had been defeated by the hands of godchild Taichun was not just one or two. The 3 quasi-supreme realm experts in the Celestial City had all been defeated, and all of them had been thoroughly defeated. Unless they invited those quasi-supreme realm experts to come out, they might be able to fight against this godchild Taichun from the primal beginning realm. Otherwise, no one would be able to threaten these guys. The arena in the Celestial City had already been set up for more than 10 days, attracting countless cultivators to flock to the Celestial City. However, in these past 10 days, godchild Taichun had defeated countless experts who came to challenge him. Those experts who stepped onto the stage all ended up in a miserable state. If they weren't directly beaten to death, their cultivation would be crippled, and they would become crippled. Godchild Taichun was too ruthless and offended all the powers in the Celestial City. Many powers used various channels to contact quasi-supreme realm experts to come to the Celestial City. These fellows were simply too arrogant, too hateful. However, the current situation in the heaven realm was not very optimistic because the appearance of the primal chaos immortal palace had caused countless experts in the primal beginning realm to go crazy, and even countless experts in the heaven realm were extremely jealous. In the current heaven realm, Most of the existences above the saint level had gone to the primal chaos rift, and there were very few experts left. Go to the human world and invite the experts of the Jiang family. Amen. Also send someone to the demon clan's ancestral land and invite a demon ancestor. I want to see how long these fellows can be arrogant for. Hee, I heard that Gu Fei is in closed-door training in the demon clan's ancestral land. What kind of bullshit godchild is that? That fierce person can kill a large number of them with a single slap. Who is that Gu Fei? On the stage, godchild Taichun said. A middle-aged man in embroidered clothes standing beside him hurriedly said, reporting to Lord Godchild, that is a peerless, ruthless person in our heaven realm. Even the great calamity mysterious yellow was subdued by him. Oh, so you're saying that this Gu Fei is the strongest existence in the heaven realm? A ray of light flashed past the depths of Godchild Taichun's eyes. You can say that. The middle-aged man in embroidered clothes nodded and bowed, looking like a servant. These traitors of the Yuan family actually sided with these outsiders and helped them bully us. Damn it! Someone stared fiercely at the middle-aged man in embroidered clothes beside Godchild Taichun. The Yuan family of Heaven Emperor City was one of the 3 great powers of Heaven Emperor City. The patriarch of the Yuan family chose to side with Godchild Taichun after he arrived. The stage of Godchild Taichun was built with the help of the Yuan family. Yuan Tian, that old dog, I want to kill him. Countless cultivators below the stage stared angrily at the person beside Godchild Taichun. All right, I'll wait for him for 3 days. If this guy called Gu Fei doesn't come within 3 days, I'll feed everyone in Heaven Emperor City to my pet. Godchild Taichun coldly swept his gaze across the countless cultivators below the stage. At this time, a golden lion with a pair of wings on its back roared. Although its voice wasn't loud, it directly shook the countless cultivators below the stage to the point of staggering. Some of the weaker cultivators even had their ears bleeding from the sound wave. This, Chapter 4462, the godsons and saintesses of the great sects and holy lands swept through the heaven realm and defeated all the experts of the heaven realm. No one could contend against them. The godsons and saintesses even set up arenas in various parts of the heaven realm to challenge the quasi-sovereigns of the heaven realm. And in the central region of the heaven realm, in the celestial city, Godchild Taichun set up an arena. In the past few days, he had defeated countless quasi-sovereigns of the heaven realm and even the human realm. Godchild Taichun's might shook the world. He actually used his own strength to suppress countless experts of the heaven realm to lower their heads. He looked down on the world and did not place the countless experts of the heaven realm in his eyes. He even challenged Di Jiuqian, the demon lord, and Gu Fei by name. However, just as Godchild Taichun was being arrogant, Gu Fei had already entered the primal beginning realm and arrived at the southern region of the primal beginning realm. This was the territory of the Crimson Firmament School. In a forest about 50 kilometers away from the mountain gate of the Crimson Firmament School, a white-clothed girl was being chased by a dozen black-clothed men. Obediently surrender, or else we'll kill you without mercy. The middle-aged expert in the lead of the dozen or so black-clothed men stared at the white-clothed girl and said coldly, "Humph, the Crimson Firmament School and the Black Fiend Lake are mortal enemies. In the Crimson Firmament School, there are only disciples who die in battle. There are no cowards who surrender." The white-clothed girl gritted her teeth and said, whoosh, a blade light flashed, and blood immediately splattered from her left shoulder, dyeing her white clothes red. She groaned, and with a backhand slash, she sent a blade light flying and directly rushed forward. As long as she rushed back to the sect, she would be able to live. It's just a struggle before death. After today, There will be no more Crimson Firmament School in this world. The black-clothed middle-aged man stared at the white-clothed girl and said, "What did you say?" The white-clothed girl was shocked and was almost struck by the blade light that came from behind. It seemed like the Black Fiend Lake was planning to destroy the Crimson Firmament School this time. The white-clothed girl couldn't help but feel anxious when she thought of this. She had to rush back to the Crimson Firmament School as soon as possible. And, on a mountain 100 miles away, Gu Fei looked at the scene in front of him with an expressionless face. Suddenly, he thought of something and disappeared from the mountain. When he appeared again, he was already beside a heavily injured and dying young man in green clothes. This azure-clothed youth was only 15 or 16 years old. He was lying on a pile of rocks at the bottom of a cliff. Earlier, he had been chased by the black-clothed men. His body had been pierced by 9 blades, and he had fallen from the cliff. The azure-robed youth was only at the soul formation realm. In the southern region of the primal beginning realm, there were countless soul formation cultivators. A 16-year-old soul formation cultivator could only be said to be very ordinary. The azure-clothed youth looked at Gu Fei with sparkling eyes. With just a glance, Gu Fei knew that this green-robed youth would not be able to live. There were 3 penetrating saber wounds on his chest and abdomen. These were not fatal. What was fatal was that there was a blood stain between his eyebrows. It was obvious that he had been injured by the saber chi, and his soul had been severed. As he looked at the azure-clothed youth, who was about to die completely, a thought suddenly appeared in his mind. "If you have any wishes, you can tell me," Gu Fei said to the azure-clothed youth. Save, junior sister." An extremely weak wave of spiritual will emanated from the body of the azure-robed youth. "Is that all?" Gu Fei asked. Yes, the azure-clothed youth did not die, and continued to send out his will. "I can save her, but I want your physical body." Gu Fei stared at the azure-clothed youth and said, "Deal." The azure-clothed youth agreed. As long as he could save his junior sister, he would even commit suicide, let alone his physical body. Of course, he did not need to commit suicide. Gu Fei did not say anything else. He directly turned into a ray of divine light and rushed into the azure-clothed youth's body. In the next moment, he directly read the azure-clothed youth's will and learned everything about him. This azure-clothed youth was called Chu Xiaoyun. He was the 7th disciple of the Crimson Firmament Sect Master. His cultivation level was average, so his master did not like him. The other senior brothers also looked down on him. Only his junior sister, Zhao Qianqian, had a special relationship with him. Although he liked his junior sister, he did not have the guts to confess. This was because he felt very inferior in front of his junior sister. He felt that he was not worthy of her. This was because his junior sister was the beloved daughter of the sect master. This time, Chu Xiaoyun and Zhao Qianqian had left the mountain to train, but they had accidentally encountered the conspiracy of the Black Demon Lake. The Black Demon Lake had actually colluded with the Demon Refinement Mountain to destroy the Crimson Firmament Sect. Therefore, the experts of the Black Demon Lake had chased after Chu Xiaoyun and Zhao Qianqian. The Crimson Firmament Sect was just an inconspicuous, small sect among the countless sects in the primordial realm. The strongest sect master in the sect was only at the Tao integration realm. He was not even an immortal. Compared to the top sects with extreme Tao supremacies, the Crimson Firmament Sect was not even a shrimp. At best, it was just a sesame seed. After Gu Fei came to the primordial realm, he had been greatly suppressed by this world because the Tao he cultivated did not come from this world. He wanted to cultivate here and comprehend the Tao of heaven and earth here. However, he needed an identity, so he helped Chu Xiaoyun. At that moment, The wounds on Chu Xiaoyun's body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. All the injuries on his body were rapidly recovering. As for Gu Fei, he had completely sealed his extreme Dao-level power into Chu Xiaoyun's body. His entire body was in a state similar to a deep slumber. He separated a strand of his spiritual force and entered Chu Xiaoyun's body. At that moment, he was Chu Xiaoyun. As his cultivation improved, Gu Fei's power would be unearthed like a treasure. The primordial realm's Tao of heaven and earth was grand and ancient. It was not inferior to the ancestral realm. He wanted to cultivate the primordial realm's cultivation technique here, comprehend the Tao laws of the primordial realm, and become an expert of this realm. He wanted to use the Tao laws of this world to perfect his own Tao. This was equivalent to him cultivating here again. He would start from a small cultivator at the bottom and then become the supreme expert of this world. This time, he wanted to lay an incomparably solid foundation. Only then would he make the ultimate leap and become an eternal supreme existence. He did not want to be flawed. He wanted to be the most perfect and become the strongest existence in this world. Soon, Gu Fei healed Chu Xiaoyun's injured body. Since I promised you that I would save your junior sister, I naturally won't go back on my word. After saying that, Gu Fei directly soared into the sky from the bottom of the cliff and rushed toward the mountains 5 kilometers away. In order to save junior sister's life, even though he knew he would die in battle, he still blocked the experts of the Black Fiend Lake without hesitation. "You Kuan, does your Black Fiend Lake really want to die with my Scarlet Firmament School?" Zhao Qianqian roared. At this moment, she had already been surrounded by the experts of the Black Fiend Lake. At this moment, no one would risk their lives against these people for her. "Hee, you're really stupid. Since we dare to attack, we have absolute confidence in destroying the Scarlet Firmament School." The leader of the Black Fiend Lake's group sneered. "Elder Yu, this girl is someone our demon Refinement Mountain's young master wants. Don't actually harm her life." Right at this moment, a sarcastic voice resounded, and then a thin and small green-clothed old servant walked out from the forest. "Demon Refinement Mountain's young master Bo Tai." Hearing the old servant's words, Zhao Qianqian's expression instantly changed. Demon Refinement Mountain's young Master Bo Tai was not a good person. This person was lustful. If she fell into his hands, it would be extremely tragic. Zhao Qianqian was already prepared to die. She would rather commit suicide than fall into the hands of Demon Refinement Mountain's young Master Bo Tai. "Ha! Since young Master Bo has his eyes on this girl, we naturally don't dare to kill her. We'll capture her and bring her to young Master." Yu Kuan laughed. "That's great." The old servant in azure smiled and nodded. "You bastards!" Zhao Qianqian trembled with anger. She was only in the divine transformation realm. It was too difficult for her to escape from Yu Kuan's hands. One should know that Yu Kuan was an elder of the Black Fiend Lake. His cultivation had already reached the half-step void transformation realm. If she did not have a few protective treasures that her father gave her, she would have been captured by these people a long time ago. "Be obedient and follow me to see my young master," the old servant in azure said coldly. "Don't even think about it. Even if I die, I won't go see that demon." Zhao Qianqian gritted her teeth and was about to self-destruct her divine transformation realm origin. However, at this moment, the old servant in azure made his move. He pointed a finger and directly sealed Zhao Qianqian's power, turning her from a divine transformation realm cultivator to an ordinary person. Void transformation? Yu Kuan could not help but be shocked when he saw this. He never thought that this inconspicuous old servant in azure would be an expert of the void transformation realm. "Hee, before my young master allows it, you won't be able to die even if you want to." The old servant in azure smiled and stared at Zhao Qianqian. He had to admit that Zhao Qianqian was indeed extremely beautiful. His young master had good taste. Zhao Qianqian almost fainted from anger. "Come here," the old servant in azure said as he stretched out his right hand and directly grabbed Zhao Qianqian. "Take back your dog paw." At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the sky. In the next moment, a figure descended from the sky and directly landed between the old servant in azure and Zhao Qianqian. The old servant in azure exclaimed and immediately retracted his right hand. He took a few steps back and stared at the person in front of him in shock. When Zhao Qianqian saw this person, she immediately became extremely excited. "It's you? Didn't you fall off the cliff and die?" Yu Kuan looked at this person in disbelief. This person was Gu Fei, but in the eyes of Zhao Qianqian and Yu Kuan, he was Chu Xiaoyun. "Senior brother Chu, it's great that you're fine." Zhao Qianqian was surprised and happy. She thought that Chu Xiaoyun had died in battle and felt very guilty because Chu Xiaoyun had died in battle to help her stall the enemy. Now that Chu Xiaoyun was not dead, she did not need to feel guilty anymore. "Brat, since you're not dead, you should have run far away. I didn't expect you to come here to die, so we can only kill you again." Chapter 4463. The primal beginning world was the same as the ancestral world. It was the source of all worlds. With the primal beginning world as the center, it gave birth to other worlds. However, unlike the primogenitor's realm, the primogenitor realm focused on cultivation. As the primogenitor's land of cultivation, the primogenitor realm had the most complete cultivation system. In the primordial beginning realm, the cultivation realms below the immortal spirit realm could be divided into chi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, soul formation, void reversal, Tao integration, and tribulation passing. Above the immortal God realm were the human immortal realm, the earth immortal realm, the heaven immortal realm, the profound immortal realm, the golden immortal realm, the immortal king realm, the immortal emperor realm, the immortal paragon realm, and the extreme Tao saint immortal realm. The divine princes and saints of the top forces in the primordial beginning world were at least immortal venerables. In the heaven realm, they were saint venerables. A few of the divine princes had even broken through to the quasi-extreme Tao saint immortal realm. In the heaven realm, they were quasi-supremes. After reading the Crimson Firmament Gate, disciple Chu Xiaoyun's divine sense, Gu Fei had a certain understanding of the primal beginning realm. Now he had completely sealed his strength, only restoring Chu Xiaoyun's body's cultivation and battle strength. Too weak, Gu Fei stood in the void and sensed this body. According to the cultivation system of the primordial beginning realm, his current cultivation realm was the early stage soul formation. As the seventh disciple of the Scarlet Firmament School, Chu Xiaoyun's cultivation could only be considered ordinary. At this moment, a cry of surprise came from the mountain ridge ahead. Gu Fei was startled. That should be Chu Xiaoyun's junior sister. This Chu Xiaoyun had lost his life for nothing, but he still couldn't let his junior sister successfully escape from the Black Demon Lake. This guy seems to have a crush on his junior sister. Gu Fei shook his head. This Chu Xiaoyun's obsession was too strong. He actually had the urge to make a move. His divine sense had completely dissipated, but his body could still react. It could only be said that Chu Xiaoyun cared too much about his junior apprentice sister. Unfortunately, he was only borrowing Chu Xiaoyun's body. The current Chu Xiaoyun was no longer the original Chu Xiaoyun. Since I promised you that I would save her, I will not go back on my word. After saying that, Gu Fei transformed into a sword light and rushed forward. When he arrived in the sky above this mountain ridge, he just happened to see an old servant in green attacking a girl in white. This is Chu Xiaoyun, who is also my current junior sister. Gu Fei had to admit that this girl in white was really beautiful. Although she was young, she had an extraordinary temperament. In layman's terms, she was a cold goddess. He never thought that Chu Xiaoyun would like this kind of girl. It seems like this girl might not like Chu Xiaoyun as well. This fellow only had unrequited love for her. Otherwise, this junior apprentice sister would not have sent Chu Xiaoyun to his death and then escaped by herself. Seeing that Zhao Qianqian was about to be taken away by the old servant, Gu Fei rushed down. "Ha ha, little fellow, are you a hero saving a damsel in distress?" Elder Yukuan of the Black Fiend Lake said contemptuously, "This guy didn't die even after we knocked him off the cliff. He's really lucky." An expert from the Black Fiend Lake stared at Gu Fei with a murderous look in his eyes. He survived, but he didn't run away. Instead, he wants to save her. He's overestimating himself. This guy is really too stupid. Since he's here to die, let's fulfill his wish. The experts from the Black Fiend Lake mocked him. Gu Fei didn't say anything. He looked at the old servant in green with an indifferent expression. This old servant was actually a defying void realm cultivator. The difference between the void-defying and soul formation realms was too big. It was like the difference between heaven and earth. In everyone's eyes, this difference was almost insurmountable. However, it was rumored that some divine sons and saintesses cultivated by top forces were very heaven-defying. They could challenge void-defying cultivators when they were in the soul formation realm. However, they were still rare existences. But now, the old servant in green stared at Gu Fei with a trace of fear in the depths of his eyes. Was this the little fellow who pushed him back just now? How was this possible? "Chu Xiaoyun, this time I will destroy your body and soul." Yukuan waved his hand with a sinister smile. The surrounding men in black immediately closed in on Gu Fei and Zhao Qianqian. "These guys still think I'm that Chu Xiaoyun?" Gu Fei laughed inwardly. However, in the eyes of others, he was Chu Xiaoyun. There was nothing wrong with that. "Senior Chu, what should we do?" Zhao Qianqian was anxious. She was the daughter of the sect master and had a bright future. She would soon enter the Five Elements sect and soar into the sky. She did not want to die here. The Scarlet Firmament sect was just a small sect in the southern region of the primal beginning world. Above the Scarlet Firmament sect was the Five Elements sect, which ruled a region. The Five Elements sect was one of the 8 great sects under the Five Elements Heavenly sect. The Five Elements Heavenly sect was one of the 10 strongest heavenly sects in the primal beginning realm. If one could enter the Five Elements sect, they would have a chance to enter the Five Elements Heavenly sect and become a successor. The status of a successor of a heavenly sect was very high. Even a last-generation disciple of a heavenly sect could be on equal footing with the sect master of the Crimson Firmament sect and the sect master of the Five Elements sect. Zhao Qianqian's ambition was higher than the sky. Her goal was to become a disciple of the Five Elements Heavenly sect. Gu Fei did not say anything. He only smiled. He did not take these guys seriously at all. "Kill." One of the men in black attacked. He waved his right hand, and a cold light flew towards Gu Fei. Like a snake, it was about to wrap around Gu Fei's neck. With a single glance, Gu Fei could tell that the cold light was a whip full of barbs. If one were to be coiled around the neck and struck by the whip, one's head would be detached from their body. At this moment, Gu Fei opened his mouth and spat out a sword orb the size of a thumb. The sword orb directly collided with the silver whip and knocked it away. "What?" The man in black was shocked. At this moment, the sword orb suddenly extended. With a flash of sword light, the head of the man in black flew up. In the next moment, the head of the man in black exploded. A primordial spirit rushed out and tried to escape. However, with another flash of sword light, the primordial spirit that was trying to escape was split in half and dissipated in the void. Everyone was shocked by this scene. No one thought that Chu Xiaonan would be this powerful. It had to be known that Chu Xiaoyan had just been knocked off the cliff by them. How is this possible? Yu Kuan stared at Gu Fei, and his pupils shrank. In his eyes, Chu Xiaoyan seemed to be different from before. The Chu Xiaoyan from before did not have the bearing of looking down on the world. Moreover, Chu Xiaoyan's attacks were clean and neat. His use of power had reached the peak. He was actually able to kill a disciple of the Black Spirit Lake of the same level as him with his cultivation at the early stage of the divine transformation realm. Brother Chu, Zhao Qianshan was also shocked. She stared at Gu Fei in a daze. How dare you? Let's attack together and kill him. Yu Kuan was furious. His subordinates were all elites of the Black Spirit Lake. There were not many divine transformation realm disciples in the entire Black Spirit Lake. Only divine transformation realm disciples were the core disciples of the Black Spirit Lake. A total of 13 divine transformation realm men in black attacked Gu Fei. 13 divine transformation realm magic treasures shot towards Gu Fei. Among these magic treasures, there were bells, cauldrons, swords, spears, and even a black mountain that came crashing down towards Gu Fei. The power of these 13 magic treasures was very strong. It enveloped a radius of several hundred feet, not to mention Chu Xiaoyan, who was at the early stage of the divine transformation realm. Even someone at the peak of the divine transformation realm would be killed. However, the sword light in the void flashed like cold lightning. Every time it flashed, a divine transformation realm magic treasure would be split in half or directly pierced through. In just an instant, the 13 divine transformation realm magic treasures were all destroyed by the sword light. They lost their spirituality and became scrap metal. The 13 divine transformation realm experts all vomited blood and retreated in defeat. Yu Kuan's old face flushed red. How was this possible? A little guy at the early stage of the soul formation stage was nothing more than an ant in his eyes. How could he destroy 13 soul formation stage artifacts and defeat 13 soul formation stage cultivators with a single strike? Impossible. Who are you? You can't be Chu Xiaoyan. Yu Kuan roared at Gu Fei. The Black Spirit Lake and the Demon Refinement Mountain teamed up to destroy the Crimson Firmament School. Yu Kuan and the other higher-ups of the Black Spirit Lake naturally wanted to thoroughly understand the Crimson Firmament School before they dared to act. This Chu Xiaoyan was only the 7th disciple of the Crimson Firmament School's sect master. His cultivation and physique were ordinary. His cultivation and battle power were not even comparable to his little junior sister. But now, this Chu Xiaoyan had defeated 13 cultivators of the same level with one sword. This was too unbelievable. If I'm not Chu Xiaoyan, who is Chu Xiaoyan? Gu Fei indifferently looked at Yu Kuan, who was about to go crazy. He was Gu Fei and also Chu Xiaoyan. Gu Fei's battle experience was plentiful, and he was at the extreme Dao realm. He could see through his opponent's weaknesses with a single glance and strike at their weakest point, breaking through their defenses and directly destroying their magical artifacts. A divine transformation realm cultivator's magic treasure was their life magic treasure. It was closely related to them. Once it was destroyed, they would also suffer a great impact. Senior Brother Chu, Zhao Qianshan was also dumbfounded. She thought that she would not be able to escape this time and would die here. She didn't expect her senior brother Chu to suddenly become so powerful. Could it be that he had a breakthrough in the midst of a life and death battle? Moreover, senior brother Chu used the Crimson Firmament School's ultimate skill, the Crimson Firmament Sword technique. This kind of core inheritance is not taught to only true disciples. Senior brother Chu has actually cultivated it to the realm where his sword is like lightning. Zhao Qianqian's heart was in turmoil. Chapter 44-64. Gu Fei had entered the body of the Crimson Firmament Sect's seventh disciple, Chu Xiaoyun. The current Chu Xiaoyun was no longer the Chu Xiaoyun from before. In Zhao Qianqian's eyes, Chu Xiaoyun had destroyed the magic tools of 13 divine transformation realm cultivators with a single strike. This kind of combat power was absolutely heaven-defying. In fact, Gu Fei's use of power had already reached the realm of perfection. He was almost invincible among those of the same level. You deserve to die. At this moment, the elder of the Black Spirit Lake, Yu Kuan, was about to go crazy. Those were 13 core disciples of the divine transformation realm, but they were defeated so quickly and so miserably. One should know that the magic tools of the divine transformation realm cultivators were closely related to the cultivator themselves. When the magic tool was destroyed, the owner of the magic tool would also suffer a great impact. You're the one who deserves to die. Gu Fei stood with his hands behind his back. The sword light circled around him, emitting a powerful sword qi. Under the impact of the cold sword qi, the surrounding temperature dropped rapidly. Arg, I'm going to cut you into pieces and suppress your soul in the fire of the underworld for 1,000 years. As Yu Kuan spoke, he directly grabbed at Gu Fei. An ancient rune appeared in his palm. In the next moment, a vortex appeared in his palm and swallowed everything in its path. Senior brother, be careful. Zhao Qianqian shouted anxiously. Before Gu Fei could say anything, he felt a surge of energy descend from the sky. Following that, a surge of energy enveloped him. Then he was involuntarily sent flying towards Yu Kuan. Yu Kuan was a powerful cultivator of the defection realm, a whole realm higher than Chu Xiaoyun. It was easy for a defection realm cultivator to kill a divine transformation realm cultivator. Sky-piercing sword. Without saying anything, Gu Fei directly used the Crimson Firmament Sect's ultimate move, the Crimson Firmament Sword technique. He was Chu Xiaoyun now, so he naturally had to use the sect's ultimate move. This seemed like an ordinary strike, but with a flash of sword light, blood appeared, and Yu Kuan's head flew into the air. How is this possible? Everyone who witnessed this scene felt incredulous. One should know that Yu Kuan was a powerhouse with the cultivation of the emptiness realm. With just a single slash, this Chu Xiaoyun had actually killed Yu Kuan, the Black Demon Lake's elder. With a single slash, this kind of sword strength was too terrifying. At this moment, the green-robed old servant suddenly turned around and fled. You think you can leave? Gu Fei's figure disappeared. In an instant, when he reappeared, he was already above the green-clothed old servant's head, stomping down on him. Rumble. As Gu Fei's foot landed, the entire world trembled. Bam! With a muffled sound, the green-clothed old servant was stomped down from the sky by Gu Fei. Boom! The green-robed old servant smashed a large hole in the ground. What demon refinement mountain? They are just a bunch of ants. Gu Fei said disdainfully, "What did you say?" At this moment, the azure-clothed old servant rushed out of the pit. However, what awaited him was a fist that suddenly flew towards him. Bam! Crack! Gu Fei's punch landed squarely on the green-clothed old servant's nose, breaking the bridge of his nose. In the next moment, blood flowed from his nose. Concentrated sounds of collisions could be heard. Gu Fei's fists fell on the green-clothed old servant's body like raindrops. The green-clothed old servant did not even have the strength to fight back. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. An emptiness realm cultivator had actually defeated an emptiness realm cultivator. Before this, whether it was Zhao Qianqian or the men in black, they had never seen such a monstrous existence. I will send you on your way. Gu Fei no longer held back. He clenched his right hand and directly punched. This punch could not be any more ordinary. It was the black tiger steals the heart. Bam! Gu Fei's fist directly landed on the green-clothed old servant's chest. In the next moment, the sound of bones breaking could be heard from inside his body. Then, his entire body was shaken into a cloud of blood mist. The green-clothed old servant's primordial spirit could not even escape. It was shattered by Gu Fei's punch in the air. Is this person really Senior Chu? Zhao Qianqian's heart was in turmoil. She never thought that Chu Xiaoyun, who was always bullied by his peers, would have such heaven-defying combat power. At this moment, Chu Xiaoyun was so unfamiliar in her eyes. Run! The 13 Emptiness Realm disciples of the Black Spirit Lake, who were injured by Gu Fei, quickly turned around and ran. This monster had actually killed Yu Kuan and the green-clothed old servant. This was simply heaven-piercing. These men in black were already scared out of their wits. They did not dare to fight against Gu Fei at all. Die! Gu Fei did not show any mercy. He directly used the Imperial Sword technique. His sword light was like a dragon. Wherever it passed, there was a temporary crack in the space. One by one, the black-clothed disciples of the Black Spirit Lake were all killed by Gu Fei's sword light. Not a single one was left alive. Roar! At this moment, a long roar suddenly came from the direction of the Scarlet Heaven Gate. The sound was so earth-shattering that all the birds and beasts in the mountain ran for their lives. They've started? Gu Fei was shocked. He knew that the Black Spirit Lake and the Demon Refining Mountain had joined hands to attack the Scarlet Heaven Gate, but he did not think that these two forces would make a move so quickly. The Scarlet Firmament sect was only a small sect, but its territory wasn't small. In the Scarlet Firmament mountain range, there were two other forces. One was the Black Evil Lake, and the other was the Demon Refining Mountain. These two forces plotted to destroy the Scarlet Firmament Gate and then divide up the Scarlet Firmament Gate's territory. At this time, the Scarlet Heaven Gate's protective array had been activated, and all the disciples had retreated into the array. Ha! Zhao Jianyu, you're the dignified sect leader of the Scarlet Heaven Gate, but you're actually a coward? In the sky, there was a mighty black aura, and a demonic shadow appeared in the rolling demonic aura. A terrifying aura spread for several miles. On the square in front of the Scarlet Heaven Gate's main hall stood at least 1,000 cultivators. Among these cultivators, there were even powerhouses of the void-defying realm. A feathered beast dares to be presumptuous here. In front of the Scarlet Heaven Gate's main hall, a middle-aged man looked up into the sky. In the demonic aura, the figure gradually became clear. It was a woman in embroidered clothes. This woman's body was constantly emitting a monstrous demonic aura. This kind of aura made people upset. What did you say? The woman in embroidered clothes in the sky could not help but be furious when she heard Zhao Jianyu's words. In the next moment, her body shook, and then rays of demonic light rushed out from her body. They turned into extremely sharp sword lights and blasted towards the Scarlet Heaven Gate's main hall below. The powerful power of the Tao integration realm erupted from the woman in embroidered clothes. This woman with monstrous demonic aura was actually an expert of the Tao integration realm. Kill! The sect leader of the Scarlet Heaven Gate, Zhao Jianyu, directly opened his mouth and spat out a divine sword. He held the divine sword and then slashed at the woman in the sky, with all his might. The countless sword lights that descended from the sky were all blocked by the Scarlet Heaven Gate's protective array. However, the sword that slashed out from the Scarlet Heaven Gate was not blocked at all. In an instant, it broke through the layers of demonic aura and slashed in front of the woman. The woman's shock was no small matter. Swoosh! The woman immediately retreated, but she was still a little too slow. The sword light slashed past her side, and a few strands of her hair floated down from the sky. The expert of the demon refinement mountain was injured, and a bloodstain appeared on his shoulder. "Zhao, Jianyu, you're really good." The woman gritted her teeth and said, fiercely. Rumble, right at this moment, an extremely shocking sound came from the sky. Zhao Jianyu looked up and couldn't help but be shocked. He saw a huge mountain falling from the sky and crushing down on the mountain where the hall of the Scarlet Heaven Gate was located. The giant mountain burst out with terrifying demonic power. The Dharma treasure of the demon refinement mountain? Zhao Jianyu's voice changed. Before the gigantic devil mountain actually struck the Scarlet Firmament Gate's defensive array, the Scarlet Firmament Gate's defensive array had already started to shake violently. That's on a mountain more than 15 kilometers away from the Scarlet Heaven Gate. Someone saw this scene and was extremely shocked. The trump card of the demon refinement mountain had been used. Boom! With a loud bang, the huge mountain directly hit the Scarlet Heaven Gate's protective array. In the void, countless runes flickered and intertwined to form an array diagram. However, this still couldn't stop it. Countless runes collapsed, and an extremely violent wave of power erupted from the huge mountain. The Scarlet Heaven Gate's protective array collapsed, and the demon mountain directly fell toward the mountain. Zhao Jianyu's shock was no small matter. Roar! With a roar, the supernatural power in his body surged, and the divine sword in his hand directly slashed upward. However, the moment the divine sword in his hand slashed down on the demon mountain, the divine sword in his hand broke into two. Bang! Zhao Jianyu was also sent flying, and he kept coughing up blood. In the square in front of the hall, countless disciples of the Scarlet Heaven Gate were extremely frightened. As long as the demon mountain in the sky fell, they would all die. Damn it! Seeing that he was unable to turn the situation around and was unable to withstand the other party's attack, Zhao Jianyu spurted a mouthful of blood in agitation, and his entire body collapsed. Ha! From now on, the Scarlet Heaven Gate will no longer exist in this world. A loud voice came from the sky, and all the disciples of the Scarlet Heaven Gate were in despair. Who said that? At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded, and then the demon mountain that was falling from the sky actually stopped. Everyone was inexplicably shocked, especially the disciples of the Scarlet Heaven Gate in front of the hall. Being able to escape from death made them cry of joy. However, when everyone saw the scene below the Devil Mountain, all of them were dumbfounded. They only saw a young man single-handedly blocking the descending Devil Mountain. How is this possible? Chapter 4465. How is this possible? Countless disciples of the Crimson Firmament sect, who thought that they would be killed by the fiend mountain falling from the sky, were dumbfounded. They saw a young man holding the fiend mountain with one hand. It was an incredible fiend Tao Dharma artifact of the fiend refinement mountain. The power of one blow was comparable to the full blow of a Tao integration realm cultivator, and it was an attack at the peak Tao integration realm. A peak Tao integration realm cultivator was extremely powerful. To ordinary people, they were like immortals. Of course, they were not immortals yet. The primordial realm was the ancestral land of all worlds. There were thousands of races and countless immortals here. Even immortal emperors appeared from time to time. Only immortal supremacies could not be seen. For a small sect like the Crimson Firmament sect, it was already very impressive to have a Tao integration realm cultivator. The primordial realm was different from the ancestral realm. Cultivators had a longer lifespan, especially Tao integration realm cultivators, who had a lifespan of 10,000 years. Of course, only immortals were immortal. Immortality was relative. If an immortal hid in a secret place and never came out, his lifespan would be infinite. After all, immortal creatures were also divided into different levels. Earth immortals were stronger than human immortals, heaven immortals were stronger than earth immortals, and Xian immortals were stronger than heaven immortals. It was easy for an earth immortal to kill a human immortal. Therefore, logically speaking, the lifespan of an immortal was infinite, but it did not mean that he could not be killed. Its seventh junior brother. How is it possible? A middle-aged man in green stared at the young man holding the Fiend Mountain on the list and exclaimed, "Eldest senior brother, how is this possible?" Another young man in white said in disbelief. The middle-aged man in green was Luo Yu, the eldest senior brother of the Crimson Firmament sect. His Crimson Firmament sword technique had been cultivated to the acme of perfection. His sword Tao cultivation was definitely one of the best among the disciples. Although the Crimson Firmament sect was a small sect, its ultimate technique was also passed down from the Sword Immortal sect. The seventh disciple, Chu Xiaoyun, was the youngest and weakest among the 7 disciples of sect master Zhao Jinyu. He could not even beat Zhao Jinyu's youngest daughter. However, the trash in the eyes of his fellow disciples seemed to have transformed into a peerless god of war who was holding the terrifying Fiend Mountain with one hand. High up in the sky, among the demonic clouds, a demonic figure appeared. Mo Hong, I didn't expect that even a dignified supreme elder of Demon Refinement Mountain like you would fail. In the distant sky, a scarlet-haired middle-aged man standing on a blood cloud laughed heartily. "Qisha, since you're so powerful, you take care of them." The demonic figure in the sky waved his hand, and the demonic mountain that Gu Fei was carrying flew back. I'll do it." The middle-aged man called Qisha stepped on a blood cloud and charged towards the peak of the Scarlet Firmament Mountain. Sigh. At that moment, Gu Fei frowned. If he hadn't sealed his cultivation base, he wouldn't have needed to do anything to these ants. All he had to do was release a strand of his extreme Tao aura, and these guys would be destroyed in body and soul. The power that erupted from this Devil Mountain had almost shattered his body. Chu Xiaoyun's body had been modified by Gu Fei. It had to be known that Gu Fei was going to use Chu Xiaoyun's identity to walk around the primal beginning realm. If Chu Xiaoyun's body was too weak, it would be very troublesome. "Xiaoyun, what are you?" Zhao Jinyu rushed over. "Master." Gu Fei pretended to bow to Zhao Jinyu. After all, Zhao Jinyu was Chu Xiaoyun's master, and he was Chu Xiaoyun now. "Seventh brother, how did you suddenly become so powerful?" Senior brother Luo Yu also rushed over and looked at Gu Fei as if he was looking at a monster. One had to know that if that Devil Mountain had been bombarded just now, the entire mountain would have been blown up. However, Chu Xiaoyun had actually held that Devil Mountain with one hand. This was simply unbelievable. Let's talk about it later. Gu Fei scratched his head in embarrassment. Zhao Jinyu still wanted to say something. However, at that moment, a large number of black-clothed people charged up from the foot of the Scarlet Firmament Mountain. Among those black-clothed people, there were many cultivators in the Soul Formation realm. Those cultivators directly rose into the air and charged towards the mountain. "Luo Yu, quickly bring people to fight." Sect leader Zhao Jinyu quickly ordered. "Yes, master." Luo Yu immediately turned around and organized the disciples of the Scarlet Firmament sect to fight against the allied forces of the Black Evil Lake and the Demon Refinement Mountain. Zhao Jianyu did not ask for help from the Five Elements sect because the Demon Refinement Mountain and the Black Evil Lake were also sects under the Five Elements sect. The Five Elements sect was a sect with celestial immortals. The territory ruled by the Five Elements sect was millions of miles wide, like a small kingdom. Within this area, there were at least dozens of sections. Although these sects were all subordinate sects of the Five Elements sect and obeyed the orders of the Five Elements sect, the Five Elements sect could not be bothered with the battles between these sections. Only when something threatened the ruling position of the Five Elements sect would the Five Elements sect intervene. In the eyes of small sects like the Scarlet Firmament sect, the Five Elements sect had a high status, but there was a real behemoth above the Five Elements sect, and that was the Five Elements Heavenly sect. Compared to the Five Elements Heavenly sect, the Five Elements sect was like a sesame seed. It was precisely because Zhao Jianyu was very clear about the rules set by the Five Elements sect that he did not ask for help from the Five Elements sect. He knew that even if the Scarlet Firmament sect was destroyed by the Black Evil Lake and the Demon Refinement Mountain, the Five Elements sect would not intervene. The Scarlet Firmament sect was already at the point of life and death. How could Zhao Jianyu care about asking Chu Shaoyan how his disciple had become so powerful? Elders, follow me to kill the enemy. Zhao Jianyu opened his mouth and spat out a sword pellet. The sword pellet unfolded in the wind and turned into an extremely sharp sword light that soared into the sky. It pierced through the elder of the Black Evil Lake, who was attacking from the sky. Scarlet Sandstorm. Qi Sha, the elder of the Black Evil Lake, shouted. In the next moment, boundless bloody light rushed out from his body, and it transformed into an extremely violent storm that swept towards Zhao Jianyu. Zhao Jianyu's sword light was immediately submerged by the Scarlet Sandstorm. The Scarlet Storm was formed by countless scarlet sand. It was a real sandstorm, and it was extremely powerful. It could make a cultivator's flying sword lose its spirituality and turn it into scrap iron. Zhao Jianyu and the three elders of the Scarlet Firmament sect were all hit by the Scarlet Sandstorm. Zhao Jianyu could not care about attacking Qi Sha anymore. He directly recalled the sword light and became one with it to protect his body. A ball of immortal light also emerged from the three elders to resist the Scarlet Sandstorm. However, the Scarlet Sandstorm was extremely powerful. The protective immortal light on one of the elders of the Scarlet Firmament sect collapsed, and the Scarlet Sandstorm hit him directly, instantly tearing him to pieces. The protective immortal light of the other two elders also became extremely dim. Seeing this, Zhao Jianyu could not help but be shocked and angry. Qi Sha, our Scarlet Firmament sect, has no enmity with the Black Evil Lake. Why are you attacking us? Zhao Jianyu roared angrily. Ha ha! Does the Black Evil Lake need a reason to do something? Qi Sha laughed. Zhao Jianyu flew into a rage and directly attacked Qi Sha with the Divine Sword Unity. The violent Scarlet Sandstorm was actually broken by his sword light, which was at least 1,000 feet long. Do you want to risk your life? Qi Sha's figure disappeared in the Scarlet Sandstorm. For a moment, Zhao Jianyu could not sense the exact location of this guy. Just when Zhao Jianyu and the two elders of the Scarlet Firmament sect were in trouble, a life-and-death battle unfolded on the top of the Scarlet Firmament sect. The experts of the Black Evil Lake and the Demon Refinement Mountain had already attacked the top of the Scarlet Firmament Mountain. The square in front of the Scarlet Firmament Hall had become a battlefield. Boom! A 3-meter-tall giant man with a mighty demonic aura waved a sledgehammer and directly smashed a disciple of the Scarlet Firmament sect into minced meat. Blood splashed all over the giant man. The giant man grinned hideously and continued to attack another disciple of the Scarlet Firmament sect. "Third brother, you go." "Luo," you shouted at a young swordsman. The young swordsman immediately activated his flying sword and attacked the giant man. Swoosh! With a flash of sword light, the flying sword of Lin Feng, the third disciple of the Scarlet Firmament sect, slashed the giant man's body. However, the giant man's body only shook a little. The sword light cut a hole in the armor on his body, but no blood flowed out. What Lin Feng was taken aback. This guy's body could actually resist my flying sword. How was this possible? Roar. The giant man roared like a clap of thunder. It shook the ears of the surrounding people. The next moment, he raised the giant hammer with both hands and smashed it towards Lin Feng. Whoosh! The giant hammer smashed down, bringing with it a strong gust of wind. Those with weaker cultivations were immediately forced to retreat. This guy, Lin Feng, was taken aback and directly moved 10 feet horizontally. Boom! The giant hammer smashed down. The ground shook, and the place where Lin Feng originally stood was immediately smashed into a large pit. Cracks extended out from the surroundings of the pit. The square in front of the Scarlet Firmament Hall was paved with hard bluestone. Normal swords and sabers could only leave faint marks on the ground of the square. And this giant man smashed down with his hammer and actually smashed a large pit in the incomparably hard bluestone ground. One could imagine how strong this giant man was. Although Lin Feng's sword cultivation was very strong, facing an opponent that could directly ignore his flying sword, he had a feeling of not knowing where to attack. He could only fight with this giant man. At this time, Zhao Qianqian also charged up from the foot of the mountain. She was fighting a pale-faced demon endlessly, but for a moment, the victor could not be determined. And at this time, Gu Fei was like taking a leisurely stroll on the battlefield. Those demon cultivators from the Demon Refinement Mountain who attacked him were all directly blown up by him with one punch. Very quickly, whether it was the demon cultivators of the Demon Refinement Mountain or the evil cultivators of the Black Evil Lake, when they saw Gu Fei walking over, they immediately hid far away like they were avoiding the god of plague. This guy was too abnormal. He was only at the soul formation stage, but his physical body was unimaginably strong. No matter how powerful one's abilities were or how powerful one's magic treasures were, he could break through them with one punch and one kick. Seeing how abnormal Gu Fei was, Lin Feng hurriedly led the giant man towards Gu Fei. "Seventh brother, I'll leave this big guy to you." Chapter 4466. In the territory ruled by the Five Elements Heavenly Sect in the primordial beginning realm, an inconspicuous small sect, the Crimson Firmament Sect, was being attacked by two other small sections. Both the Black Fiend Lake and the Fiend Refinement Mountain were guarded by Tao Integration Realm cultivators. In the primordial beginning realm, there were actually countless Tao Integration Realm cultivators. However, if one wanted to establish a sect, a cultivator of the soul formation stage was still not enough, and a cultivator of the defying void stage was also a little lacking. Only cultivators of the Tao integration stage and above could establish their own sect and pass down their teachings. If their cultivation was too low, they would not be able to defend their own sect and would be destroyed in minutes. Immortals were naturally more qualified to establish a sect. Of course, a sect with an immortal in charge was just a small sect in the primordial beginning realm. A real big sect had to have an immortal king or even an immortal emperor. A real top force had to have an immortal lord. Without an immortal lord, the forces in the primordial beginning realm would be embarrassed to call themselves a top force. At this moment, in the territory of the Five Elements sect, the mountain where the Crimson Firmament sect was located was filled with battle cries. Countless spiritual lights kept appearing and colliding with each other. Countless Dharma artifacts flew in the sky. From time to time, people fell from the sky or were smashed into pieces. Countless cultivators were fighting desperately in the sky and on the ground. The people at the foot of the mountain wanted to kill, and the people on the mountain wanted to kill. There were also dozens of figures moving quickly in the sky. The incomparably violent power of true essence spread out, even dispersing the clouds in the sky. At this moment, the entire Crimson Firmament sect was filled with figures and corpses. The void was filled with an incomparably strong smell of blood. In the primordial beginning realm, only cultivators above the soul formation realm could fly. The laws of heaven and earth here were so powerful that even cultivators at the nascent soul realm could not fly. In some low-level worlds, cultivators at the nascent soul realm could be called nascent soul patriarchs. Outrageous! Are these guys from the Crimson Firmament sect crazy? Roared the commander of the Black Evil Lake. In the face of the crazy counterattack of the Crimson Firmament sect, the allied forces of the Black Evil Lake and the Demon Refinement Mountain were being beaten back. Roar! Seeing that he was no match for the other party's intermediate nascent soul stage cultivator, a Scarlet Firmament sect's beginner-level nascent soul stage disciple actually fiercely pounced forward, hugged that intermediate nascent soul stage cultivator, and self-detonated. Roar! The Black Demon Lake's Grand Commander's eyes turned red when he saw this scene. The mid-stage nascent soul cultivator that was killed by the other party was a disciple of the Black Demon Lake. For an early-stage nascent soul cultivator to kill a middle-stage nascent soul cultivator, this was definitely a big profit. Furthermore, the scene of him perishing together with the enemy was constantly playing out. This bunch of lunatics, when the cultivators of Black Demon Lake and Demon Refinement Mountain saw this, they were all terrified. Enemies weren't scary, but enemies who weren't afraid of death were terrifying. If you want to live, then put your lives on the line. The Black Fiend Lake, Great Commander, roared at the cultivators of Black Fiend Lake and Demon Refinement Mountain. That's right. When enemies meet on a narrow path, the brave one wins. Let's go all out. What? Countless cultivators of Black Demon Lake and Demon Refinement Mountain roared angrily and desperately activated their Dharma artifacts to attack the mountain. Their aura actually increased greatly. For a moment, the Crimson Firmament sect and the allied forces of the two great evil demon forces were locked in battle. Blood, mist, permeated the Crimson Firmament Mountain, and it was extremely tragic. At this time, on the square at the peak of the Crimson Firmament sect, a group of powerful cultivators from the Crimson Firmament sect had encountered a huge problem. The Black Demon Lake and Demon Refinement Mountain had a lot more soul formation cultivators than the Crimson Firmament sect, and there were also more defying void realm cultivators than the Crimson Firmament sect. Even the Black Demon Lake and Demon Refinement Mountain had 3 more Tao Integration Realm cultivators than the Crimson Firmament sect. At this time, on the square at the peak of the Crimson Firmament Mountain, Gu Fei and the Huge Man were facing off. Boom! The Huge Man, who was surrounded by demonic aura, waved the divine hammer in his hand and directly smashed a huge pit where Gu Fei had been standing. What a powerful force! Facing this kind of powerhouse, Gu Fei was a little surprised. After all, this was a world of cultivation, where Dharma power and quintessential essence were cultivated. Very few people would cultivate body skills. The Huge Man from the Demon Refinement Mountain was clearly an exception. Lin Feng, this guy, when Gu Fei saw the Huge Man directly attacking him, he could not help but secretly curse Lin Feng, who had slipped away. If it was Gu Fei in the past, he would definitely be killed by Lin Feng's third senior brother. Fortunately, it was Gu Fei who was using this identity now. Roar! The Huge Man directly roared and raised the divine hammer in his hand. smashing it at Gu Fei's head. Gu Fei stretched out his right hand and actually directly grabbed the divine hammer that was smashing towards him. What? Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Grabbing the huge man's divine hammer with his bare hands, someone exclaimed. At this moment, Gu Fei suddenly revealed a playful smile. Then he exerted force with his right hand, and with a muffled sound, the divine hammer that he grabbed actually exploded. Countless fragments shot towards the huge man. The giant mountain man staggered backward. On the spot, 3 nascent soul realm cultivators were pierced by the fragments of the divine hammer and directly died. The huge man was the first to bear the brunt, but countless fragments of the divine hammer hit his body. Only his clothes were torn, and the skin under his clothes was crystal clear, like peerless divine jade. "Humph, you guys are all so weak," Gu Fei said indifferently. "What?" The powerhouses from Black Demon Lake and Demon Refinement Mountain were all shocked and angry. This little guy actually did not care about the powerhouses from the 2 forces. At this moment, Gu Fei took a step forward and directly appeared in front of the huge man. He directly punched the huge man's abdomen, and in the next moment, the guy directly flew out and vomited a large mouthful of blood. Everyone looked at this scene in disbelief. This Chu Xiaoyun actually sent the extremely powerful, huge man flying with a single punch. Junior brother, Chu Xiaoyun's senior and junior brothers were extremely excited. "All of you scram, or else." Gu Fei glanced in all directions, and a shocking, murderous intent exploded from his body. "Or else what?" A contemptuous voice rang out, and the commander of Black Demon Lake directly charged towards Gu Fei. The power of the defying emptiness realm surged out from his body. "Die!" Gu Fei stared at the armored middle-aged general in front of him. "Ha!" The commander of Black Demon Lake laughed recklessly, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Then he continued to press towards Gu Fei, and his powerful aura continued to rise. Why are there always people coming to die? Chapter 4467. The commander of the Black Demon Lake was the existence with the greatest authority in the entire Black Demon Lake, aside from the sect master. This was because the army of the Black Demon Lake was under his control, and at this moment, the usually calm commander of the Black Demon Lake could no longer remain calm. He actually personally attacked Gu Fei. Whoosh! 2 rays of sharp sword light shot out from the eyes of the Black Demon Lake's commander. These 2 rays of sword light directly pierced through Gu Fei. Technique. Gu Fei frowned. This kind of mystique was most suitable for plotting against others. No one would have thought that the commander of the Black Demon Lake would actually cultivate techniques. The eyes of the commander of the Black Demon Lake were great killing weapons. Scram! Gu Fei merely waved his sleeve, and the 2 beams of sword light directly dissipated in the void, as if they had never appeared. This guy, the commander of the Black Demon Lake, was shocked. Bam! At this moment, Gu Fei's right foot stomped on the ground, and his entire body shot towards the commander like an arrow. His speed was extremely fast. "You're courting death." The commander of the Black Demon Lake separated his hands, and a mass of black gas immediately appeared between his hands. In the next moment, this mass of black gas instantly enveloped the void within a radius of hundreds of feet. The black gas carried a fishy smell. Wherever it enveloped, all life was extinguished. The surrounding disciples, who were still fighting, hurriedly retreated. Even if an immortal came into contact with a little of this black demon poison mist, they would be in deep trouble, let alone existences below the immortal realm. However, Gu Fei completely ignored the black demon poison mist in front of him and charged head-on into it. Bam! Within the black mist, there was a flash of blood. Gu Fei had actually directly smashed into the body of the commander of the Black Demon Lake. Even his primordial spirit had not been able to escape and was destroyed. What? Everyone was stunned by the battle prowess that Gu Fei had displayed. Bam! Boom! Gu Fei moved swiftly in the air. One by one, the experts of the Black Demon Lake and Fiend Refinement Mountain were killed by him. Everywhere he passed, everyone was shocked. At this time, high up in the sky, the sect master of the Crimson Firmament sect, Zhao Jinyu, and the elder of the Black Demon Lake, Qi Sha, were engaged in a fierce battle. This was a battle of the Dao integration stage. Zhao Jinyu, surrender obediently, and I'll spare your life. Moreover, I can even plead on your behalf with the sect master to make you an elder. How about it? Qi Sha said, loudly, his voice spreading far and wide. Seal your head. Zhao Jinyu roared. There were countless sword lights surrounding his body, and he looked like an unsheathed, peerless sword. With just a thought, the endless sword radiance on Zhao Jianyu's body directly soared into the sky and turned into a sword array that enveloped Qi Sha. The Black Fiend Lake Elder was very strong. Qi Sha charged left and right in Zhao Jianyu's sword formation, but he couldn't break it. Zhao Jianyu was also desperate. When he fought with Qi Sha previously, he was at a disadvantage, but soon he almost turned the tables. Ha ha! Qi Sha, do you need help? Fiend Refinement Mountain's Grand Elder, Mo Hong, laughed. Zhao Jianyu was so excited that he was almost pierced by Qi Sha's sword when he was distracted. The 3 Grand Elders of the Crimson Firmament sect were all dead, which made Zhao Jianyu feel extremely pained. They were the pillars of the Crimson Firmament sect, but they had died just like that. The opponent's Dao integration expert was still eyeing them covetously and had yet to make a move. At this time, Zhao Jinyu couldn't hold back his strength even if he wanted to. He had to attack with all his strength and activate the sword array to kill Qi Sha, who was trapped in the array. However, Qi Sha had a lot of good things on him. Every time he encountered danger, a ball of divine light would emerge from his body and envelop him, blocking Zhao Jianyu's killing blow. Within Zhao Jianyu's sword array soared Qi's sword into the sky, and sword light crisscrossed the heavens and the earth as if it could destroy everything. A terrifying aura spread out, and even Mo Hong, who was watching the battle from the side, was a little moved. This was a sword Dao divine power that could only be mastered when the Crimson Firmament sword technique was cultivated to the extreme. Mo Hong, when are you going to make a move? Qi Sha had no choice but to ask Mo Hong for help. If this continued, his soul would definitely be destroyed by Zhao Jianyu. Haha, come beg me. Mo Hong was very happy to finally see Qi Sha suffer a setback. Qi Sha was so angry that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood again. This battle would not end anytime soon. At this time, on the top of the Crimson Firmament Mountain, Gu Fei displayed his invincible battle strength. No matter who it was, as long as they were hit by his fist, they would die. He did not use any divine powers or spells, and he relied on his extremely tyrannical body to sweep away all his opponents. How is this possible, using his body to fight Dharma treasures? This is too heaven-defying. At this time, on the top of the mountain, the people of the Black Evil Lake and the Demon Refinement Mountain were scared by Gu Fei. Monster! An expert of the Black Evil Lake roared, but in the end, he was still caught by Gu Fei. With a stomp, he was torn apart and died. This guy, on the square, the people of the Black Evil Lake and the Demon Refinement Mountain all had the intention to retreat. If they didn't retreat now, they might be killed by that madman Chu Xiaoyun. This Chu Xiaoyun is only the last of the 7 disciples of the Crimson Firmament Sect Master. He is only at the soul formation stage, but the strength of his body is unimaginable. There were experts of the demon refinement mountain watching from the side. No one could imagine how Chu Xiaoyun could suddenly become so powerful. It was as if he had become a completely different person. Heaven-swallowing mixed element technique. Gu Fei shouted. The next moment, an unimaginably powerful devouring power erupted from his body, and the entire world's spiritual qi was madly gathering towards him. Seventh brother. Seeing this, Luo Yu of the Crimson Firmament sect could not help but exclaim in excitement. Seventh brother has mastered the heaven-swallowing mixed element technique. Third brother Lin Feng was extremely envious. That was the best cultivation method. Although it was incomplete, it was still much better than the Crimson Firmament sect's Crimson Firmament Sword technique. However, it was incomplete after all. It could not be practiced casually, because if one was not careful, one could go berserk. At best, one would be severely injured, and at worst, one would die. Therefore, in the entire Crimson Firmament sect, only a fool like Chu Xiaoyun would practice the heaven-swallowing mixed element technique. However, the heavens were fair, and Chu Xiaoyun had really mastered the heaven-swallowing mixed element technique. This was something that no one could have imagined. Of course, all of this was because Gu Fei wanted the people of the Crimson Firmament sect to think that Chu Xiaoyun had mastered the heaven-swallowing mixed element technique. Only this could explain why he had suddenly become so powerful. Chapter 4468. Gu Fei transformed into Chu Xiaoyun and sealed his extreme grade cultivation to become the seventh disciple of the Scarlet Firmament sect's master. The Scarlet Firmament sect was like an ant in the primal beginning realm, and even in the Five Elements heavenly sect. Even the Five Elements sect under the Five Elements heavenly sect was many times stronger than the Scarlet Firmament sect. It could be said that the Scarlet Firmament sect was the lowest sect among the countless sects and sects in the primal beginning realm. Otherwise, the Black Demon Lake and the Demon Refinement Mountain would not have joined forces to attack the Scarlet Firmament sect. At this time, the Scarlet Firmament sect was at the juncture of life and death. If it were not for the existence of Gu Fei, the Scarlet Firmament sect would definitely be destroyed by the Black Demon Lake and the Demon Refinement Mountain. But now Gu Fei was here. It would be difficult for the Scarlet Firmament sect to be destroyed. At this time, on the Scarlet Firmament Mountain, Gu Fei began a massacre. With his powerful body, he was invincible. With a punch and a kick, he killed an opponent. He was like a terrifying beast, killing the disciples of the Black Demon Lake and the Demon Refinement Mountain. Wherever he went, the disciples of the Black Demon Lake and the Demon Refinement Mountain would all flee. Seventh junior brother is mighty. Lin Feng, the third disciple of the Scarlet Firmament sect, shouted excitedly, "This scammer!" Gu Fei glanced at Lin Feng. Just now this guy lured a big guy over to his side, and then he slipped away on his own. Roar. At this time, there was a roar, and the ground shook. Heavy footsteps were heard, and the ground shook with each sound. Gu Fei turned around and saw the giant man, who had been sent flying by his punch, charging towards him. The giant man's body was covered in black, demonic flames. His eyes had turned blood red, and his expression was incomparably ferocious. The big man was like an erupting volcano. Powerful demonic power erupted from his body, and the surrounding cultivators all fled in fear. "Chu Xiaoyun, go to hell!" The giant roared and rushed to the front of Gu Fei. He threw a punch at Gu Fei. His fist, which was bigger than a clay pot, bloomed with a demonic light like a black sun. If it were to be hit by this punch, even a mountain would be blasted apart. This giant man's cultivation was much stronger than before. Before, this guy was still at the deity transformation stage, but now he was at the void-defying stage. His cultivation had increased by an entire realm, a secret technique of the demonic path. Gu Fei smiled. He stretched out his right hand and caught the giant man's fist, which was bigger than a clay pot. How is this possible? The huge man turned pale with fright. He knew very well how powerful his punch was. Even the armored bull in the 10,000 Beast Mountain range, which possessed astonishing defensive power, wouldn't be able to withstand his punch. However, Chu Xiaoyan was able to block his punch with just one hand. Could it be that this guy's body was much stronger than his own? Big guy, since you haven't been killed by my punch, you should be running for your life. Why do you run for your life? Why do you want to die? Gu Fei smiled. My demon mountain isn't afraid of death, the giant man said angrily. The huge man shouted angrily. As he spoke, he exerted all his strength in an attempt to push Gu Fei back. However, no matter how much he exerted his strength, it was useless. How is this possible? Senior Brother Demon Mountain is an expert of the Demon Refinement Mountain. How can there be someone stronger than him? A disciple of the Demon Refinement Mountain stared at this shocking scene with his mouth agape. There were very few body cultivators in the primal beginning realm, but it didn't mean that there were none. This giant man, Demon Mountain, had once obtained a demon scripture. He cultivated this demon scripture and actually cultivated a powerful demon body. His body was extremely strong. The strength of the demon body allowed Demon Mountain to sweep across the younger generation of the Demon Refinement Mountain. He was even able to compete with the experts of the older generation. His strength was too strong. If others hit him, it would be fine. But if he hit someone else, that person would die. Even if they didn't die, they would be crippled. But now, a trash from the Scarlet Firmament sect actually single-handedly blocked Demon Mountain's full-powered punch. Even the disciples of the Scarlet Firmament sect found this hard to believe. Very good. Then you can follow me from now on. Gu Fei said. He somewhat admired this giant man. These days, there were very few people who weren't afraid of death. You want me to betray my sect? I can't do that. Demon Mountain coldly said. All right then, you can go on your way. Gu Fei calmly said. In the next moment, his right hand that was blocking Demon Mountain's punch shook. Demon Mountain's fist exploded, turning into a mist of blood. Following that was his arm, then his body. Demon Mountain only had time to let out a miserable scream before he exploded into a mist of blood. His body and soul were both destroyed. This Senior Brother Demon Mountain is an expert who cultivated the mutated metal devil body. The disciples of the Demon Refinement Mountain were all dumbfounded. Demon Mountain had cultivated the mutated metal devil body. His entire body was like mutated metal, extremely hard. Even the magic tools refined by Tao Integration Realm cultivators were like scratches on his body. Ha! What Demon Refinement Mountain's #1 devil body? It turns out to be trash. The #1 devil body is simply a joke. Hee, you can't even block a palm from 7th Junior Brother, and you still dare to call yourself the #1 devil body. After Gu Fei killed Demon Mountain, the morale of the entire Scarlet Firmament sect immediately soared. Everyone fought bravely against the enemy, risking their lives, and actually forced the allied forces of the Black Demon Lake and the Demon Refinement Mountain to retreat. Moreover, after the commander of the Black Demon Lake was killed by Gu Fei, the allied forces of the Black Demon Lake and the Demon Refinement Mountain were in a mess. This was also one of the reasons why the allied forces of the Black Demon Lake and the Demon Refinement Mountain were killed. At this time, the Scarlet Firmament sect gradually gained the upper hand in the battle on the Scarlet Firmament Mountain. However, in the sky, the battle between Zhao Jinyu and Qisha was a different scene. The Grand Elder of the Demon Refinement Mountain Mo Hong had already made his move. A devil mountain floated above his head. With a wave of his right hand, the devil mountain immediately blasted toward Zhao Jianyu. This devil mountain was held by Gu Fei with one hand. This was the supreme treasure of the demon refinement mountain, a magic treasure refined by a Dao integration peak stage cultivator. Gu Fei could block the full blow of a cultivator at the Dao integration peak stage. Bam! Zhao Jianyu was directly sent flying thousands of feet away by the devil mountain. A trace of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, and the protective sword light on his body was almost shattered by the devil mountain. Mo Hong, Zhao Jianyu stared at the figure surrounded by devil qi, and his pupils involuntarily contracted. Mo Hong, you are really despicable. Qi Sha sneered. Humph! This is not despicable. This is a strategy, understand? Mo Hong said very unhappily, Hee hee, you make a despicable sneak attack sound so dignified. You're really good. Qi Sha directly gave Mo Hong a thumbs up. You're all jackals of the same tribe. Let's attack together. What do I, Zhao Jianyu, have to fear? Zhao Jianyu's body was full of mighty sword qi, and a sword light circled around him. Although the sword light was as fast as cold lightning, it did not make any sound. In that case, we'll fulfill your wish. Mo Hong said very seriously, Zhao Jianyu, do you really want to be reincarnated? Qi Sha said, as he closed in on Zhao Jianyu. At the same time, Mo Hong also walked toward Zhao Jianyu step by step. He was like a wheel of doomsday in the sky, suppressing the universe. He stretched out his right hand, and a devil's spear immediately appeared in his hand. At this time, above the distant sky, a powerful figure was faintly discernible. The news that the Crimson Firmament sect was besieged by the Demon Refinement Mountain and the Black Demon Lake shook the entire region. Many experts of the forces were alarmed and came to watch the battle. Moreover, there were also experts of the Demon Refinement Mountain and the Black Demon Lake who had not yet made a move and were still watching from the sidelines. The Black Demon Lake and the Demon Refinement Mountain were not monolithic. These forces had too many schemes. On the surface, they seemed to be cooperating and joining forces, but who knew what they were planning in secret? The people of the Demon Refinement Mountain and the Black Demon Lake were guarding against each other. At this time, Zhao Jianyu could only fight with his life. The battle broke out. Soon, Zhao Jianyu was hit by Mo Hong and fell from the sky, directly falling toward the peak of the Crimson Firmament Mountain. What? The sect master lost. It's a calamity. The faces of everyone in the Crimson Firmament sect changed. They all knew the consequences of Zhao Jianyu's defeat. The Crimson Firmament sect was about to be destroyed. The Black Demon Lake and the Demon Refinement Mountain were all evil sections. They were decisive in killing. If Zhao Jianyu refused to bow his head, these evil sects would definitely not be lenient and would kill the Crimson Firmament sect. Gu Fei looked up into the sky. At this time, senior brother Luo Yu soared into the sky and directly caught Zhao Jianyu, who was falling from the sky. However, at this time, a demonic spear pierced towards the two of them from the sky, trying to nail Zhao Jianyu and Luo Yu to death in the void. Luo Yu was shocked with his cultivation and the fact that he was carrying a person. Even if he was not carrying a person, he would not be able to dodge this attack. Master, senior brother, when the disciples of the Crimson Firmament sect saw this scene, they were scared out of their wits. Father, Zhao Qianqian looked up and almost fell to the ground. That was her father, and he was about to be stabbed to death by the demonic spear. Helplessness and fear filled her mind. Just as Zhao Jianyu and Luo Yu were about to be nailed to death by Mo Hong's spear, a fist suddenly smashed from the side, accurately hitting the head of the spear. The tip of the spear that was emitting a terrifying demonic light was actually smashed away by this punch. What? Mo Hong was shocked and angry. He looked down and saw that his hand was covered in blood. Not only did the spear fly out of his hand, but his palm was also cracked. "It's you." Mo Hong saw the owner of that fist. That person was Chu Xiaoyun, the trash of the Crimson Firmament sect. The rumors were really unbelievable. If he was trash, then there would be no geniuses in the world. Eldest senior brother, take master to rest first. Leave everything to me. Gu Fei said to Luo Yu with an expressionless face. "All right, seventh brother, be careful." Luo Yu said as he carried the unconscious Zhao Jianyu and flew to the ground. "Little guy, do you think that you are invincible after killing Mo Shan?" Mo Hong said disdainfully. "Overestimating yourself. An ant wants to challenge a dragon. You must be tired of living." Qi Sha walked over from afar, his voice full of disdain. "You guys are considered dragons." Gu Fei shook his head and smiled. "Come at me together." Chapter 4469. Seeing that Gu Fei had challenged Qi Sha and Mo Hong, everyone was dumbfounded. Even if seventh junior brother has mastered the mixed origin life and death technique, he's still no match for Qi Sha and Mo Hong. Lin Feng, the third disciple of the Scarlet Firmament sect, looked at Chu Xiaoyun in the sky with a grave expression. His master, Zhao Jianyu, had been defeated. Now, no one could stop the two Dao integration experts from the Black Demon Lake and the Demon Refinement Mountain. This made everyone in the Scarlet Firmament sect feel despair. Some of the elders of the Scarlet Firmament sect thought that the sect was about to be destroyed. They couldn't help but cry. Although the Scarlet Firmament sect was a small sect, it had existed for nearly 10,000 years. All the disciples of the Scarlet Firmament sect were unwilling to be destroyed just like that. The opponents were too despicable. They had joined forces to attack the Scarlet Firmament sect, and it was a sneak attack. The Scarlet Firmament sect is finished. Yes, the Black Demon Lake and the Demon Refinement Mountain are indeed from the Demon Dao. They are ruthless. In the distant sky, there were powerful figures watching the battle. However, they didn't plan to intervene, because it was too common for small sects to fight each other in the primordial realm. Even the Five Elements sect didn't intervene. Moreover, the Five Elements sect actually encouraged its subordinate forces to fight each other, because only by constantly fighting and experiencing the baptism of life and death could one become a true expert. Among the experts watching the battle in the distance, there were mighty existences with 5 elements chi. They were the people of the 5 Elements sect. They had also come, but they didn't show up. I didn't expect that the little disciple of the Scarlet Firmament sect to have mastered the mixed origin life and death technique and have the mixed origin Dao body. No one would cultivate such an incomplete cultivation method. I didn't expect this little guy to be unafraid of death. In the distant sky, 2 young men in blue clothes were communicating with their divine senses. This kind of physique hasn't appeared in our territory for more than 100,000 years. Yes, I've read the oldest book in the sect. The last time the mixed origin Dao body appeared was 130,000 years ago, during the era of Emperor Hung. The 2 young men communicated with their divine senses because they didn't want others to know what they were talking about. Emperor Hung was an extreme Dao Emperor Lord that appeared in the primordial world 130,000 years ago. He was extremely powerful, and even the 5 Element Sky sect had to obey him. However, Emperor Hung also had an enemy. It was a being who possessed the Dao form of mixed elements. He had once fought with Emperor Hung for the Supreme Emperor's throne. In the end, Emperor Hung won and successfully proved his Dao. However, the Dao form of mixed elements was injured and fled, disappearing without a trace. The Chaos Origin heavenly art of the chaos origin Taoist body was definitely one of the top heavenly arts in the grand beginning realm, comparable to Emperor Heng's indestructible heavenly art. The incomplete primordial life and death art that the Crimson Firmament sect master had obtained might have been derived from the primordial heaven art. This person called Chu Xiaoyun cannot die. The two green-clothed disciples of the Five-Element sect wanted to know how Chu Xiaoyun managed to cultivate such a tyrannical, mysterious technique. At this time, opposite Gu Fei, Qi Sha and Mo Hong looked at Gu Fei with disdain. This guy was only in the soul formation realm, while they were Dao integration realm experts. The gap between the two of them couldn't be bridged by some heaven-defying divine skill or freakish Dharma treasure. In the ice-cold void, killing intent surged. Everyone who was watching the battle from afar stared at Gu Fei and Qi Sha. Mo Hong, is this disciple of the Crimson Firmament sect courting death? Mo Hong, are you going to make a move, or should I? Qi Sha glanced at Mo Hong and asked. Humph. Mo Hong sneered and ignored Qi Sha. He. Qi Sha laughed. He really didn't want to kill an ant. If you won't make a move, then I will, Gu Fei said, and directly charged toward the two Dao integration realm experts. His speed was extremely fast. What, did this guy get kicked in the head by a donkey? Everyone was shocked. How dare you, ant? Die. Qi Sha made his move. An endless amount of black, fiendish demon qi erupted from his body, turning into a net that enveloped Gu Fei, who was charging towards him. Gu Fei directly grabbed the demonic net and tore a hole. Then he rushed out and instantly collided with Qi Sha. In the next moment, Qi Sha was sent flying. The sound of bones breaking came from his body, and a trickle of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. This Mo Hong, the supreme elder of the Demon Refinement Mountain, couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this. Qi Sha was a Dao integration realm expert, but he was actually injured by a small cultivator who was only in the soul formation realm. This was too unbelievable. Roar. Qi Sha roared into the sky. Violent demonic power erupted from his body, and a demonic shadow appeared faintly on his body. It was incomparably terrifying. Little guy, you've angered me. Qi Sha stared at Gu Fei opposite him. His pupils actually turned blood red, revealing a strange power that seemed to be able to hook the opponent's soul. It was as if he could hook the opponent's soul and destroy the opponent's soul with just a glance. However, Gu Fei was not afraid of this kind of demonic eyes. So what if I angered you? Gu Fei shrugged and said indifferently, I'm going to tear you into pieces and nail your primordial spirit to the soul tablet. I'll burn it day and night and make you suffer the pain of refining your soul. Qi Sha gritted his teeth and said, Is that so? Come and try. Gu Fei crooked his finger at Qi Sha again. Boom. In the next moment, Qi Sha moved. The demonic shadow that appeared on his body also moved. A vast demonic aura swept out and instantly enveloped the void within a radius of 10,000 feet, including Gu Fei. Junior brother Chu is in danger. Luo Yu, the eldest senior brother of the Qi Shao sect, was shocked. However, in the next moment, a figure flew out of the demonic mist and kept coughing up blood. How could this be when everyone saw that the person who flew out of the demonic mist was none other than Qi Sha? Their eyeballs almost dropped to the ground. There was a fist print on this guy's chest. This fist print had sunk deep into his body. Heaven-devouring primordial chaos. Gu Fei immediately displayed this mystic art. In the next moment, the surrounding demonic aura gathered towards him and was devoured by him, turning into his own energy. In just a breath's time, the sky full of demonic aura was completely devoured by Gu Fei. Qi Sha stared at Gu Fei as if he was looking at a monster. This guy dared to devour his demonic aura and was still alive. This was unbelievable. Come at me together. Otherwise, you guys won't have the chance to attack. Gu Fei said calmly, "Damn it, how dare you look down on us?" Qisha and Emo Hong were enraged. Emo Hong immediately took out the treasure of the demon Refinement Mountain, the demonic seal. The moment the demonic seal appeared, it was earth-shattering. "Are you going to surrender or not?" Emo Hong stared at Gu Fei and asked coldly, "Surrender your head." Gu Fei was enraged. "Then go to hell," Emo Hong said, and immediately controlled the demonic mountain to crush down on Gu Fei. A powerful demonic aura erupted from his body, making him look as terrifying as an ancient demon king. Rumble, the entire void of the world became unstable. Seeing the demonic mountain crushing down on him, Gu Fei's expression was still calm as he punched upwards. Boom! With a loud bang, Gu Fei's fist landed heavily on the demonic mountain. The violent force shook the entire demonic mountain. Everyone was dumbfounded. The demonic mountain was sent flying by Gu Fei's punch. Gu Fei then stretched out his hand and grabbed Emo Hong's neck. "Don't kill me!" Emo Hong's shock was no small matter. "Kacha!" Gu Fei exerted some strength in his right hand, and in the next moment, Emo Hong's neck was snapped, and he died instantly. "Run!" Qisha turned around and fled. Even Emo Hong was easily killed by Gu Fei. His cultivation base was about the same as Emo Hong's. If Gu Fei could kill Emo Hong, he could definitely kill Qisha. "Should I stay here and wait for death? Do you think you can escape?" Gu Fei suddenly laughed. In the next moment, he turned into a heavenly sword and became one with it. In an instant, he caught up to Qisha and pierced through his heart. Qisha still breathed his last in the end. Just as Gu Fei killed Qisha and Emo Hong, the sound of a horn came from afar. Then, the experts of the Black Demon Lake and Demon Refinement Mountain retreated like the receding tide after hearing the horn. The disciples of the Scarlet Firmament sect gave chase. Both sides fought in the mountain ridges, leaving many corpses along the way. No one had expected such an ending. Under the lead of Luo Yu, the people of the Scarlet Firmament sect chased them for hundreds of miles before turning back. The Black Demon Lake and Demon Refinement Mountain suffered heavy losses. The battle ended, and the experts of all sides retreated. In the evening, Zhao Jianyu's injuries improved, and he summoned Gu Fei. Sure enough, Zhao Jianyu asked about Gu Fei's cultivation as soon as they met, and Gu Fei had already thought of a countermeasure. "You actually had an epiphany at the moment of life and death." In the room where Zhao Jianyu was recuperating, everyone was stunned. No one had expected this to happen. Their junior brother Chu Xiaoyan had an epiphany when he was on the verge of death. His cultivation level had improved greatly, and his physical body was even more tyrannical. He could easily kill a Dao integration stage cultivator. In fact, before this, Gu Fei had read Chu Xiaoyun's memories and found that he had cultivated a very strange cultivation method called the Mixed Element Life-Death Technique. This cultivation technique was an incomplete cultivation technique. Furthermore, it was severely incomplete. Sect Master Zhao Jianyu had once brought this incomplete cultivation method to the Five Elements sect to pay a visit to the Heaven Immortal Sect Master of the Five Elements sect. The Five Elements sect master did not care about this incomplete cultivation method at all. If this mixed element life-death technique was a complete cultivation method, it would definitely be comparable to the Five Elements Heaven technique of the Five Elements sect. However, because it was so badly incomplete, it had no value at all. The reason why Gu Fei dared to show his heaven-defying combat power was because of this cultivation method. Who could have an epiphany at the moment of life and death? Of course, the real Chu Xiaoyan was really dead. The current Chu Shaoyun was Gu Fei. Chapter 4470. In the primal beginning realm, the five elements heavenly sect was the top sect. The territory it ruled was hundreds of millions of miles wide. There were countless forces of various sizes that depended on the five elements heavenly sect. In the territory of the five elements heavenly sect, the five elements heavenly sect was considered a medium-sized sect. There were countless medium-sized sects, like the five elements heavenly sect in the territory ruled by the five elements heavenly sect. The Scarlet Firmament sect, where Gu Fei was a low-class sect. There were countless of these sects in the territory ruled by the five elements heavenly sect. The Scarlet Firmament sect was the lowest sect in the primal beginning realm. At this time, after the battle, the Scarlet Firmament sect was in a mess. The medicine field on the Scarlet Firmament Mountain was destroyed. Other than the main hall of the Scarlet Firmament Hall, all the other buildings had collapsed. On the Scarlet Firmament Mountain, there were corpses everywhere, blood everywhere, and broken limbs scattered everywhere. It was a shocking sight to see. The broken magic weapons on the ground still shone with cold light. In this battle, the three elders of the Scarlet Firmament sect had died in battle. The sect master, Zhao Jinyu, was seriously injured and countless disciples had died. Some familiar figures would never appear again. Even the second, fourth, and sixth of Zhao Jinyu's 7 disciples had died in battle. Zhao Qianqian's left arm was almost cut off, and she was seriously injured. If it weren't for Gu Fei, the Scarlet Firmament sect would have been destroyed by the Black Evil Lake and Demon Refinement Mountain. Shaoyun, it's all thanks to you this time. Otherwise, we might have all died on the Scarlet Firmament Mountain. In the main hall at the peak of the Scarlet Firmament Mountain, the sect master of the Scarlet Firmament sect, Zhao Jinyu, sat on the throne in the middle of the hall, while the important figures of the Scarlet Firmament sect sat on the 2 sides below. Not bad. Shaoyun, what reward do you want this time? An old man sitting on the right side of Zhao Jinyu said to Gu Fei with a smile, "Protecting the sect is our duty as disciples. I don't deserve any reward," Gu Fei said as he shook his head. "Shaoyun, I'm deeply gratified that you can think like this. How about this? If you have any wishes, I will definitely fulfill them for you if I can." Zhao Jinyu smiled as he looked at Chu Shaoyun in front of him. He had taken the healing medicine, and his injuries had stabilized. "I see. Then this disciple will ask Master to allow this disciple to go into seclusion in the library for a month." Gu Fei pondered for a moment and said, "You really don't want any other rewards?" Zhao Jinyu asked with a smile. Gu Fei shook his head. "Good, very good. I approve." Zhao Jinyu smiled. His little disciple seemed to have changed into a completely different person. Could it be that after experiencing life and death, little Yun's temperament had also changed greatly? At this moment, a figure walked in from outside the hall. Zhao Jinyu was shocked when he saw that person, and he hurriedly stood up from his seat. "Lord Envoy." Zhao Jinyu hurriedly walked down from his seat and led the entire Crimson Firmament sect to welcome the middle-aged man in green. "Who is Chu Shaoyun?" The green-clothed middle-aged man glanced at Zhao Jinyu and spoke indifferently with a slightly arrogant expression. "Sir Envoy, Chu Shaoyun is my disciple." Zhao Jinyu quickly said, "Oh, really? That's good. Call your disciple out and follow me." The Lord Envoy suddenly smiled and looked at Zhao Jinyu meaningfully. What happened? I hope Lord Envoy can tell me." Zhao Jinyu couldn't help but be surprised when he heard that the Lord Envoy wanted to take away his disciple Chu Shaoyun. "My master wants to see your precious disciple." The middle-aged envoy did not say much. This Zhao Jianyu was even more puzzled when he heard this. There was no relationship between Chu Xiaoyun and the Five Elements sect. Why would the Five Elements sect want to see Chu Xiaoyun? Could it be that Chu Xiaoyun had gotten into trouble outside? Thinking of this, Zhao Jianyu's forehead was covered in cold sweat. The Five Elements sect was a sect that was many times stronger than the Crimson Firmament sect. There were many experts in the sect, especially the sect master of the Five Elements sect, who was a fairy immortal. What if Chu Xiaoyun offended the Five Elements sect? At this time, the disciples of the Crimson Firmament sect in the hall did not speak and were silent. Chu Xiaoyun, why don't you come out and follow me? The middle-aged envoy was a little impatient. I am Chu Xiaoyun. Gu Fei stood up. Very well, let's go. After saying that, the middle-aged special envoy waved his sleeve. Under everyone's shocked gazes, he took Gu Fei with him and soared into the sky, disappearing from sight. This Zhao Jianyu and the others were dumbfounded, and it took them a while to recover. What the hell is going on? Zhao Jianyu and his subordinates were shocked. At this time, the middle-aged envoy flew in the air with Gu Fei and soon arrived at a place where spiritual qi gathered. The place was full of flowers and mist like a fairyland. Gu Fei was a little surprised when he saw this place. The Five Elements sect seemed to be doing well in the Five Elements Heaven sect. The middle-aged envoy took Gu Fei to the mountain gate of this area. The middle-aged envoy took out a jade token, and then the disciples of the Five Elements sect who were guarding the mountain gate gave way. The middle-aged envoy took Gu Fei into the fairyland in front of him and walked toward the area where the sect master of the Five Elements sect was. This is when the middle-aged envoy took Gu Fei to the place where the sect master of the Five Elements sect cultivated in seclusion. He saw a simple thatched cottage under the big book. In the small yard in front of the thatched cottage, there was a stone table and a few stone stools. No one would have thought that the dignified sect master of the Five Elements sect, a celestial immortal, would live in such a simple place. You're here? Just as Gu Fei arrived in front of the thatched cottage, a person came out of it. This person was a handsome young man with white teeth and red lips. However, Gu Fei could see that this young man had a pair of eyes full of vicissitudes. Greetings, sect master. As soon as the middle-aged envoy saw this young man in white, he immediately knelt on the ground. But Gu Fei looked at this young man indifferently and stood upright. He did not salute the sect master of the celestial immortal realm at all. Kneel. The middle-aged envoy hurriedly reached out to pull Gu Fei. Gu Fei, on the other hand, dodged it without making a sound. You may leave. The young man in white waved his hand and said, Yes, sect master. The middle-aged envoy hurriedly retreated. In order to save your junior sister, you single-handedly intercepted the experts of the Black Demon Lake. In the end, you were heavily injured and fell off the cliff. However, for some unknown reason, not only did you not die, your cultivation increased greatly. You single-handedly killed the Black Demon Lake's great commander, Devil Refining Mountain's Grand Elder Emo Hong, and Black Demon Lake's Elder Chi Sha, thus resolving the crisis of the Crimson Heaven clan. Am I right? The young man in white said, as he gestured for Gu Fei to sit down at the stone table. Gu Fei listened to the young man in white's words, but his heart was still extremely calm. This guy was really good. He even knew about all this. It was as if he was watching from the side. Chu Xiaoyun came to the stone table and sat down without a trace of panic. Even the young man in white, the sect master of the Five Elements sect, could not help but admire this guy. This guy was still extremely calm. This is my Five Elements Heaven sect's enlightenment tea. Try it. The young man in white picked up the teapot on the table and filled Gu Fei's cup. A faint aroma of tea filled the air. Gu Fei looked down and saw that the tea in the cup was actually a kind of green color. The aroma of the tea seemed to have a relaxing feeling. Enlightenment tea? Gu Fei was a little surprised. This enlightenment tea was not a common product that could be found in large quantities. This tea could help people comprehend the Tao. It was an immortal divine medicine. The sect master of the 5 elements, sect, was only a sky, immortal. It was impossible for him to have an immortal divine medicine. However, this enlightenment tea did not seem to be fake. When I was cultivating in the inner sect of the sky sect, I made a great contribution and was favored by the elders of the sect. They gave me a few taels of enlightenment tea. I can't bear to eat it normally. The sect master of the 5 elements, sect, said with a faint smile. Good tea. Although Gu Fei did not know much about tea, the tea was fragrant. As soon as he drank it, he felt as if the clouds had parted and he could see the blue sky. His mind was extremely clear and his thoughts were extremely clear. Enlightenment tea was only SOSO. Gu Fei felt that this enlightenment tea was exaggerated. However, he didn't know that his cultivation had been restored to the extreme grade sovereign realm. Even if he sealed his cultivation, he was still a genuine extreme grade sovereign realm. With his cultivation, the enlightenment tea was no longer of much use to him. The mixed origin life-death technique is too incomplete. It is impossible to cultivate the mixed origin Tao body. Who are you? Possession is not a rare thing. The young man in white took a sip of tea and said indifferently, Sky immortals are indeed powerful. Gu Fei smiled. So what if the other party saw through his flaws? So what if he knew? He did not care at all. Since you have been reborn, why don't you join my sect to cultivate? The young man in white looked at Gu Fei and said in a serious tone, being able to be reborn through possession was not an amazing magic. However, it would be incredible if the body of the person being possessed could be transformed into the mixed origin Tao body. Changing one's body was not a trivial matter, especially when it was a heaven-defying body like the mixed origin Tao body. Even though the young man in white was a sky immortal and had the ability to change a person's body, he did not have the ability to transform a person's body into the mixed origin Tao body. You want me to join your sect? Gu Fei was a little surprised to hear this. That's right, the white-robed youngster said with a faint smile. This kind of old antique that had been reincarnated was a divine treasure in itself. Given time, once this guy's cultivation was restored, our 5 elements sect would have an incomparably powerful existence. Of course, existences who were reborn through possession usually had a powerful background. It was risky for the young man in white to invite Gu Fei to join the 5 elements sect. You don't even know who I am, yet you dare to take me in? Gu Fei looked at the young man in white with a faint smile. Haha, why wouldn't I dare? The young man in white said disapprovingly, Next, aren't you going to measure how much I'm worth? Chapter 4471. In the primordial beginning realm, the 5 elements sect was only a medium-sized sect. It was one of the countless sects under the 5 elements heavenly sect. The 5 elements sky sect was a behemoth, and there were countless factions attached to it. However, the 5 elements sect wasn't as simple as it seemed. The sect master of the 5 elements sect was a celestial immortal. The immortal realms in the primordial beginning realm could be divided into human immortal, earth immortal, celestial immortal, profound immortal, golden immortal, immortal king, immortal emperor, immortal venerate, and supreme sacred immortal. Celestial immortals were not uncommon in the primordial beginning realm. However, celestial immortals were considered experts who had truly embarked on the immortal Tao. Human immortals and earth immortals were not enough. In the primordial beginning realm, there were as many celestial immortals as there were hairs on a cow. However, not everyone could become a celestial immortal. 4 top forces, like the 10 major heavenly sects and the supreme celestial dynasty, celestial immortals were nothing. With the resources of these forces, they could easily produce a celestial immortal. Even profound immortals, golden immortals, and immortal kings could be easily nurtured by these top forces because they had the ability to do so. Legend had it that a peerless alchemy immortal could make an ordinary cultivator become a human immortal or even an earth immortal with a single pill. The legendary supreme celestial pill could even make an immortal venerate. Of course, this was only a legend. The legend might not be true, but wind would not come for no reason. The sect master of the 5 Elements sect had an unusual identity. This was something Gu Fei had not expected. Fellow Taoist, stop hiding your head and showing your tail. Show me your true form. In the 5 Elements, immortal realm of the 5 Elements sect, a white-robed youth smiled at Gu Fei in front of a thatched cottage. The air was filled with the faint fragrance of tea. Even someone at Gu Fei's realm would feel refreshed and energized by the tea's fragrance. It should be noted that although Gu Fei had sealed his extreme grade cultivation base, his mental state was still at the extreme grade level. It was extremely difficult to affect his mind. This enlightenment tea was indeed worthy of its reputation. Gu Fei smiled and said, "This is the true form. There is no need to reappear. Your view is too narrow and your vision is too low. In your lifetime, you might only be able to be a heavenly immortal or a sect master of a small sect." "What did you say?" The white-robed youth's expression turned solemn. "In this world, you're not the only smart person. To be precise, you're just a little smart." Gu Fei took a sip of tea with an indifferent expression. At this moment, the white-robed youth's expression had already turned completely cold. "It seems like letting you live was a mistake." The white-robed youth suddenly chuckled. He seemed to have lost interest. It was as if he had done something that he didn't think would be boring, but now it seemed extremely boring. "You let me live." Gu Fei was a little disdainful, and he showed it on his face. "Aren't you very smart? Do you think that the Black Demon Lake and the Demon Refining Mountain will be so easily defeated by you? Don't be naive." The youth in white said coldly, "I'm naive." Gu Fei couldn't help but laugh. Since his debut, no one had ever dared to say that he was naive. How dare a puny heavenly immortal say that he was naive? Ridiculous. Let me tell you a secret. The dragon in the Black Demon Lake has successfully broken through to the Earth immortal realm. The white-robed youth said proudly. An Earth immortal was merely an ant in his eyes, but in the eyes of the Scarlet Firmament sect, it was a giant dragon. If an Earth immortal attacked, he could destroy the Scarlet Firmament sect with a single punch and kill all the disciples of the sect. Do you think you can fight against an Earth immortal with your current cultivation? I don't care what kind of ancient monster you are or what kind of heaven-defying divine sense you had in your previous life, but you've just taken over the body and are still very weak. If you were to cultivate for a few years, it might be hard to say. But now, you can't." The white-robed youth said disdainfully. "Ha!" Gu Fei finally couldn't help but burst into laughter. His voice spread far and wide. "This is the higher-ups of the 5 Elements sect who were cultivating in the 5 Elements immortal land were alarmed. Even the formation that isolated aura and sound couldn't stop the laughter. Is it the sect leader? I don't think so. Someone dares to laugh wantonly here. Who is he?" The elders and foreign dignitaries of the 5 Elements sect rushed out and looked in the direction of the sect leader of the 5 Elements sect. I've underestimated you. Your mental state is actually comparable to a heaven immortal. The white-robed youth was surprised. Could this guy be the descendant of one of those powerful experts? However, there hadn't been any powerful almighties who had fallen recently. The white-robed youth's mind was spinning rapidly. Although he maintained the appearance of a youth, he was actually an old monster. He had just taken over a new body, so his mental state and cultivation wouldn't be too high. One should know that to improve one's cultivation, one needed to cultivate. Even if an old monster was reincarnated, there would usually be a period of weakness for a few years. However, this guy didn't seem to have a period of weakness. You're not just underestimating me. I'm curious how you're going to deal with me, Gu Fei said calmly. How I'm going to deal with you? The white-robed youth stared at Gu Fei. Gu Fei was too calm. This was definitely not a good thing. Either this guy had something to rely on and wasn't afraid of him, or he was just pretending. If this guy was really pretending, then he was really good at pretending. Was he pretending, or did he have something to rely on? What a dilemma! The white-robed youth's forehead was beaded with sweat. If he made the wrong choice, the consequences would be dire. How about this? You'll follow me from now on and run some errands, Gu Fei suddenly said. What? The white-robed youth was dumbfounded when he heard Gu Fei's words. He was a heaven immortal and a sect leader at that. How could this guy want him to be his slave? The Five Elements sect is nothing. Why don't you follow me? Gu Fei said calmly. The white-robed youth was truly shocked. This guy actually dared to disregard the Five Elements sect. Huh? How arrogant! Who do you think you are? A supreme saint immortal? Or the legendary supreme realm master? What a joke! The white-robed youth said agitatedly. His background wasn't simple. Otherwise, he wouldn't know some of the secrets of the primordial realm. Make your choice. Follow me or die. Gu Fei was still sipping on his tea. The white-robed youth was infuriated. Sigh, in the end, you're still a frog in a well. Gu Fei put down his cup and glanced at the white-robed youth. The guy was no longer calm. His forehead was beaded with sweat. It seemed that Yi Fuqian had scared him. A heaven immortal had been scared off by Yi Fuqian. Although Gu Fei looked calm on the surface, he was inwardly overjoyed. He had never tried something like this before. This was a new kind of experiment. Perhaps this was the art of trickery, but it was a bit new to him. The white-robed youth had too many misgivings. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been hesitant to make a decision, just because of Gu Fei's words. If he made the wrong choice, he would die a horrible death. What do you think? Do you know how many experts in this world cry and beg to be my slave? I can't even be bothered to look at them. I'm giving you a chance. Gu Fei looked at the white-robed youth with a faint smile. Do you know who I am? You want me to betray the Five Elements Heaven sect in your dreams. The white-robed youth suddenly made up his mind. All right then. After saying so much, it seems that I'm playing the lute to a cow. Well, you want to kill me? Gu Fei sensed the white-robed youth's murderous intent. He hadn't had any murderous intent before, but now he did. It seemed that the leader of the Five Elements sect was really going to kill him. How dare you look down on the Five Elements Heaven sect? You deserve to die. The white-robed youth no longer hesitated. He opened his mouth and spat out a five-colored sword light, which pierced through Gu Fei on the other side of the stone table. A cold sword chi immediately appeared between heaven and earth. The temperature of the entire world dropped rapidly. This was an attack from a celestial immortal realm sword immortal. In any other world, this attack would be able to destroy an entire galaxy. It was extremely terrifying. However, this was the primordial world, the beginning of all worlds on the same level as the primordial world. The laws of heaven and earth here were perfect and extremely powerful. Even nascent soul realm cultivators couldn't fly here. Even a celestial immortal's all-out attack wouldn't be able to shake this part of the world. Just as the sword light that rushed out of the white-robed youth's mouth was about to pierce through Gu Fei's head, Gu Fei disappeared into the void like air. What the white-clothed youth's shock was no small matter. A living person had actually disappeared right in front of his eyes. He didn't even see how this living person disappeared. Isn't he only at the divine transformation realm? The white-robed youth was both shocked and angry. This guy really did have something to rely on. He was doomed. At this thought, the white-robed youth's expression changed drastically. One thought to seal God. At this moment, a voice rang directly in the white-robed youth's mind. Then, the white-robed youth shook violently. The next moment, he was horrified to find that his cultivation had been sealed. Even his divine thoughts couldn't leave his body. Then, Gu Fei's figure walked out of the void. The powerful celestial immortal aura that erupted from the white-robed youth was also sealed. What kind of divine sense is this? The white-robed youth stared at Gu Fei in horror. Are you deaf? Didn't you hear what I said just now? Gu Fei walked over, sat down at the stone table, and continued to drink tea. What did you do to me? The white-robed youth was really shocked. His cultivation had been completely sealed. It was absolutely impossible for him to break the seal on his body. What should I do? The white-robed youth, Wang Chun, was anxious, angry, and scared. He was afraid that this guy would kill him. No one could believe that a little guy at the divine transformation realm could actually restrain a celestial immortal. That was a celestial immortal, not a small character. Chapter 4472. With just a thought, Gu Fei knocked a high and mighty fairy immortal down to the mortal world. Such a means really frightened Wang Chun, the head of the Five Elements sect. He could sense that his cultivation had really disappeared. How was this possible? Could it be that this guy was actually the reincarnation of one of those legendary, heaven-defying old monsters? In the primordial world, even extreme Tao saint immortals had been heavily injured and had no choice but to take over the bodies of others. Of course, it was absolutely rare. This was because extreme Tao sacred immortals were existences that stood at the very peak of the grand beginning realm. They looked down on all worlds. Battles rarely broke out between such existences. Even though the laws of heaven and earth of the grand beginning realm were very powerful, the destructive power of an extreme Tao sacred immortal was absolutely astonishing. The last battle of extreme Taos in the grand prime realm had occurred 100,000 years ago. That battle had reduced everything within 1 billion kilometers of the grand prime realm to dust. Billions of lives had been lost. Fortunately, that battle had erupted in the wildlands. If it had erupted in the center of the primal beginning realm, many people would have died. There were tens of thousands of races in the primal beginning realm. The human race was the main race, but the other races also had extreme Tao-level existences. Only a faction with a supreme Tao ancestor could be called a peak faction. Each peak faction had billions of miles of territory in the grand beginning realm and ruled over countless beings. For example, the Five Elements Heavenly Sect was one of the 10 major heavenly sects of the primordial world. It ruled over a territory of hundreds of millions of miles. Compared to the primordial world, a territory of hundreds of millions of miles was insignificant. The primal beginning realm was just too big. Perhaps only extreme Tao saint immortals knew how big the primordial world was. Did I really hit the jackpot today? Could it be that I actually encountered a supremacy who has been reincarnated? At this thought, beads of sweat the size of soybeans appeared on Wang Chen's forehead. This kind of existence possessed all kinds of incredible magic power. It was said that this kind of existence could create a whole world with just a thought. "Who the hell are you?" Wang Chun pretended to be calm, but there was fear in his eyes. "You have no right to know who I am." Gu Fei was still enjoying his tea. "What do you want?" Wang Chun said through clenched teeth. He was a dignified celestial immortal, but now he had become a prisoner. "What do I want to do? Let me think." Gu Fei said. He naturally had a goal in coming to the primal beginning world. He sealed his cultivation, and a strand of immortal will took over Chu Xiaoyun's body. This was to use Chu Xiaoyun's body to cultivate the cultivation technique of this world. Through cultivation, he could comprehend the grand Tao of this world and become a peerless expert here. In this way, he could ignore the suppression of the heavenly Tao of this world. In a world like the primal beginning world, the source of all worlds, the laws of the world were extremely powerful. When other worlds entered the primal beginning world, they would be suppressed by the laws of the world there. If one's cultivation was weak, the suppression of the heavenly Tao wouldn't be obvious. However, Gu Fei was an extreme Tao supremacy. The suppression of the heavenly Tao upon entering the primordial world was absolutely terrifying. As an extreme Tao supremacy, Gu Fei could exert 100% of his cultivation in the heaven realm, the human realm, and even the ancestral realm. However, if he restored his extreme Tao supremacy here, he could only exert 50% or 60% of his cultivation at most. Therefore, compared to the extreme Tao supremacy of the primal beginning world, Gu Fei was still a bit weaker. Although he was fearless, his hands and feet were tied. Only by obtaining the recognition of this world could he be completely integrated into it. To obtain the recognition of this world, the method was very simple. That was to cultivate and then verify the Tao. If he could successfully verify the Tao and obtain the recognition of the heavenly Tao, Gu Fei would no longer be suppressed by the grand Tao of the primal beginning world. "How about this? Show me the best cultivation technique of your 5 elements sect." Gu Fei glanced at Wang Chun and said indifferently, "What?" Wang Chun was shocked. Was this guy really one of those legendary people who took over the body of others and was reborn? How dare he ask me for a cultivation technique? From Wang Chen's point of view, if Gu Fei was really reborn, he would naturally cultivate his own cultivation technique again. It was impossible for him to find another cultivation technique to cultivate. After all, his own cultivation technique was the most suitable for him. "What, you don't want to?" Gu Fei glanced at Wang Chun, who was stunned. "No, don't get me wrong. I'll go get it now." Wang Chun hurriedly said, then directly turned around and walked away. Although his cultivation had been sealed by Gu Fei, he could still come and go as he pleased in his own home. Soon, Wang Chun returned with a large bundle of ancient books. 5 Elements Sword Principle, Fire Sun Skill, Purple Sun Heavenly Skill, Mixed Elements Spirit Capture. They're all rubbish. Gu Fei directly threw these books to the side. "You want to brush me off with these rubbish?" Gu Fei was a little angry. This guy's cultivation had been sealed by him, and now he still dared to brush him off. He was courting death. This. "Senior, how dare I brush you off? Our 5 Elements sect is only a small sect. These cultivation techniques are already the best in our 5 Elements sect." Wang Chun said with some grievance. The 5 Elements sect was not some sacred sect. How could they have good secret books? "I want the 5 Elements divine skill of the 5 Elements sect," Gu Fei said. What? Hearing that Gu Fei actually wanted the 5 Elements supreme art, Wang Chun, the sect master of the 5 Elements sect, was immediately thrown into confusion. That was the 5 Elements supreme art. As a mere sect master of the 5 Elements sect, how could I possibly obtain it? Even among the inner core disciples of the 5 Elements sect, Not many were qualified to cultivate this divine skill. I'm just an abandoned disciple of the Five Elements sect, not even an inner disciple. How can I get in touch with the Five Elements sect's signature cultivation technique? Looks like I'll have to think of another way, Gufei said in a low voice. He originally wanted to start from a low-level cultivator and become an expert step by step. But now it seemed that these cultivation techniques were not suitable for him at all. Only the best cultivation techniques could help him embark on the path of an expert. In the world of cultivation, talent was the most important thing, followed by physique, and finally cultivation techniques. But now it seemed that this body of his did not have any talent at all. After his transformation, his physique had become the mixed Taoist body. People with such a heaven-defying physique would definitely be the target of many top forces. Just as Gufei was thinking about this, an old servant in Xi'an suddenly walked in from outside. Sect Master. The old servant hurriedly bowed to Wang Chun and then glanced at Gufei. The sect master seemed to value this guy a lot. The old servant had no idea that his sect master had long been subdued by Gufei. What's the matter? Wang Chun couldn't help but frown when he saw the old servant in Xi'an. Sect Master, there's someone outside who claims to be your eldest senior brother who wants to see Sect Master. The old servant hurriedly said. My eldest senior brother? Wang Chun was stunned when he heard that. His eldest senior brother was a genius. After entering the Five Elements Sky Sect, it only took him 3 years to become an inner sect disciple of the Five Elements Sky Sect. That was an inner sect disciple, also known as a true disciple. If he could become a true disciple of the Five Elements Sky Sect, he would naturally soar to the sky. Wang Chen's eldest senior brother was far more than just a true disciple. Why is eldest senior brother looking for me? Wang Chun was a little shocked, but mostly suspicious. 500 years ago, he and his eldest senior brother cultivated together in the Five Elements Sky Sect, and the two of them had a good relationship. However, after his eldest senior brother entered the inner sect of the Five Elements Sky Sect, he was kicked out of the sect because he made a mistake and became the sect master of the Five Elements sect, the successor of the Five Elements Sky Sect. With a thought, Gufei immediately sensed a purple-robed youth who looked younger than the Five Elements sect master standing outside the Five Elements immortal grounds. The purple-robed youth's aura was a little shocking. Under Gufei's senses, his entire person was as dazzling as a purple sun. He's cultivating the most authentic cultivation method of the Five Elements Sky Sect. Gufei's eyes lit up. What are you trying to do? Wang Chun looked at the guy in front of him as if he was looking at a monster. Was he going to touch his eldest senior brother? I advise you not to even think about touching my eldest senior brother. He's one of the 3 divine princes of the Five Elements Sky Sect. If you touch him, the entire Five Elements Sky Sect will attack you. Is that so? Gufei smiled noncommittally and waved his right hand. In the next moment, Wang Chun felt his cultivation returning. He was shocked and angry when he sensed the surging immortal power in his body. Let's go meet your eldest senior brother together, Gufei said as he stood up. This Wang Chun hesitated. He didn't dare to trick his eldest senior brother. However, things were out of his control now. He had no choice but to bite the bullet and go with Gufei to meet his eldest senior brother. Eldest senior brother, how have you been? Wang Chun and Gufei arrived at the entrance of the Five Elements Sky Sect. Wang Chun quickly bowed to a purple-robed youth. Ha, junior brother Wang Chun, it's been 500 years since we last met, right? The purple-robed youth said with a laugh. Yes, it's been 508 years, Wang Chun said with a nod. And this is, the purple-robed youth glanced at Gufei and said, Oh, let me introduce you. This is the guest elder of the Five Elements sect, Chu Xiaoyun, and this is my eldest senior brother, Pan-jamming Wang Chun introduced. So you're Pan-jamming Divine Child Pan. It's an honor to meet you, Gu Fei said quickly. Hee, fellow Gu looks very unfamiliar. I wonder which clan or sect are you a disciple of? Pan-jamming looked at Gu Fei and said, under his gaze, Gu Fei's cultivation couldn't be hidden at all. This person was just a small cultivator in the divine transformation realm. How could he be the guest elder of the Five Elements sect? Although Pan-jamming hadn't seen Wang Chun for 500 years, he knew that Wang Chun was a fairy immortal. How could he accept a small guy in the divine transformation realm as a guest elder? This was very unusual, unless this guy had some special magic power. Senior brother, please, Wang Chun said as he led the way. Soon, the three of them arrived at the cottage where Wang Chun cultivated and sat down at the stone table. May I know why eldest senior brother is looking for me? Wang Chun asked. I'm here for the Sirius Mountain Range. Pan-jamming didn't hide anything. What, did that place in the Sirius Mountain Range reappear